July CPI data just coming through here in line with expectations for the most part. The core number specifically 4.7 versus 4.7 expected. So a little bit sticky still on the core side of things. Downside, however, for the headline number, 3.2% versus 3.3 expected. Initial jobless claims to the upside as well, 248,000 versus 230,000 expected. This one, however, could be a little bit of a sticking point as we go forward here this morning. 4.7 versus 4.7. So still seeing that core inflation number just in line with expectations. You can see the huge move here for the Qs anyways to the upside initially. We'll see if we can sustain that. Continuing jobless claims just coming through here as well to the downside, 1.684 million versus 1.7 million expected. Ton of things to discuss across the board this morning. Alibaba out with earnings. We'll touch on that. A little bit of strength across the board in Chinese ADRs with more positive talk coming from the government over there as far as maybe putting a little bit more stimulus back into the economy. That comes after, if you remember, earlier in the week, we had not one but two different economic numbers that missed expectations. So again, if you missed it there, the core CPI number 4.7 versus 4.7 expected. It's Thursday, August 10th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. So same old, no change yet. Anyways, as far as the core number is concerned here, again, in line with expectations, 4.7 versus 4.7% expected in July on the year-over-year number. The headline, 3.2 versus 3.3. Yields downside, market right now, yeah, upside in a big way here as we get going. That's a nice move overall for the futures here, the NASDAQ specifically. We were wondering how tech was going to react to this, but I mean, still seeing that stickiness in the core number.
Yeah, we heard a lot last time about the core number being the stickiest of the different factors, mainly because housing inflation, rental continues to be tough, and the supply is not there to bring it down. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, we're finally seeing a little bit of softening, possibly. A couple of weeks in a row, we get a jobless claims number that is in the right direction. So to the upside, if you missed it there, 248,000 versus 230 expected, guys. But all about this inflation number. Nice pop here for the futures.
Yeah, decent enough pop. I mean, the market was already up a little bit going into that, and went from like 0.6 to 1. Mostly in line. I don't think we usually expect complete fireworks from those CPI numbers anymore. Like it's been a few instances since we actually had a breakout on a CPI. I know we used to see them last year, but it has not been the case so far in 23. Kind of a muted move to the upside. I had two stocks that I wanted to fade, Nvidia and Meta. Neither one of them even got high enough to get there. I think we do have some pretty big resistance. Maybe even two levels of it. I haven't drawn a second line at yesterday's highs, but I think we have a couple lines of resistance on the NASDAQ. You've been stair-stepping to the downside. You got to bust through those to prove something to me. So already starting to come back in here. Let's let things settle down a bit. It has not generally been that indicative of a trend move, those CPI numbers, in a while. So you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Lots of earnings to get to and some day two plays that are going to be very, very spicy. You saw the movement in names like Upstart and Roblox, to name a few. And I do feel like you got to go back to the well with a couple of them. Disney earnings, I didn't think it was all bad. And they're up. They're trying to copy Netflix a little bit. And they're setting up on the daily, almost preferring a bit of a breakout. Given how far they are down, it's hard not to like the opportunity for a breakout long on something like a Disney. And Alibaba tagged 100, or at least 5 cents away from it. Already pulling back, but hey, it didn't breach 100, which means that's in play at the open.
Tag you at NASDAQ right now. We're going to be short this pop, so we're going to see if we can get a little bit of, we had some good trades yesterday in Roblox until it went sour. So let's not, think that we're going to, set the world on fire here or anything, but we're going to short that TQQ pop, and that's the NASDAQ. So we're going to go triple short this, it's a triple aggressive ETF to the freaking side right there again. Let's go. So there it is, a nice little short here in the NASDAQ. We tweeted it out as soon as we put this on. We saw that number come through. And for me, baby, it's quite simple. Until we break through this 15.4 here on the NASDAQ, I want to remain short. We just got right to this level. Look where we got to. This is why we short this name. You know, you got to put in the work. You got to sit here. You got to have an idea before you put it on. And that was ours right there. 15,360 came right up into that level right there. We shorted it. Now, hopefully the rest will be history, but we're already out of 40% of that. We got that 60 fill that we wanted there on the TQQ. Just came right back to where we were pre-number. So although Brendan said a little fizzing out there a little bit, or fizzing up there, yeah, it seems like we just get as expected. It's a nice move to the upside. Now we will just regain momentum, hopefully back down, and continue with what I think is going to be another short opportunity here for the NASDAQ. So far so good here today. We're ready to rock and roll, man. We've got on this ridiculous Hawaiian kind of palm tree shirt here.
It's not even Friday, is it?
No, I'm not here tomorrow. So.
Oh, that's true.
But
yeah.
I don't. The Floral Friday got squashed real quick, I think. Like the last couple of Fridays, I didn't see anybody.
It was like 3 people the first time,
Yeah.
2 people, and then after that, the one person that wore a floral shirt the third week, it wasn't even a floral shirt. So
Right. I wasn't even thinking about that, to be honest with you. I was just like, you know
I like
what?
the shirt. It's a nice shirt.
Oh.
I wouldn't see, but I wouldn't necessarily call it. It's
People,
like a.
people like the shirts.
It's got like a nice Caribbean feel. Floral's not the word I would use.
No, that's why I'm not. It's not had nothing to do with that. But
there's a word that I would use to describe it. It's slipping my mind here. Hawaiian
Have some-
shirt.
have
It's more
some pizza
Hawaiian.
today.
But we got to shout out Mr. Westermeyer.
yeah, let's do that.
Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Westermeyer. You're streaming us from the Matterhorn. Oh, we'll check out the pic. If you send it to me, I'll get that in a second. Get that one up for everybody. Congratulations. I'm hoping the wedding went absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure you enjoyed that fritter before the ceremony. That looked really tasty. Let me know where you got that from, because that looked really good. Mr. Westermeyer, you've been a fan of the show and a watcher for a long time, and if you don't know, he let us know he was getting married last weekend.
Poor guy.
Hey.
Why don't you ask for advice first, bro? Come on, man.
You know what the advice that you got to give is take whatever money you would put into the actual wedding, put it into the market, and then 20 years later throw a gigantic party when you're retired early. That's generally the advice I would give. But, congratulations to you for sure. Hope you enjoy it. Enjoy the honeymoon, of course, as well.
All right, lots moving around here. Here's the dollar index. First off, huge move downside coming off that CPI print, obviously. We get all the way down here to 101.75. Bit of a bounce coming into play right now, but yields also downside. Interesting move in this. This is the CME Fed Funds tool. So that's going out to September, still 86% we're going to hold. But this has actually moved down slightly now. So 29.6 in November. And then you go out to December, we're still at 25.7. This would be a hold. There's actually 10% now on the cut going out to December. So still around 55% towards maybe another quarter point hike to come here, even with no change whatsoever in this core number.
Yeah, the Bill Ackman trade not looking so bad right now. He's betting against the 30-year. He's shorting that, basically opining that the 30-year will be stuck around 3% inflation for a while. So here's a look at the yields right now. The 2-year down on the day. Same with the 10-year, Brendo, breaking that 4% that we've been holding for a while.
Market kind of pulling back here a little bit now as far as the NASDAQ is concerned anyways, but we'll see how things play out here this morning. I mean, we've been talking, guys, throughout the week about how things have been, it's been kind of wait and see ahead of this. We'll see how things play out, but overall still positive here to start.
Okay, I got it up. But it is positive to start, but we're starting to pull back a little bit. There's Mr. Westermeyer there from the Matterhorn. That looks absolutely fantastic. That looks so cool. And Brendo on the screen there as well. So there's Mr. Westermeyer. There is Brendo watching on the phone. That's dedicated. That's a dedicated fan right there. We appreciate you so much. Absolutely fantastic. I love it. It's so cool to see. We were just talking about, I was talking to a couple of people about skiing because a friend of mine wants me to go skiing with him and his family, and I explained I will gladly and more than gladly go and be that person that hangs out in the chalet, and my daughter will be excited to ski, my wife will be as well, but I'll be that guy waiting for you guys in the chalet having a few drinks. I know you ski a little bit. Or you
do
used
not.
to?
I do not.
You didn't used to?
No, never skied.
I'm thinking of Mitchell. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
It's one of our buddies is kind of really into it. But yeah, I absolutely enjoy it. I've never been a Warner Sports guy myself. It is what it is. To each their own. I like summer sports a little bit better.
NASDAQ, by the way, is...
It's flush. Flummoxed.
It's flushing right now. Yeah, we just talked about that a little bit. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Westermeyer, for that. Enjoy, my friend, enjoy. I only get it. Hopefully it only happens once. There it is now down to the downside, $40.25. We are now heading new lows right now of the move here on the TQQ. And you guys are welcome for that play there. Thank you for the kind words again in the chat. I mean, you know, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but there it is right there. We played the key level. You have to sit there and watch for things to happen, and there it goes right back down into the downside. I just tweeted out something pretty interesting as well right now. We have to watch out for stocks like AAL maybe because that CPI print right here just gave us that 18% down. Airfares are down 18% year over year. So I think that's going to be something pretty interesting as we sort of look through. It's not really moving right now, but you know, if these airlines, which have been on a nice little run, obviously it's pulled back a lot since then. Let's look at also Delta, because I think that was the strongest one here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. I mean, that was a dramatic pullback for AAL. Let's just see. Yeah, so Delta's still hanging up outside. So if airline fares are down 18% year over year, I wonder if that's going to hit them the next quarter they report. So watch out for that, because of course, airlines, huge move up here in the travel side of things. Down, airfares down, that's got to hit their bottom line at some point. So that was a sort of an interesting take there. So follow that on Twitter, and you can, you know, get a little bit going through right now as well. So there it is right now. Let's just see what happens here with some of these airlines. But yeah, we're really, really surprised. I'm not surprised, but I'm kind of surprised that we're going lower right now. This is why we got out right where we were before the NASDAQ, before this print happened. And then now it's starting to come down even a little bit more now. So, hey, I think we could probably hold this for the rest of the day. It's a 70-cent winner right now on the triple Qs. So, you know, already more than 1.5% or so in the money on this trade. Let's just wait to see. It's not a heavy one. We were playing off that key level of the NASDAQ of 15,360 right there. You know, we'll wait to see what happens now. Hopefully some more downside pressure here, as I'm looking short today.
Speaking of travel, just quickly, for one that quadrupled last week, Expedia, it's trying to fill in the gap. This gets pretty interesting because when a stock tries to fill in the gap, a lot of times you'll hear market technicians or anyone that talks about charts, usually gaps are there and they get filled on trends, especially gaps to the downside. So if you look at this one, if it gets to like a 115, maybe look for it to get all the way there today, and a bit of a reversal. The second you said travel and like turnaround, my thoughts were, hey, I know a stock that was weak in the travel sector and could be getting to a level that's possible short, maybe a couple of dollars away from it. I am into WeWork. I'm just going to be shorting pops on this stock. That and that PTRA is just like yesterday. So it's going to be a very, very similar play. I want to be in it all day long. I'll give 16s to 17s and then work it to the downside. But I'm looking at this Expedia. I'll probably set up an alert if this gets over 115 in the next couple of days to try and fill in this gap and look for it to fail somewhere at that previous price. Very good recovery. And it's another one of these $100 levels. Oh my goodness, this was probably a really big miss on day two. Stock tanks from 120 to 98, holds, closes right around that $100 level. The next day, it wicks 100 and runs to 104. The next day, it breaks out 105 and runs to 109. Those $100 holds, sometimes the psychological levels are the best. Kind of like that one, now that we're looking at the travel space. Put the alert out for me above 115 on Expedia.
Let's talk about the trade desk here. I just saw a huge volume spike come in once again on this one, but earnings overall better than expected right across the board, including, I just scroll down here real quick, 95% retention for customers. So Trade Desk is an online advertising agency, essentially selling digital ads right across the board. So decent report, but I mean, this market's going to be a problem if we're going to try and go up with any of these today.
Well, Google and Meta kind of foreshadowed how the digital advertising game still had strength. We heard a lot about how that would kind of subside a little bit as companies look to control spending. Let's look at the numbers. A 40% year-over-year increase in revenue, a 23.16% increase in sales, Brendo. And like you mentioned, 95% of their customers are hanging around, meaning they're intending to spend more money.
Yeah, initial move downside after the close yesterday, and then now here we are positive, guys, for TTD.
Trade desk.
For it to come all the way back is interesting. Like, it was like right at the close. Obviously, we were watching it as we were moving from the close to the after show with you, Sean. Like that was. It looked like it was going to maybe break 70, the momentum, but we keep telling this story over and over again. Do not get married to what happens in that early aftermarket trading. People can be caught offside a little bit, and you get these crazy moves to the downside. Oh, we did not order any food.
Bring it over here.
There's some Tim Hortons that just came to the Brankles just brought to the office.
Maybe it's from a viewer. So I just want to see if it says anything on here.
Let's see.
Here we go. Some kind of an order. Let's see what this says. Go ahead, Neil. Go what you're going to say there, and I'm just going to see.
No,
I just want to see if it says anything on here. I'm not going to.
It's just literally Tim Hortons, man. Like
Hold on
I
a second.
don't even remember what I was going to say at this point. Something about the trade desk.
Name ML Chera.
Did somebody send us? Just let us know if you're in the chat and you sent Tim.
Well,
Hortons.
it definitely okay. So there are donuts in here. I think there's a box of coffee maybe, and there's one apple fritter.
So then, thank you very much.
So I'm pretty sure.
Someone.
Can we find out who this is?
Bears versus Bulls. Of course, I just wanted to know if there was an apple fritter in there.
Thank you so much.
Obviously,
there's a 50-pack of Timbits there. Your apple fritter. We'll give them. Don't worry, Brankles. We'll give them to the floor here. I just want to show it all. Here. Actually, it's not coffee. It's back-to-back.
Oh, my goodness.
Back-to-back 12 packs, I guess.
Okay, this is intense. That's a lot of donuts. So
this is a hell of a lot of love right here.
So 2 dozen donuts, 50 Timbits, and an apple fritter.
Has QSR finally decided, restaurant brands, have they finally decided to sponsor us? Or
Do the right thing.
Ooh-wee, these are like the, what is that green one?
What is that one?
What is that green one? Is lit. So these, I don't know if this is a Canadian thing or not, but this maple one is pretty lit.
Those are great.
That's really great. Thanks for the maple. Looks like some sugar coated. Maybe some coconut. I really like the toasted coconut. Open that one up.
Yeah, let's
see what's going on right here. But thank you so much. We're pumping this as if someone sent the
chocolate. We got the chocolate in there.
All right, I'm stealing the maple because I got to go with the Canadian love
one of
here.
them's honey.
So I'm gonna steal that maple one and then give the rest to everybody else, of course, here on our floor. So thank you so much for that one.
We'll make sure the traders get them when they come in.
Neil's
the crew's
got the
going to
apple
be able to get it.
fritter
I've got
right
my fritter. Brendan.
Wow, this was a little distracting, but I like it. If
I'll
we can
take
get
it
distracted
every
every day.
I'll take it every day.
I don't actually remember the last time I had like an officially big donut like this. Ramin called these things the Munchkins last time. These, of course, are Timbits. You see, Timbits right now.
Often
and
imitated.
if you notice this, always fun. Timbits, always fun. And for those of you that don't know what they look like and can't see on the board right there. Okay. No.
Oh, look at that shot.
Do this shot.
Oh, there it is.
Right there. There we go. So now you got that all going through right there. So thank you so much for everything as it is Timbit and Tim Hortons Day. So pineapple donuts. Yeah, no, I don't think
it's even warm too. Like this is.
I'm just going to steal one of these birthday cakes.
Wow. Thank you so much. I'd love to know who sent it. Please let us know.
We're going to give some shout outs as soon as we find out who it is. So
absolutely.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to finish this. I don't know why I put that in my mouth right there.
Oh, wait a minute. We have to talk. So something trade desk.
Go back to those guys.
Yeah, go back to the desk.
Yeah, like,
trade desk
we're
is
busy
now
here.
Trade desk went red to green. There you go.
Yeah, no problem. Let's talk Xela Technologies just popping up on that Microsoft headline. So Xela just announcing they're going to leverage generative AI with Microsoft Azure and OpenAI services. So this is one that went absolutely crazy. Obviously, very well-known former runner, Xela. Not much follow-through here, to say the least. Touch $6 though here for Xela.
Yeah, it's still up 8.5%, Brendo. Look, what they want to use generative AI, as you alluded to, saying here. They're going to enhance their customer service software experience in softwares like DrySign, Digital Mailroom, and others. They're looking to use generative AI to speed up the document lifecycle management. Don't know what that is. Product systems development cycle and the analytics stack, Brendo.
All of that. Very in depth. Meanwhile, the market doesn't seem to know what to do with this number at this point, because here we go right back to the upside now, 0.64 for for the S&P, a full percent almost here for the NASDAQ, 0.95. Back to the upside. There was a couple of minor things when it comes to big tech. Specifically, there was a note on Alphabet this morning. There was a note on Apple as well. But both of these starting to get going back to the upside here. I just noticed Apple flying by there on a volume scanner. I'm missing some data here. But getting back to session highs here, or pre-market highs anyways, for Apple. We always refer to this group, obviously, as the most rate sensitive. If the market's going to hang out here, definitely have to watch them.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting look for big tech today. We saw how Google did well. You mentioned this morning on the video that there was unusual options activity for Google. I'll definitely have my eye on that one the rest of the day.
Yeah, this was a note on Apple. Meanwhile, there was a rumor flying around, I guess it was end of last week, about TSMC, maybe Taiwan Semi, maybe going to Apple and saying, hey, pay for this chip that we're no longer going to make, or pay for the work that was done to set up the manufacturing capability for this chip that we're no longer going to make because they're moving it to India. So this analyst essentially saying that they will no longer, TSMC will no longer go to Apple for that. But what do we think here, guys? Are we sugar satisfied at this point?
This isn't the amateur hour. Like I finished that.
I had a little small munchkin.
I finished that like a couple of minutes ago.
I still got it.
You can eat that, or
Of course, I'm going to eat it at some point. I mean, come on, Neil.
I'm just saying.
What,
You don't see an apple fritter in front of me for very long.
You like the maple as well?
Oh, I love maple. The maple is absolutely delicious.
I just want to say thank you because it's Carl and Maggie right there who sent it. So
thank you
so much, Carl and Maggie. I don't know if there was.
Appreciate
You
it.
said that there might have been a note sent in here. I don't see one.
Tim Hortons might have.
That's why I was looking at the receipt here to see if it said anything.
Nothing on the inside.
But it didn't. Let me know what you want that note to say. Bears versus Bulls. We'll pull that, and I will talk about it. So thank you so much. And now we're all jacked up, so let's go.
Yes, got that sugar high.
No, thank you so much for that, and we'll share them with the floor and with the staff here.
We'll share a little bit with the floor for
I'm
sure.
sure as soon as Randy sees this clip, or if he's watching it, or if he's up a ladder right now, he'll be here quite soon with that.
Yeah, if he's in the office, he's already had like 8
Thank you, Carl
tidbits.
and Maggie. That's a very, very sweet treat.
I want just quickly on that Xela. I didn't realize Xela in the last 2 years, they've had a reverse split each year on Xela. Watch out for those bad boys because they recently did a reverse split. They did another one last year as well. So that stock kind of always finds its way back into the pennies. Good luck to them. Apple, maybe 180. We'll see. Today, you can kind of look at where it has room to get to. Ooh, my goodness, the Timbit box is back. We're going to do that.
We're doing that.
So if we break the 180 level, we'll be able to focus. It's fine. 182 was that drop-off zone. You know, I tend to look at this, and on Monday, it flummoxed through 182. It tried to get back up there. I think that's the level I like to short, but 180 is just staring you in the face for Apple. If it breaks out there, I think you wait to 182 to fade this. Just looking at it, I was mentioning via Twitter this morning that NVIDIA has its first close underneath the 50 period on the daily since January of this year. Well, Apple is consolidating underneath the 50 period. When it broke, it trended down. Now it's consolidating. I think 82 is the resistance temporarily for that consolidation, but 80 looks kind of good as well. So I'm still kind of thinking until you break through that resistance, you're still looking for the short.
Yeah. Take one, and then we'll get Brancos over here to get rid of them.
Yeah,
Brancos.
I can walk them over. Oh, let me see. What do I want?
Come grab this 50-pack, man, because otherwise it's going to be in trouble here.
Birthday cake.
Here we go. Share with the floor, my guy. Thank you, Brancos, for that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carl and Maggie. Again, we'll share that with the floor. And with Ramin is jonesing for some of those over there. So
you have no idea how appreciative we are.
Yeah, no. I mean, hey.
Of the simple things, like.
Yeah, no. That's what it's all about. All right, so we've been talking about Apple for a minute here off of that level. Here's the sticky note today. It's all over it. We've talked about it, 182 short sell. I really like that level. We described it in here. If you want to go find out why, I just pinned it to the top. It's at TraderTV Sean there on Twitter, sticky note. Again, go have a look. But I really like that 182 level. Until we really breach it and get a little bit above, I think it's better to look at a 20-minute chart here. It's just right into there. I just feel like, if we were up here 190, I'd be doing the same thing with 190, but we're not. So, we're going to have to play off this 182. I still feel like the NASDAQ needs to retrace a little bit more. I don't feel comfortable going long the NASDAQ, at least until, NVIDIA is still 2 weeks away. It's August 23rd. So once that hits, then we can get a little more clarity. But I just feel like there's just so much top action here. Apple just made new all-time highs. I guess the beginning of August there, and now you faded out just in the last 10 days. So let's see if Apple can hold these bottoms. Look, the long looks just as good as the short here at 178. I mean, it's not, I just bias right now to the short. So that's why I'm gonna wait for that instead of waiting for this. So that's it. I don't even know if I wanna play a 178 breakdown. I'd much rather fade that pop. The best trade that I've had all month, and again, it's just been this week, was that 183 fade that happened right on Monday. So if we can get something like that again up there on Apple, that's what I like to see. I don't know. We'll just wait, man. CPI, obviously, inflation coming back down. We're going to see if they can continue to sell the phone. It wasn't a huge report for them, and service is great. Let's see if the products can get going again. iPhones, iPads. I mean, we all know the story with Apple. We all like the name, and it's not up right now as much as the market. So I'm going to think that thesis probably still remains correct to short this name. So I'm going to continue to do that until we're wrong, and we haven't been wrong yet doing it. So we'll wait for Apple. If we get to 180, you could take the shot there. I don't want to step in front of the train in case we're wrong, so I want to be patient today and wait for the best trades. Yesterday, for example, I made back about 30 to 40% of all those trades in the morning just by making simple ones in the afternoon live with you guys here right now, including that Google short, the Amazon long. So let's just continue to play that. On the sticky note right now today, we have Google short, we have Amazon long, we have Disney, Apple, and Roblox. So they're all being talked about right now. Go over and find them, but I like that Apple short at 182, guys.
We were just talking about this edible stock that's surprisingly not in the cannabis industry. Anyways, EDBL trying to get going here. There is, Roblox, as Sean was mentioning, to the upside for Morgan Stanley. It's worth noting JP Morgan actually cut their price target and was talking a little bit more cautiously on Roblox. So there's moves either direction today for RBLX. Global Payments, GoodRx, Southern Company. There's pen downside this morning after what happened yesterday. I was saying we should get a Ryan Reynolds frowny face every time NVEI is on here to the downside, and a few others, guys.
That was a wild one yesterday in Nuvei, because by the time you got to the open, it had already fallen so far that sometimes you just don't. And a lot of stocks did this yesterday, where you fell so far you just can't always wrap your head around the consolidation short or whatever it might be. But if you look at my 15-minute chart, that's the pre-market action on Nuvei. There's one green candle going into the open, 9:15 to 9:30, little pop up, and then a complete breakdown. And it's still right back on those lows. I'm going to go back to the daily chart, which might not even go back far enough. Maybe I need the weekly on this thing. Yeah, I'm going to need the weekly. So let's get it up here. Pull this down, and if you look at the weekly, it gives you a better picture of the breakdown that's been going on in this name. So anything under 20, like all the way back to at least 24 is still that flat bottom break. This could fill in a sizable portion of the gap and still be looking like a breakdown to the south side. Roblox, I think, is a name that will actually get traded today on that board. I didn't really see anything else on the upgrades and downgrades that's worth a trade. Whatever shenanigans were happening at 30, well, that's the level, because it was barcoding, fell, barcoding, and breaking higher. So if you don't know what that 30 is your level on Roblox, if it's a day 2 SSR bounce play, the bounce to me would be off of the 30 level. Maybe you give it to 29.90, and everything underneath is kaputs for that stock. If it fills in the gap, that is 10% to just where it opened up yesterday. It opened at 33, so bouncing off 30, that's a big time gap that it could try to fill in here. If it breaks 29.90, every single time it did that, it completely flushed. So yeah, that's the one I think is worthy of the trade. The long needs to be the 30 level. There's no other level to play based on what happened on that. And all I would say is it looks like there was just a weird equilibrium with some program buyers and exhaustion of selling at that price. And anytime the program buyers gave up, it flushed. And then when it got back to that price, it looks like the buyers would just step right back in. So if you make the assumption they're there again, you can risk 10 cents and go for the long. You can probably short at 90s and risk 10 cents in the other direction. You don't really see that very often. When you see those patterns, you want those breaks.
Yeah, yesterday, obviously, I risked way more than 10 cents, and it did not work out very well. So I have Roblox again, not to keep talking about the sticky note here, but it's also on our watchlist.tradertv.live, so you can all grab that. That is the #1 watch list in the trading community. It's the #1 subscribed to free watch list out there, I think. Okay, 29.50
Let's just
long.
say it is.
Yeah, well, I am saying it. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have no stats to back that up.
You don't have any stats
but-
against it.
But it's also my opinion.
You
So
don't
my
have any-
opinion is it's the #1. There, I should say that. Okay, but day 2 play here, right? That's all. It's a day 2 play off those levels. We traded it all yesterday. It's too bad that my executions aren't here from yesterday. But, you know, we were long into this, which was a disaster, and that's what I said. We were able to make some money back there in the after show. I keep saying after show, afternoon show, right there, because once we broke that 30 level and then started to finally break 29.70, whatever that bottom was, we did flush down here to 29, which was great, and then we got reloaded, which was a gift right there. I have no idea why we popped back up to 30 bucks. We reloaded this and then got out again down there at the end of the day. So what was a great short off 30, beautiful. But now today you get upgraded, and I'm really looking at this level to go long. So there's some support down here. If it wanted to keep going there, it could have just crashed into the close, which it did do. Recovered a little bit. Now today you get upgrades. I'm actually bidding some 30s, very, very small bid there at 30s. The NASDAQ has come all the way back up. We still have 40% of that trade. So we're going to have to watch out for that, not turn this one into a loser, which we can't, I don't think, unless it completely rips up. But this $30 level right there, I want to take a little bit of a long and then see about holding it against this 29.20 or so. So the real position for me will be around here at the closing price of 29.50. We're not trying to get too carried away. That's where I'm looking to bid it. And then honestly, man, forget about losing thousands. We'll lose hundreds if it does come down, and we'll break through this $29 mark. So let's wait to see what happens there. I want to support Roblox on a day 2 play. Normally when you get crushed down 20-something%, the next day you don't hear about upgrades. So, you know, we are hearing that now for Roblox. Let's play the momentum here today, which I'm thinking could be up if we get down to some of those support levels. I really like Roblox today.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know here to kick things off. 9:01, Sharif, tell us about the market.
Yesterday was the first time we closed below 4,500 in a while, Brenda. We're above it right now, 45.18. We tried valiantly yesterday to stay above 4,500, couldn't quite do it. What today brings, your guess as good as mine, because it is a CPI day, but here are the levels. Yesterday we closed out at 45.86 exactly, or like I said, 45.18. The peak, the best we could do yesterday, 45.36. If we stay above 4,500 and there's buying, aggressive buying around there, this might be an interesting long.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot for the overall market, even with the CPI print this morning. We're still, you know, key levels, both sides of us here, so we might get some sort of resolution possibly today. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Very, very easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live, or scan that QR code, enter your email address. It's that simple, and then it just shows up every single morning. There's Apple. We'll get to that. Here's Alibaba. Back through, I was just watching it here, trying to hold on to 98.50 anyways. Earnings for Baba, 2.4 versus, or $2.40, I should say, versus $2 expected there, 32.2 billion, topping estimates as well. So nice look here. The forecast was kind of in line, I was noting last night, but overall, pretty good report.
Yeah, not too bad. Couple 3 points here. Their online sales were up 6.5% year over year. That's counter to what we've been hearing about there being a lot of slack in the Chinese market. However, you have to caveat that with the fact that last year at this time, there was a zero COVID policy. So, you know, we'll see about that one. The company also expanded greatly in overseas e-commerce retail, 60% year over year increase, Brendo, on that. However, cloud did not do that well. We saw Azure, we saw Google Cloud, we saw the likes of AWS did a lot better. They only grew 4% year over year, so a bit of a tough one for their cloud division.
Yeah, keep in mind as well, guys, we had that negative economic data earlier in the week for China in general. So we had 2 days in a row downside for some of these Chinese ADRs. There was a little more positive talk in general. So yes, there's earnings, but a little more macro catalyst possibly for all of these today.
Yes, sure. Yes, sir. And Alibaba's got, look, you like the beat. I like the 100 level. We traded the 100 breakout last week, and it was okay. I don't want to say it was gangbusters because when this breaks $100, you kind of in your mind you're thinking like 105 and 110 and one of those program buy kind of days, and it just really wasn't that. Like the first move got $50, the next day it bounced off 100 and went $2, so that was pretty good. But I want to see if it can take it out again. Yesterday was about the dip into the previous close price. I don't think that setup's going to be there today because the previous close is 95. So if we get down to 95, fair enough. I mean, I guess. If we go all the way down there, that'll be a little bit surprising, but that would be a dip buy. I look more at this 96.5. Like 96.5 to 97, where previous support turned instantly into resistance. That's where the dip area would be for me, just like it was down here yesterday off the previous close. And if we take out 100, I will have that breakout. So I'll be going long with a stop through 100. Generally speaking, I like it if it goes right away. If it immediately fails and hold some higher lows, I probably take that breakout at least twice. And then I'll take it each time. The third time is not always a charm on a breakout trade, but I'll definitely take at least a couple of shots if we break 100 today on Alibaba. Just a lot of room. Like last time it went to 102 eventually. I still think it's got a lot more room if it can take out that 102 area. You got 105 in the daily, then the air up there. Then it's 20%. When you look at that daily chart, not a lot of levels above that 105. So I like the longs in Alibaba because it's got some catch up to do with that market rally that seemed to leave this one out because it was a Chinese ADR.
I did want to talk about Ponzi Fonzie. He said he wanted to give a shout out to Chef Joe. So what's up, Chef Joe from Ponzi Fonzie right there. Ponzi Fonzie. The cheerleader here, he always wants a shout out. He wants a shout out for all of his friends. So shout out to Ponzi Fonzie and you, Chef Joe. Okay, so look, I don't have Alibaba written down on here because I feel like it's almost too obvious about this $100 level. I just want to see what it does when it gets there. It was such a good quarter. Then you had that note from Biden last night as well. I'm not 100% sure what to think about this name. And we talked about this. We actually had it on Stock Blitz last night. And someone, I think it was Adam DeLuz, I think he's probably here, he's here every day, asked me about Alibaba, and I said, you know what, I really like the name. I think Amazon Prime was absolutely monstrous. That's what sort of got Amazon going there. They set records on Prime Day. You do have Alibaba, it has Singles Day. I feel like they're just going to be just as big there. If the economy is solid worldwide, who knows, but this is what we're thinking. I mean, no one's talking about recession anymore. If they are, it's all this soft landing stuff. It's not. I'm not hearing as aggressive as we used to on that front. So I worry about investments in China because I feel like the switch can get flipped at any time by either side if we're going to talk politics. But I like it breaking above this 105. So I feel like you got to sort of complete this happy face sort of, and it's kind of like, it's almost like a mangled face here because you go up, down, almost looks like teeth actually. And then you got to break, I'm stealing this from Michael Noss, and then it's got to break above this 105 area. And to me, then that's when you signal along. So for day trading today, I had Twilio good yesterday until it fell down. Baba, Twilio, both had great quarters. Baba up today, 3.5%. So was Twilio yesterday. I could see this name falling down a little bit here, just to correct a little bit back down. That would be 97.50 is the pre-market bottoms, but then I actually want to lower it even more than that and want to say that here's a 20-minute chart. I'm kind of looking down here at 95, 95.50, and I know that's a ways away now. I don't know if we drop back down 2 or 3%, which we need to do to get down to there, but it seems like a little bit of a trap up here. I could see 100 getting faded, or I could see us take 100 and then we just go to 103. So I'm gonna let it play out. If we do take $100 though, I'll get long above 100 and then use like 99.50, something like that for support. Let's trade Alibaba. We actually really do well on these plays the second half of the day. So let's wait. Let's make sure that we're solid on it. The Qs are coming back in. I do have a bid rate. Bang!
The
right.
position board's on.
Hopefully it works now. Because I just got filled. There, okay. So there it is. So we just got filled on the Qs. Oh, now it shows long.
No, the
position board is incorrect.
We got to restart the position board, guys.
Right now. So, that sucks. We are short still. And I just got a fill I don't know how that keeps happening.
No,
to be honest. I think
it's the early fills,
Yeah,
the
it keeps
pre-market
getting
fills
screwed up
before
a
it
little
gets,
bit.
and then basically because you're short, it then registers the cover as the first position. And I'm still short WeWork, and I just got an AMRS.
Okay, that doesn't show. So.
Very quickly, I just want to mention this AMRS. If you're wondering why I'm in it, they are declaring bankruptcy. That's been a bit of a theme for me recently. Just looking to short pops in these kinds of names. So I'm looking at that 15 and shorting the 14 in front of it. So AMRS, you can see it's, I mean, there's not much to say. It's a pretty nasty looking chart. And if they're going under, I just want to give it to some resistance levels and then try the short in it. So I have the 14 short. I should be getting on the bid in front of that 12. Maybe when I take a fill next, we'll see. But I am still short WeWork at 16 cents as well. I just took a fill and yeah, okay. There we go. It should be working now. I just got a fill at 12, so 14 and a 12 for me. And all of a sudden it's gone again. But Disney, let's get to the desk so we can talk some Disney, because I'm kind of hoping this one makes the breakout because I liked it for multiple reasons, not just the day trade if it can get above $90. So let's get to the desk for Disney.
It says everything. Oh.
We're talking about Disney here. Let's get into a few of the details because not good, obviously, right across the board here for Disney. Subscribers, we'll talk about in a sec here, but a ton of price increases to come for Disney Plus. And, you know, like Sharif and I were just talking off camera here, it's not necessarily a pricing thing, I don't think, for Disney. It's more a content thing. There's just not enough to attract people in general. But, yeah, not good right across the board. Where is it? Hulu Plus Live TV, $76.99 from $69.99. The commercial-free Hulu Plus Live TV going to $89.99. Like, these prices are getting a little steep.
Yeah, that's pretty intense. Look, they had a sub decrease 7% year over year. That's not good. You're always looking to increase subscribers. They also had a net loss for the first time in a really long time on the quarter, $460 million. Compare that to last year when it was $1.4 billion profit. Now, look, they had a one-time charge-off of around $2 billion. They say it's not going to recur again. We'll see. Talking about the price increases, Brendo, here it is. For their commercial-free Disney Plus, it's going to be $13.99. That's a 27% increase. For Hulu Plus, it's a 20% increase. Now, their ad-supported tiers are going to stay the same. The reason for that is they're looking to leverage ads there. They're saying that the ad game on their linear television is declining. They're looking to basically funnel that into digital direct-to-consumer. So we'll see how that does.
Yeah, a lot to digest. The initial move after the close yesterday, downside, but here we are now up, obviously, guys, more than 1.5.
Well, you have to keep in mind like where the stock is gone. In the midst of all of this rally in the markets, Netflix, going ham for several weeks now. Disney's just been making lows, and if you go all the way, we did this exercise yesterday on the weekly. These are pandemic bottoms once you're underneath the $80 level, and that's where you're essentially tagging just in front of it. You've hit 85 several times and bounced off of that, but there are your pandemic lows. There's some decent support. There was really good support, 83 to 85 then, and then it wicked down underneath 80. This is where it's bouncing from. So I just look at that and say, if the market is going to be forward-looking, which is what it is, and they're going to be cutting costs now, and they're acknowledging that some changes need to be made, then that should be enough to get it off the bottom, and the market's not going to wait for a perfect report for it to get going. I learned that lesson with Intel. It was like, by the time they had a good quarter, it had already bounced off of 2 consecutive bad ones because it had made a significant bottom, and that's what it looks like Disney's done here today. So you're back above the 50 period. That's at 89 level. It's set up for a 90 break, and there's just room on this sucker at least till 92 and then 94. But if you hold that 50 period, that's a decent way to start an upward trend. When I say hold, I mean close above the 50 period. Decent trend into the 200 period, which is sitting at 96. For today, the trade is a bit of a flat top break if it gets through 90. So that's what's set up for it. I mean, this local high was more like 89.75, but this gets through 90. I just say I'm looking to take a shot on this. And it's not always about necessarily what you think the past has happened or what the report might be. Just think about what the stock is doing and what people might be willing to bet on for the next quarter. Are people that have been bearish on it saying, hey, it's time to pump the brakes, it's hit a major level, it could have a little bit of a relief move here. That's what it looks like to me on Disney. So that 90 break, I'll have it when it gets through, if it gets through. All
right, look, again, it's on the sticky note here, and I just simply put it, it's the #1 name on here, and it's just keep it simple, stupid, honestly. It's this 86 level right here on the daily chart has been gold. It hit yesterday. We were watching it live on the after show. If you want to, today again, 4 p.m., we're going to talk about it, some of these earnings. But here it is right here. It comes in, right? Obviously on the number there, some algo drove this thing down to 84.50. Who cares about that? But then it comes back up, and then you got some real support down here at $86 or $87. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend to predict what Disney's going to do today. Like Neil said, it's forward-looking. People like the number. I thought the quarter was fine. Ad-free, they can thank basically Netflix for all of this, as they're now going to ad-supported tiers. Netflix came out and said that they're making more money on the ad-supported tiers than they are on the simply monthly subscriptions. So if Disney's already too expensive, they're going to up their prices. We just talked about it there, 20-25% on everything. They got Hulu coming through. Then they're going to put ESPN also online as well. So I think the direct-to-consumer is going to be great opportunities for all that. They have a lot. I keep saying this about Disney. I mean, that's why when it was down here, we were talking about possibly picking some up. But now that you get the quarter, there's a lot of levers to be pulled for Disney. The theme parks still working out, which is fine. I don't think that there's too much more upside in all of that. I mean, they're just a consistent revenue build. It was disappointing that they had, what was it, 11 million or 9 million lost subscribers. But again, if they're going to lose subscribers and then they're going to maybe come back with a cheaper ad-supported tier, I still feel like net that's a win. So let's just keep on watching Disney, and I'm going to keep it as simple as possible, man. I don't have any bids yet, but I'm going to do it right now down here near 86, 86.50. If we do flush off the open, good for that, and we'll be there to pick it up. Yesterday, we were way too excited. We talked about that with Twilio and with Roblox off earnings, and then we absolutely destroyed them in the afternoon, like really did well on them. So let's just wait for some levels to develop. We know this is going to be a busy stock today. It's going to be Disney. Lots of people talking about it, but there's just as many thumbs up as there are thumbs down on this name. So we'll wait to see where it goes. It's only up 2%, not a dramatic move. I think the implied move was between 5 to 6%. And then as you're looking right here as well, Neil's already talked about WeWork, so we're in the right names. WeWork, Disney, and Alibaba, the top 3 names here. No one's trading Nokia. So the top 3 names here, we're talking about them. Those are what you want to look at. And then there's Roblox here as well, near the bottom, coming back into $30 again. So I really like all the names that we have on board today. I think there's a good possibility that we're in all of these. So let's continue to watch it out. I like Disney for the long off 86. And I just want to update this. This is what's left. Man, these maple ones.
You're taking your time, which is okay.
I am taking my time.
It's always okay to enjoy it.
It's just because you could just wolf it. Yeah, I saw you. You were what, 2 bites there?
It's not 2 bites. It's
3?
It was a solid 5 bites.
5 bites? Okay.
Yeah.
But the apple fritters are bigger than the donuts.
Yeah, but it's okay, but still, like, it's really enjoyable.
Right, so I'm trying to, but that maple, man, I haven't had that in a long time.
Do you have your balance locator still up?
Yes.
Just if we can throw it back up there, you're going to see CPRI up there for a buy. Anyone looking at Capri today, there's an offer for them to be taken out at 57 in cash. So this is just a cash buyout. It's not a gap and run style play. I don't expect it'll have a tremendous amount of volatility. But the last time there was a big luxury retail deal, it took forever. Like the LVMH deal took forever to clear, which means I think there's some short opportunities if it gets to these highs. So I'm going to probably short 55 in front of that. If it breaks out, I'll probably short it every 50 cents. I don't think it's getting anywhere near that 57 in the short term. Just given the nature of how long these deals take to complete. So if you see me in that Capri, it's probably short off an even dollar.
All right, let's go on to big tech. No real significant news headlines, but on watch today with this inflation number this morning, obviously very rate sensitive. Are all of these? Here's Google up 1.2%. A ton of call buying yesterday, so a lot heavier than usual volume. Options volume yesterday throughout the entire session for Alphabet. Here is Apple, meanwhile. A few more details coming out with regards to the iPhone 15. Remember, September will be Apple Day.
Yeah, can't wait for that. That's always an interesting time to see what is in the pipeline and what they've got. Here's what I'm coming with today with respect to big tech. We know that the Biden administration is basically limiting the investment of US dollars in microelectronics, semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI. China overnight calling it blatant economic manipulation. Obviously, this targets big tech because AI basically in all the big tech names. So they can't export that technology. We'll see.
Yeah, there was an initial move downside on that, but then we see where everything is today. It was September 12th or 15th, or sorry, the 13th. So 12th or 13th, potentially for the Apple event, guys, coming up in September.
Pick your poison in terms of which one of these you're looking at to trade, but generally speaking, you want to have an idea of which one is setting up for you. Meta's the one on my eye. Well, I shouldn't say the one. We don't put NVIDIA on this list, even though I think NVIDIA should be in the group of big tech. But we'll get to that in a second. But Meta above 309 and any wicks above it has been the short zone. It didn't quite get into yesterday's high to grab it pre-market. Usually I want an extension in the pre-market trade. It kind of barely got in there. And obviously if it gets through 10, I would be out of it. I don't think I'm looking to hold a short past the 10 level. I want something in the 9.5 range. If we do make a pop into this zone at the open, expect to see me in a meta short. But if it starts holding above 10, I just get out of that one and try not to fight it. While we're on that topic, I will throw up NVIDIA. Yuckity yuck yuck, NVIDIA. Yesterday, but was pointing out it's underneath the 50 period. First close under the 50 period since the beginning of the year. And it didn't last very long down there, end of last year, and then kind of the beginning of this year. And to me, a lot of times that's what happened to Apple, and it started a bit of a downward trend. If we hold beneath that, I think you've already in a bit of a downward trend, but it can accelerate a bit here on NVIDIA. And it was really nasty yesterday. If it tries to take out that 50, I'd let it even get up to 435 and then try and short the 34 to 36 area. That's the big zone of resistance from yesterday. But there's also the lower high at that 430. You do have a double bottom at 420. It's worth acknowledging. The more you bounce off a level like that, I think you could find some support. But under that 50 period on the daily, I'm looking for the short if we get into those 30s on NVIDIA today.
Oh, man. Okay, big tech. So we've already talked a little bit about Apple. I like that 182 short. We talked about Google as well. I'm just going to read over what I have on the watch list here. Google yesterday, 132. We hit this name amazing at the end of the day. We actually had this short right there, right? We could talk about that. We put it up on our profile here yesterday, and here it is right, that's the TQs this morning, which were still short. You could see that. Man, I tweeted a lot of stuff. It's right here. We broke this down for you guys yesterday. There's the 131. We talked about why we liked it. There's the breakdown all the way down to 130. It was a great trade into the short yesterday afternoon, given to everybody here on Trader TV Live. So it was right into this move right there. Back into support. There, down. We had this whole move all the way back down into that close 129.60, and we did have our last fill down there. So that was a good one. Now I'm looking at this 132. I still think the NASDAQ is going to be red. We'll see. We'll see if it's going to get there, but this is a 132 short that I like, not a long. So I was thinking possibly long. If my bias was long the market, then I would be thinking long on a 132 break, but that's not it at all. I'm looking to go short on Google. Look, this is one of the names that really hasn't gotten faded off of their earnings pop, so it's been a great move up. It's held the tops, so I should be looking long, but we saw Microsoft fall down, we've seen Apple fall down, we've seen Meta fall down, NVIDIA is going to fall much further than where it is right now. AMD's falling down as well. They're all heading down. Google and Amazon are trying to hold to the upside. I prefer the Google short. I still love the name. It's still a huge position for me, but for right now, I'm biased to the short side. And then I probably tweeted this out as well, trying to get the engagement up. Want to get paid by Twitter. Yeah, dude, there's donuts over there, Randy. Right there.
There's more donuts.
Use that box.
There's Timbits too.
There's a full box. Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, coffee, please. Yeah, one of our viewers, man, Carl and Maggie.
Yeah.
Carl and Maggie. 50 Timbits and 12 donuts and an apple fritter.
Right? Exactly.
Kat, if you want a donut here, Kat.
You know you do.
She's grabbing the Timbits. Okay, so just in case you didn't hear
Roblox
that,
just filled 30.
Yeah, Roblox. So there we go. Anyways, Amazon. I just want to talk about this quickly. We just got filled Roblox 30. You can see that at the bottom as well. Great minds think alike. So I don't know why Neil's thinking like me. We're both long at the same price there on Roblox. Haha, Neil, 1 cent better. All right.
I never bid fives. I always bid 1 cent in front of.
It's just, who cares? Okay, so this 137 right there on Amazon, we had this long yesterday as well. Couple hundred shares, not a huge position. It was during this move down. Wish we would have put on a little bit more, but it did go up to 139, and we were able to capture that. Shout out to Obi and everybody as well looking at that, and this is why I like it. Here's the gap. Whoops. Here's the gap fill right now on that earnings report again for Amazon, and it's just until we fill it back, I'm going to play off that. That's 137 right there. So we've dipped down a couple times. I'll be sitting there for the long on Amazon if it does come in again. So yesterday, 2 huge trades for me with Amazon and with Google. And let's just see, okay, let's just see if we can rinse and repeat that again. And then there it is, man. The Roblox long comes in there at 30. Who knows where this is going to go? I am going to put an offer this time because yesterday we took $1 or so on it before it started to drip. So let's get something out here in case it does go back up to the high side. We have shares enough to do that. So $30.50-ish we're going to put an out there. And by the way, we still are short the NASDAQ right now as the Q's continuing. So since we're talking about big tech, let's talk about the index trying to fall down. But now we just have the imbalances come out. So let's quickly see what's happening right now with those. Mullen with the bid. So at 350, at 925, NASDAQ orders come out for the market on open. So I think you were talking about AMRS. That's on there as well. Yep. Disney with the bid. Alibaba continues to have a bid on it. And I don't see anything else. So it doesn't look like, it seems like, oh, there's Amazon, just a little sneaky sell, if you can see that down there. So a little sneaky sell on Amazon. What did that do to the price? Not much there. So, all right, so far so good. I didn't even realize we're on time here.
I don't like that with WeWork to buy. I'm in 2 of those.
Yeah, but 4 million shares, man.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's going sideways. Yeah. AMRS, they're going bankrupt. That's the reason I'm shorted at 14. It's about to print 10, so I'm going to ring the register on that one. There is that stop being deleted. I'm not in PTRA just yet, that Proterra. I am looking to short a pop, but it just never popped. AMRS did pop into 14 to give us that fill. But I'm getting out of WeWork if it takes out 17. That buy and balance, a little bit of concern there. Don't want to have that squeezing on me because it's certainly possible it could do it. A couple names to get to. Let's go back to the desk.
Yeah, growing too for WeWork. Quickly, Amazon in the past year has decided to eliminate 27 of its 30 clothing brands, according to the Wall Street Journal. Not much movement on that, but just be aware for Amazon. I didn't know they had even one, let alone 30 clothing brands, but there you go. Plug, meanwhile, downside big time, even further from where we ended the aftermarket yesterday was $10. $10 was that shelf in the aftermarket, but here we are now, $9.50.
Yeah, look, they had a worse than expected net loss. Let's look at the numbers. They lost about $236 million last time around. Last year, this time, $173 million, but revenues grew 72% year over year, $260 million from $151. They're really trying to make the case, though, for their electrolyzer engine, saying that revenue should substantially increase in the second half of the year, Brendo.
Just real quick, because we're getting on in time, here's what you need to know on Roblox as well. There's multiple analyst moves both directions. JP Morgan stood out as the one that was mostly negative. The rest, though, pretty much positive. Kathy Wood in there buying the dip yesterday as well to the tune of 865,000 shares of Roblox yesterday.
All right, cheers.
That's
Thanks,
a few
Randy.
shares. Thank you, Randy. We'll power it up there. I got the Boom coffee mug there, so boom.
Randy's over there checking out the donuts.
I don't have a boom button, which is kind of...
Thanks to Carl and Maggie again. And by the way, Roblox is right now booming up. There he is. Oh, sorry, there you can see Randy. Oh yeah. Randy's got that going on right there. Which one do you like there, Randy?
I don't even. What is this?
I like the toasted
Make
coconut.
yourself comfortable.
Yeah, the green one.
We don't know what the green one is. Have that.
It's just
have that one.
sprinkles. I mean, what do you mean? I don't think what
No, but I want to know what it is.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What
I don't know. I want to know what the flavor is.
It's flavored sugar on top. It's just
But
yeah, he's grabbing the green one. So shout out to that. Shout out to everyone who's Irish out there.
With only 2 minutes to go, quickly on Plug here. It's got a big level at $9 on the daily. I think that's kind of the bounce zone. The SSR bounce plays were not very successful yesterday. You know that. But if you keep it the tight stops, they can be worth it.
Special one.
I'm looking for one play on Plug for an SSR bid, and that will be a failed break of 9. It'll be only at that 9 level. If it gets down there, I will try it. If it doesn't work, hopefully I can manage to risk only about 5 or 6 cents, depending on what happens at that bottom. So,
right.
What is it now?
It's just a typical.
It's just a regular donut with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was like some
Like
kind of
vanilla
pina
dip,
colada
vanilla
or
dip.
something.
Vanilla dip sprinkled with extra sugar.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
extra sugar's not. I mean,
We good to go here with only a minute left, man. Look, plug. We've already done this all. You can get rid of the board. Get rid of the board. We're done. Plug Power. Sharif's talked about that. He's liked that name. Find out more about that probably on the midday show, as Sharif will talk a little bit about it. We only have now a minute left before we start to get opened up here. We're 30 cents in the money on this TQQ short, but we only have 20% left. I'm going to play this breaking of the top. If it does break above 41.08, then we're going to get out of that. So let's put in that stop order right now. 41.11. Stop out, 100% of it. Oh yeah, I can't put that script out because it's in the pre-market. Okay, anyways, that's gonna be my target out for that. We're looking for Apple for a possible rip up here. I don't think that's gonna come into play, but if it does, we'll be there for that. That's gonna be Apple on the move up. I'm gonna put an offer right now at 181.50 just in case some reason it goes. We'll do that. We're waiting for some more Roblox on the dip. We've got Amazon, Google, all of that, and then we'll look at AMD as well. With only 20 seconds to go right now, I'm going to be looking at a few different things. Let's have a good day. Alibaba, Disney, they're all going to be on board here. So let's get ready to rock and roll.
yeah, let's rock and roll. In less than 10 seconds, the party gets started. Randy, enjoying that donut. Thank you
He's
very much,
liking
Carl and
that.
Maggie. But ring it. It's one. Really?
He's too focused. He's too distracted.
Just a lack of focus.
He's
and
distracted by the donut there.
we enjoyed the donuts, but come on, you got to do that.
we
You
missed-
had one job. I just got. Did I get? No, I did not get the break on Disney.
Disney. Well,
What?
it just happened. Well, it happened in the pre-market a little bit there. That's maybe
Yeah.
why you missed it.
Oh, yeah, the Edge A script. Okay, Edge A scripts don't work pre-market.
There goes Disney.
That's exactly what it was. So maybe I can get it back on a little bit of a
Maybe
dip
this
here.
market wants to go up. I
The
don't
market might want to go up. Oh, I can't believe I missed that one. That's kind of frustrating.
I'm just happy
Roblox
for
just hit
Disney
50,
shares,
so make sure
finally.
you ring the register on that one. It did head to the
waiting for
upside.
60.
Thankfully, WeWork did not squeeze on me yet, despite that 4 million buy-in balance. Guess I didn't like it that much. That AMRS is now down underneath 10 cents, so that's completely flushing. Oh my goodness, Disney. I could have just used the other script. I could have used
Yep.
a regular script order, but I
Yep.
had the Edge A stop. One of our script orders here, it doesn't actually work until the market is open. Another one does work in the pre-market. I just used the wrong one because that broke seconds before 9:30.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a great move up, but you're going to get it again if you
Yeah,
like it. There
well-
it is right now, back to 90 again, right here.
We'll see if it
Okay.
works second time.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of the problem is the second time play. But we'll see. Good trade there if you are in Disney so far here today. All right. Well, so I took a 131. This is what happened to me before on Apple when it started to go against us and then fell back down a little bit here. Google, we are short right now, which seem to get a little bit more. It's just popping up through 131 right now. We did want to look at that 132, so we're not going to dig in too much here. If we can get something around the quarters right now, I'm actually at 26s. I just hit offer enter when it went up there and just missed it. So I'm just going to keep it there. I don't want to cancel it and then it rips up and I could have got the fill and I don't. But it is coming in. Again, let's take a little bit more right now then here at 16 and then wait for a little bit of a higher price now to see if we can get something in here a little bit better than where we are right now on Google. So there it is. We're going to start the short off right now. Look at the market though. We are starting to blast up a little bit now. So, good CPI print today. The market definitely liked it early. As you can see, some of these names starting to go back up. This is just the ES, so actually I don't even care about the ES right this second. It's the NASDAQ that we're looking at. So here's the move up in the NASDAQ. There's the move back down. And then now we're trying to get back into these ranges as well. So, hey, we could be wrong on Google. We could be wrong, and we'll get out of the way. But we are going to wait for 132 to come into play there for Google. And it was, I know Neil talked about it. We got that print right there on Roblox, 3060. We were sitting there for that. We talked about putting it right at the pre-market high, and that's exactly what we did. We actually went up a little bit. We got 60s on Roblox. But here we go. Hopefully a move to the downside now as there comes Google back in. We didn't get our full position short, but we have enough now that we can definitely start to ring the register if it does come back down. So bias to the short side. Hopefully I have the patience to sit in this one as there it is coming right back in. It's Google.
So very quickly, we did get that first bounce on Disney. If you have the breakout, it goes to 91 and I get two legs out, but it got to 90.40 on the second bounce. I'm able to take that. I do not want this on the second throw getting underneath like 89, 90. Once that happens, I'm just going to get out. It should have been an initial breakout, which is fine. You just covered Roblox, so I won't go over that again. There goes Disney. It'll be okay. It's just I should have had that break. That's on me. It gave you the dollar, and I was not fast enough to quickly punch in once I realized that I had missed out on that trade. I'll get to WeWork in a second, and the other, that AMRS, they're both flushing. But NVIDIA just got up to the pre-market highs. Could be making that turn into 430. If it does, that's where I do like that short if we get there. Here comes WeWork just found a bid at 15 again. So I was able to load. I was able to get a refill. Every single time it pops, I want to short some pops. I didn't get 17. Was able to get something here at 16s. It just bounced off 15. If it holds that price for too long, then I'll probably scalp this range of that 1 cent and then take a breakdown at that 15 price. What else we got? That Roblox is bouncing off the quarters, which is good.
Liking Roblox.
So it bounced off that quarter mark just now. So higher low. I was able to get out in front of the 50s. What do I have? 2 offers at 50. You want to get one above at that pre-market high level. So I'm going to get another offer in front of the pre-market high. If it's underneath 30, then you get the heck out of Dodge. That's going to be the name of the game. And NVIDIA, wow, just go further. I want to be patient with it. I don't want to be in this one early. I still like the notion of fading this, but I know NVIDIA at the open, when it starts going, you do not want to step in front of that sword, in front of that freight train. You want to allow it to slow down. 430 is sort of the first obvious level, then 34 to 36 is the next level up there I'll be looking for on NVIDIA.
All right, so we did talk about Alibaba and trying to leave that alone for a little bit, and that's what we've been doing here. So, you know, just trying to watch out to see where we go now on Alibaba. It's been pretty much barcoding here in the first 5 minutes. So up to 98.50, back down to 97, up to 98.50, back down to 97, and now it looks like it wants to try to hold this 98 level. Like I said, it seems like it was a pretty decent quarter for Alibaba. I think it's a little too early to get involved right now, but this 98 is definitely some sort of a pivot point right now for it, as it's hit it a couple times, back down in, and we're just trying to bounce around right now. So those of you interested in Alibaba, I'm going to stay away from that until we get a bigger move. I do like this 97 breakdown. It's just right now the futures are heading to the upside, which is, giving this some life. So I feel like if the market hits these highs and then fades, we should be able to take a short here, possibly against this 99. But you still have that $100, and sometimes when you're at such a key level, it wants to go to those prices. So I'm going to leave Alibaba alone. It sucks to have that up and down there on, I was just going to go over to the other earnings play. I know you talked about this at 90. Basically got out of the way of that one. Not too much happening here. If you were long, it's obviously coming back down in right now. So I already talked about where I want this trade. Why didn't I get more short on Google there as it started to go back to the upside? All right. What I was going to say is about Disney there quickly, is that I'm just doing what I said I would do and trying to be, as real with my trades as I can, because I don't want to just put on small amounts of shares. I want to get the right prices at the right levels. And if we could do that, get the right amount of shares at the right levels. So if we can come down into here, into 86, 87, that's when I want to talk to Disney. Other than that, man, I feel like an 88 break, Baba, if you really think about it, could be good. Here comes Baba, which way?
Flying to 100.
Flying, okay.
It's flying into 100 here.
So call up Neil's screen. I don't have
it. Come over here.
Yeah, $100
yeah,
right
double
now.
top. It was 99.95
okay.
in the pre-market. So this is starting its breakout run here. I think I take a couple of legs at this one. Initial break, I'll have it. Just like any other breakout trade, I usually have a pretty tight stop. It either works right away or I get out and then look for another couple of shots at it. But a big level on Alibaba approaching. Let's go. It just got to the 90s. All it has to do is break above, and we want the long. If it goes to the dip buy, I suppose like 98.5 to 99 looks pretty juicy in there. So we'll cross that bridge if this breakout doesn't come in a few seconds. I know we're just sitting here staring at it, but it'll pop in when it happens quickly, so I don't want to be looking elsewhere. I do note NVIDIA. NVIDIA's at 28, so it is getting close to that 430 level, the first level up in NVIDIA. And then I have a stop to get out of WeWork if it takes out 17. The buying is starting to come in. Remember, there was a buy and bounce on that one. If it breaks 17, I want out of that one. I do not want to get squoze on one of those types of names. But here comes, now we're pulling back in Alibaba, so I guess we can calm down a little bit there. 98.5 to 99.
Sometimes it's that obvious trade,
you just long into it. Or long into it maybe is the play. Wow. Like if you just go long a 99 break, it's probably a better play. Brendan, what's up?
Another high flyer here, guys. Earnings for TCOM, Trip.com, up 5.5%. Just took out 43 there. So recent highs on huge volume for TCOM off a beat.
What was that?
I don't know. We were just talking there WorldCom, I think. Yeah, I know, WorldCom doesn't exist. Okay, so watch out here for 100 on Alibaba. I'm going to take the long and then give it down to 99.50. I'm not going to, like I said, die on this sword today, for sure, not on an earnings play. But if it can come back up here and break it, we will do what Neil was mentioning there. Play momentum long on a $100 break, and there it is right now. So let's see where it goes on that break. So we put our order out to get out if it goes back down in about 50 cents or so. That seems maybe not enough. It doesn't look like it's very strong here, breaking above 100. It's holding, but like it just moved $3 to get here. So now where do we want to go? So I'll just take out, again, 10% rate there at 25s. We don't have a great price, man. We got 14, so I don't know what happened there. But yeah, not a great price. You have 100, so I don't know how that happened. But yeah, I think it's because it went like this a little bit. So of course I have, decent shares and a horrible price. But here we go. Hopefully it can come up to the upside right there. I wasn't sure what price I had, so I did take some out at the quarters. Now we got to let this fly a little bit here. We already have our stop down below, so if it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. But there's Alibaba. We're long right now into that name. But you know what's really cracking for me here too? Hopefully Google can come back down. We just shorted a decent amount there as well. We're short Google right now at 131.05. So hopefully that can go. We'll watch out for Alibaba here. It's going to be a trade for me. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, we're out of Alibaba. Again, I don't have the greatest price. I have more shares, but not a great price. So let's wait to see what happens here on Alibaba.
Now, Meta just came in with a bit of a wick into my range for the short. I'm back into wheat. We broke 17. I got out at 17.1. It then came right back underneath, so I'll use that wick high to get in and give it to the local top. My stop is going to be just above the high of the day, which it pretty much always is. But here comes that zone for the turn that I'm anticipating in Meta. And I want it to slow down. This is 310. If it holds above 310, I want no short here. It's got to fail inside this level, and the market's ripping. If it fails inside that level, I look for the short play. Baba just came back in, so I'm out of it. I did not take anything out. My first offer wasn't until 100.5. And then I wanted 101s, but again, I'm always going to go relatively tight stops. My first out was going to be 40 cents. My first take was going to be 40 cents, but I'm getting out when it goes underneath 20. If it gets up there, I probably take another shot at that long. Willing to take multiple swings at it. Got to go back over to Roblox. Kind of ignored that one as we went over to Alibaba. Our BLX last time I checked. It did get back up to that high, so we do ring the register on that one. It is still trending with the market to the upside, which is nice. Love to see it get to 31. You know how badly this one got rugged yesterday. And that the first bounce it made, you got to that 31 level in reverse. So if it gets through 31, I think it has, you guys can see the chart. It's got a pretty sizable gap if it breaks 31 even. So it's worthy of the hold. All right.
Yeah, I'm still in all of Alibaba, giving it just to a little lower than where we are right now on that play. So let's wait to see, again, where we go from here on Alibaba. Roblox, obviously, a nice little high there. Oh, I'm not even on Alibaba. Let's go back over. So we're almost squashed out right there, 99.50. Here it comes in, back in again. We did take some out, but it was only for 10 cents. Thought it was a little bit more than that, but it wasn't. So here it comes back down in. It's fine. This was a play, willing to take it. Well-defined risk, not hurt on this play. Well, it hurt, but not really. So let's wait to see what happens here with this play. Obviously, the market took off a little there. Did we just get out? Nope. Obviously, as the market took off there a little bit, we just got, oh no, it was Google here. All right, so Google just fell back in again, and I was thinking, my net just flipped like that, but nothing really did happen. Oh, it was a TQQ that just came back up. So there it is right now. So we're right at this level again on the NASDAQ. Possibly a shorting area right here for us. For the NASDAQ, it just came back up right to where we were before. We were going to get out if it broke that high. It did not, and then it faded back down again. So, hey, look, we're in Google. We'd like to have this come back down. This was a good play for us, but if the market's going to be above VWAP and above the 50 period, then we're going to have to hold out for this one. No more averaging in on Google until we get a lot higher than where we are right now. We're looking at that 132. So let's not think that we're smarter than we are and taking a short rate here. This is literally in the middle of the day so far. It's nice that it's trying to pull back down. We are noticing now that VWAP's at 131, so that sucks. Would rather VWAP be somewhere down here so we can come to it. If we only get to VWAP right now, then we'd only be in the money 5 cents. So let's just see what happens right now. Alibaba's not really having a great time. There it is, right back up. So we just got some out there at 100. This is just, All right, let's get out one more piece here. There we go. So we just took some out there. Now let's see what happens with Alibaba. Hopefully now it moons. We're still in this trade, man. We still got a lot of shares. So, you know, there it is, man. I had some faith in it, but that was close to getting stopped out. But hey, man, sometimes you got to pay to play. Pay to play, yes. And we paid a little bit of a price there waiting for this to happen. But there it is, and if boom goes the dynamite, our net is through the roof right now, guys.
Yeah, I got back in, said I would take the other leg through at 100 one more time. So Baba goes right through. I do get that 140 fill. You are now into the range. We finally got that short in Meta. We missed this one yesterday when we liked the level. We just got that fade right into that 310, right back underneath the bottom of that zone. And we just got some 308. So we got that buck in there. Roblox is the other thing moving here, so we got to go back over to that for a quick second. That just hit the 31, and I didn't have an offer in front, so we're going to ring the register. Wow. So the 31 was that top early in the morning yesterday. When it reversed, if it flushes from there, make sure you take profit up. That's why you take profit on something like this, because at a resistance point, pay yourself out a little bit. If Baba can take out 150, this could absolutely fly. It was 102.50. When it broke last week, it was 102.50. That was the resistance level. That's what I'd like to see happen here. But every time it comes back underneath, that's me getting right out of it. You can get in, you can get out. I do not want to sit there. Like if it bits to VWAP or gets 99.50, like it's giving you 30, 40 cents, I don't want to hold it 50 cents against me. So I'm in and out twice with Baba. That time it actually gave me that fill at that 50 level. And whoa, wow, did we forget about something?
What's that?
The other name that Kathy was buying up.
Palantir?
So this is interesting.
Oh, you know we're in Roblox, baby.
Roblox is already going.
You know
Look at the bar. Remember Roblox was barcoding?
Sticky note shit right there.
Palantir is barcoding off 15.5. Right now, barcoding. This is not going to hold here forever. It's almost like whatever direction it breaks, I'm hoping it's up. 15.50 break looks pretty spicy. If you look at yesterday, 15.65, it gets through that, and you're like almost like a moonshot to the upside. So I don't think it's going to do this for very long. But if the market takes out the top, there's somewhere to go that hasn't gone just yet. We're about to pop back in here. I'm thinking reload on Meta in my zone after it bounced off VWAP. We got the buck, but I only want to be short above 309 and failing 310. So be very, very careful getting back into this. The market is trending to the upside, so you want to respect it here and show that strength. Make sure that you're not fighting the market too hard. Stick with it, but do not sit there being stubborn about it like it has to work, it has to work. The setup is specific. I want it failing that 310 level and then in on the way down.
Guys, I mean, this is what we're doing every single day. We're trying to put it out for you, and we're smoking again here today with Roblox. You could see, man, we just talked about it coming through today on the sticky note. It's Roblox 29. We talked about starting that at 30. It's a day 2 play here on... Is my earpiece not working? I thought I was...
Unity's not working right now.
Oh, Unity's not working. Okay. There's Roblox out at 31. It's a nice dollar win there for anybody that has that. We talked about why we liked it off the day 2 play. Could have reloaded it there, obviously looking at other names, but that was a good one for sure. Okay, Baba, let's just keep on going, man. Our best out right here is 45s. Let's see if it can continue to go. I do have another piece up there into the 60s, but I'm going to cancel that and put it more near the 80s right now for Roblox, for Alibaba, sorry, to see if that can go. Under my breath, I was cursing, of course, Google, because it did get down, but then we had to take a fill there at flat, because that's where VWAP was, which gave us an amazing 5-cent win. Let's see. I still want this thing to crack, but look at what the NASDAQ's doing. Who cares what I want it to do? The NASDAQ's going higher. We did get stopped out of our TQ, but that was a great trade on the TQQs, man. I mean, that was in and out. We got out for nothing, and we took profit on the bottom. I wish we had that fill at the 200 period, but hey, you know, can't sort of get them all, but we'll try. That's the TQQs right there for the daily trade. That's funny. I'm a Baba girl living in a Baba world. Yeah, that's a good one. Of course, it's Alibaba, not Baba, but just to go with Barbie there. Shout out to Ian, of course, right now on that one. But all right, I think I just heard go to Brendan, did I?
I did.
All right.
Another big earnings mover here, guys. Yeti, everyone's favorite morning coffee cup, to the upside this morning after they raised their full year 2023 guidance. Almost $48 once again for Yeti.
So first things first, we did get that Palantir. Was that? I didn't see the chart of Yeti.
Neither did I.
I love my Yeti. It's almost it's one of those things. It's so effective. It's almost too effective at times.
It is.
Because like you'll be sitting there and I'm like 2 hours into a drive and I made my coffee an hour before I left, and then suddenly I'm like, why is my tongue burning? Because the product is so good. There's that 1550 break. The second we mention it, it breaks 1550 on Palantir, so that rings registered to the upside. If you're still watching AMRS, like I said, company is going bankrupt, company is getting crushed, company is now at 7 cents. It's been cut in half again. I don't know where the bottom is going to be, but I have a distinct feeling there will be bids at the 5 cent level because it is a very big psychological one. So I'm going to be bidding a lot from 7 into 6, see if we can grab that. WeWork is holding steady. That's fine. Not really making any crazy moves to the downside just yet. But this Roblox, I kind of felt like 31 was going to be a thing. So it's a kind of a failed, not a break, but a failed move at 31 here. Got to 99 and pull back to 70. If it can't take out 31 here, I've already scalped that top. I'm not really thinking about trailing it out. I feel like if it holds VWAP, you want to be in this name for the long haul. So because I've already scalped some out, I'm going to hold it. It could come all the way back to 30.50, that pre-market breakout price. I'm almost thinking there's a decent chance that is going to happen. But yeah, good move in Roblox, but 30.99 exactly is resistance here.
I mean, Alibaba, you know, it keeps trying to go. I still want to watch this because it is an earnings play here, but honestly, like, we just took another piece out there at $100.35. Like, we're just taking 20 cents is the most we've ever gotten on this. So hopefully if it comes back up to the upside there, we'll be able to watch out for it. But I don't know. We're going to be patient with it and see if it can hold out just a little bit right now. Is there any other names you guys want us to look at right now? Okay, I know you're yelling at me for Palantir. Neil was just looking at it. I'll give my opinion because I actually haven't looked at it yet. So, yeah, I mean, Neil just talked about that 1550. You broke through that day's high right there. I'm gonna possibly look at Palantir, but honestly not right now. I'm not in the zone for that. So let me get in my zone. And Alibaba, I'm just really focused on that, and I am focused on this as well because we have these two trades on, and they're trying to dance a little bit here. Google's not really moving. So we did put on another short there at 30 just to get our price a little bit better. We're now short at 131.10. But again, the play for me on here is quite simple. Here's a 20-minute chart. There's 132. If we breach it, we got to get out. So we're going to have to watch out for that play. You know, what time is it? 9:50. So we're getting a little bit late in the tooth here, long in the tooth, as the day goes on here, and it's kind of just hovering upside. So as this CPI print apparently rifles upside there today, the market takes it out, takes out the high. They like that print. Oh, by the way, I got filled on Tesla, so I didn't pay that max price. Holy shit. We're long at 242 yesterday, Sharif, right there. So we got that print right at the end of the day. We were bidding 242.05. So that's yesterday. There it is right there. It came in. So we got that fill yesterday right at the close. 242.05 was the fill that we got. We're now $7 in the money on that Tesla fill. I even said to Brendan yesterday, I said to everybody here on the show, I'm not dip buying anything except for Tesla and Uber. That was a good one for me on Tesla. And there we go again, $7 in the money for that swing trade, baby. That is Tesla. That's a good trade for me. Hopefully it can work out. Who knows where we're going to go from here. Nice move up. We get that print at 80. Man, if Google can fall down, then this will be quite the opportunistic morning. Unlike yesterday where we were battling the demons, today we are kicking them in the face. So it's a nice move upside here. We're now $1 in the money. We're going to have our first dollar club. We just got to break through. There it is. Breakthrough 101 right there. So we're going to hit this. It's a dollar club kind of a trade right now on Alibaba. Let's see if it keeps on going. Congratulations, anybody that followed this. We're still long at $100. And there it is right now. A nice trade finally on Alibaba to get back some of what we lost yesterday.
So I got one thing setting up here. I've already taken half out of Palantir, 1550 into yesterday's high, 1565. If we take out this top, this is an add. I just took out the top, so I'm adding to it on that local breakout. I'm missing some data on my charts. I'm going to go to the 15 minutes so you can see what's going on here. It's a huge gap to be filled. That previous low is 16.13. So I think you've got room to above $16 if we fill in the entirety of the gap. I'm adding, like I said, I think it can get back into 15.50. If it does a pullback, fair enough. But I'm going to put offers all the way up to 16 even on Palantir. I thought it would be a relief move in it yesterday. And Kathy was buying, and it didn't work out for her, obviously. Although, guess today, it is in the money, obviously, here. I did get a bunch out of WeWork on that last dip. So to come back over to this name, it wicked 17. That's the wick top. I jump right back in the short. There's 10% again. So it is giving you the same thing it did yesterday, and that ARMS is still cut in half from where we got into it. It's kind of a simple story here, as I said, going bankrupt and completely flushing, short the first available pop, missed the second one there while we're trading other names, but it is flush city on that one. It's done 38. I'm expecting it'll do like 100 million shares probably today. Should be a nasty one for this one. And then there is that stock being deleted. It must not be moving because I have an offer to get into it. Some point I'm getting short that stock. It's Proterra. There should be getting deleted from the market today, but I have not traded it just yet. For now, Palantir is the new one. It is on its way to set upside, but I think this can get a lot higher given how much it fell in yesterday's trade. Even a small fill of that gap is a big move on Palantir here.
All right. Let's go Alibaba. I mean, there isn't much else to talk about here today. Oh, by the way, forgot about it. Thanks everybody in the chat there. We also have Roblox, the Dollar Club. And the thing about the Dollar Club is that, you know, it's written right here. So if you want to be a member of the Dollar Club, please go over to @TraderTV Sean. It's free membership, and you know, sometimes it's minus $1, sometimes it's up $1. But recently, I want to thank Nimit, who has run studies and said 80%, I think it was higher than that, of the calls on here appear to be right. So thank you, Nimit, for that. But we'll wait to see what happens now on everything. I'm looking to see if there's any more news coming through on any kind of story. So the guy to check with that is Brendan.
Little one, first off, BLND, 32%, just big pop there, up through 160. Still looking for a reason for that, but a ton of volume. Also, Tesla, guys, apologies if you mentioned it, but just saw that fly by as well. 3% right at 250 here for Tesla.
Tesla. That was a good pickup yesterday. We talked about that one down there at that 242 level for Tesla yesterday. So I feel like that was, again, something that I've been waiting for. Here comes Tesla right down there. You know, not only do you see my trades here short term, but also giving you guys exact fills for my long-term positions as well. And Tesla just came back in here to 242, and that was a 50-period moving average. We really liked that yesterday. We had some dip buys into Tesla. It came back in a couple times there, you know, off of its recent high of $3 basically. You know, coming in, getting $50 discount on this name. I like it. Let's just see if it continues to work on that. But you're bouncing off at 250 pretty clean right now as well, Brendo. So that's going to be a good little level there if you wanted to fade. I would like to play a fade in some of these names, but the problem is I'm long Alibaba, which is definitely cash right now. We just got a great fill, by the way, at 101.40 right there. So that was huge. But it's this position that's bugging me now. We just put on, again, added 10 more percent. That's it. I'm adding 100% if it gets up to 132. So I don't know. This could be.
132 is the big level on Google.
Yeah, exactly. So we've been putting 132 up here on the sticky note now for the whole week. So if it comes in today, let's try to play that position and see where we go from here. So we are in a little bit early just to gain some of these pre-market levels of 50, which is right where it's at right now. We're short at 13, so a little bit too early on that one. We did play that bottom break, which was the problem right now. It did go into the money nicely for us, but again, you know, we were thinking lower. So let's see. Obviously, I don't know if anybody else here thought this NASDAQ would be up 1.5%. Didn't hear anybody calling for that. But there it is right now, back to some key levels. And if you're going to talk about the NASDAQ, then we have to look at it a little bit longer time frame. This is that level we talked about right here, right now. So, you know, it's at a tipping point. Let's see what it can do here. 15.4 right now for the NASDAQ is being tested.
And it was a good question in the chat.
Wow.
Am I looking at yellow for the short? Not yet. I do feel like after what happened, and it was nasty for anybody that was in this stock in the aftermarket or even right at the close, but I'm not really thinking about the short until it gets into a more significant price level. If it can fail yesterday's, I guess, late low at 225, that's not a bad setup. I'm looking a lot closer to where it rolled over big time at that 250. If it gets into 250, for sure, that is a go zone for me. Tilray was a good move yesterday. It was CGC. It was Canopy that reported.
yeah.
They're a 50-cent stock, which is absolutely wild. But Tilray's starting to give it up here. If it's going to continue this move to the upside, where it would kind of slow down would be at 250. Previous breakout point usually turns into support when you're in upward trend. So if it gets to 250, that is the only place I would even consider a dip buy on Tilray. It is way too weak right now to be fighting it. The market's booming. That's down. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Tilray might be done. It doesn't usually go up for too many days in a row, but we'll have a look. If it falls 20 more cents, I'll probably have a look at it. Ooh, another move to 75 here on Palantir. Can't seem to get past it. I'm going to get a leg out at 70. Ring the register there. We started at 50. Then yesterday's high at 65. We added to it. So I do not want this getting back underneath that 60 level. I think there's still room to run. It is stair step to the upside. And let's see it go. Big Rob, thought you guys had to be flat at the end of the day. We do. We are day trading here. Day trading equity. We have to be out of our positions at the end of the day. If you're referencing WeWork, I just got in short the second I sat down. And you can trade in the pre-market. We do not hold these overnight. I did not hold WeWork overnight. I was just shorted. I've been shorted the pre-market for a couple of days in a row now. I'm just shorting it throughout the day. So we always have to be flat at the end of the day. That's without exception. That's the rule here at Day Trade the World, and we always make sure we follow that. Roblox, 31. It did break. It did make a break of that 31 level, but that's a pretty decent reversal candle. Any hold of the breakout at 30.60, and I think that's a good dip buy zone for Roblox. You're trying to fill in the gap here, and the gap on the daily is to 33, which is insane. And if you look at yesterday's one little bounce, it's hard to spot that green candle. That's at 34.5. That's your outside chance at a home run that this could be a 10% bounce.
All right. Okay. Here we go with Google upside. But look what's happening right now. We just tweeted this out with Alibaba. I mean, we obviously have more shares because we're legging in here to Google, which is been a dangerous play for us. In it a little bit early. But I mean, this Alibaba, we talked about 102 possibly coming into play, so we just got some more out here. 101.50, 101.60, just legging pieces out, and here we go. So now Google's at that 132 level. The NASDAQ, I mean, I hear the professor beside me here talk about this NASDAQ, and yeah, it is just flying right now, breaking that key level. So we're gonna have to really think about. Well, let's wait. I mean, we're probably going to get stopped out here on Google. That seems to be pretty obvious at some point here. But let's just wait. We'll regroup after this. Like, we don't need to keep on saying, okay, short NASDAQ, short NASDAQ. It's broken out now through that 15.4 level that we talked about. So let's give it a little bit of room now to see what it wants to do. But there is the break up. We're just stopping a little bit. Obviously, this name is taking no prisoners now, and Google straight up to the upside. You can see my average price now is 43, but we do have a decent amount of shares. So that sucks. So we'll start the day off really great with Alibaba, with some initial Google trades there, with Roblox being $1 in the money, but now we're 50 cents out here on Google as I'm just trying to resize my chart there. But here we go, man. Nice move up, 131, 131.90 here for, unfortunately, Google.
Here comes NVIDIA.
Here comes NVIDIA. What? Obviously, the
435 just broke on NVIDIA. It is now into that 436, which this was the morning top on that second leg to the downside. This was the resistance zone. So this is where I said, wait for NVIDIA to get here. There was no curl at 30. You can see that pretty clearly. It just broke right out and did nothing at that 30 price except go right through it. But this is where I'm looking for the curl in NVIDIA. I just saw it touch. It was about 435, 60-ish there. And it came back in, so I'm into the short, give it to the local high, and see if it can make that pullback for us. We did wait pretty patiently here, but this market is screaming. Almost 2% to the upside, but this is exactly where NVIDIA gave it up. If we close above 430 today, that's more of a higher time frame look, which is incredibly bullish, to reject that flush through the 50 period on the daily. But I like this mean reversion trade. It's at the level I like. It gave me the turn where I expected it. So if I get 434 as the first leg, then 432, that will have worked out pretty nicely. But wow, I did not expect NVIDIA was going to do this quickly. I'm thinking, oh, well, maybe we'll get there at lunchtime, and that'll be a short level, or maybe like late in the day or something. Did not expect it already here on NVIDIA, but we're in it. Got 435.27. Where's the first dollar? I just saw it bounce away from my order. Going to place it in again. There we go. Just got that first fill, so we'll ring the Reggie. We're counter trend, so I'm looking for a retracement into that zone. So 432 is my target as we're going to the desk with Brendo. Take Brendo.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. You missed a lot this morning in the pre-market. First off, here's what you need to know. 3.2% on the headline CPI number for July versus 3.3 expected there. The core, however, in line with expectations. So I guess no change is good news at this point on the core side of things for inflation, but the market choosing to obviously focus on that number, 3.2 versus 3.3. If you were with us in the first hour, we touched on Disney, we touched on Plug Power, we touched on Roblox. Yeah, Kathy Wood not only buying up Palantir on the dip, but Roblox to the tune of about 25 million yesterday on the big move down. Yeah, I mentioned Tesla there still. Testing that pre-market high from yesterday. We're all the way back. Amazon, we were talking a little bit about as well, getting rid of 27 of 30 clothing brands, apparently, according to the Wall Street Journal, that they own for Amazon, guys.
You know, we were talking about that, and I thought all of their clothing brands were just, it's like one brand, and it was just different stuff they had. I didn't know they had like separate brands.
Yeah, neither did I. Interesting.
Yeah, because isn't like everything just called Amazon Essentials, and then that's what we were.
That's what I was thinking, but I don't know, because I know they have like when we went to Rome, I bought little power adapters. They were like Amazon ones. Thank God they didn't blow up on me or anything like that. Yeah, so that's...
The condo had adapters when I went. We bought them too, and there were some already there. So whoever was there before us obviously
I didn't leave mine there.
They do things differently in Europe. Very, very quickly, I want to come over to this NVIDIA because this is looking a little strong. So it pulls back where I wanted it to, right above that 435 into yesterday's level. Not this one, let me go back a little further, right into here. So that's a pretty significant price level. It's now holding the lower high, which would be pretty bullish of NVIDIA. That signifies no reload up here. It either comes down now and works, or I'm getting out at the top. Like if it holds this, you're stair-stepping again to the upside. I'm just looking for the two-stage pullback on NVIDIA. If we can get it, that'd be great. I see multiple people in the chat yelling about Nikola. It is moving back through $2. $2 has been a great breakout price for the stock. Look at the 200 period moving average on Nikola. Not that it should matter in a squeeze name, but for whatever reason, it's been an absolutely golden level to dip by on Nikola. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but look at the $2 breakout. If it dips and holds 2, probably a good long, at least in my opinion. Palantir is slowing down. We've already made sure to ring the register on this one, both on the 50 break and then on 65. Now if it gets to 75, I'm thinking the 80s, the 90s, and the evens. So good move here for Palantir, up 3%. Got a lot of room to go if it wants to fill in the gap from yesterday. For now, it's been arrows up along with this market.
Yeah, big time movements here happening in the marketplace. Win at day's high again right now, up to 105.50. Taking some names there, 106.50, sorry, was the high. And another name that reported yesterday, good numbers from Macau. We talked about travel being pretty hot for a while. There's Win. Again, another name here, 105, 104.50. Took out the pre-market high right there, but it hasn't really been a super clean trade. Alibaba, by the way, goes all the way back up, and we're waiting. All the way back up to 102, now all the way back down in. So we only have now 30%. We still have, actually 30%. No, what am I talking about? We had more shares than that. We now have 15%, of our position left on Alibaba as it is pulling back. I just tried to put a 70 out there when we realized that 102 exactly was a pretty key level there, man. 102.34. If you got, if you told me that we got a 100 break and we had a chance to get out 101.50, probably should have got out of more than what we did. So right there, Alibaba on a little bit of a pullback now. I think it's going to be temporary. As long as you can stay above the 50 period, that's the trend changing line for me. That's $100 flat. So now I'm actually going to trigger out. So let's go 199.98, something like that. Let's get out to 75% of what we have left on Alibaba, just in case it does trend change on us. I was holding all the way back down. So we talked about that. We were going to hold to 99.50. Thankfully, that didn't have to come into play or burn us or anything like that. So we're going to wait for that here on Alibaba to come in and break that little level. All right, so this broke 132, but didn't go too far past it.
You want to look at it?
Right there on Google. So we'll take something out on this trend. I had 2 bids down there? Okay. All right, well, we just got it at 10%. I thought we were going to get 5% out there. That's what I was going to say, but we had 2 bids for some reason at the exact same level. We just put some bids here at 131.70. So unfortunately, I put 2 bids. So that's how much I like the level to get out. We're short. Remember, we're short at 131.50. So now we're 16 cents out of the money here. Let's put another 5% downside here again, just to get another piece out. Hopefully the NASDAQ can fall in now. I don't want to, again, count these chickens before they hatch, but we were pretty lucky up there at that 132. Would have loved to have had the patience to wait for that so that now we could be taking 30 cents profit, but unfortunately we didn't have the gumption to wait for 132 and we got in 50 cents too early. So it's an averaged in price. We've got on shares, so if this can tank down, look, we're net positive today. I mean, everything's all good, but would like to get a little bit more on this play if we can.
Yeah, I just got trailed out of NVIDIA myself. You don't want to look at AMD. Here's what's happening on the AMRS, just to go back over to it for a second. It's random, but it's barcoding at 7 even. So I'm taking a little bit out at 7, and now I'm just going to hold. If it breaks back up to VWAP, I reload 9s short, which I should have been doing at 11. And if it breaks the bottom, I'm getting bids down in front of 5 cents. So I think this is going to continue. I think it's going to continue to flush, but it is getting to a decent level that I want to make sure that I'm taking something out, and then when it makes a move, I'll make a decision. That will be likely to short any pop and add to it. That's why I take some out. And if it goes down, wait for it to get to the 5s. As mentioned on NVIDIA, it kind of wicks underneath 433 there. So we add the short. It was about 2.5 in the money. It wicks that level. I get out in front of 33. It's an upward trend. Take the money and run on that short. It went right into our level. We're able to get the fill precisely where we want, but I do not want to fight the trend on this. Sometimes this will come all the way down to VWAP and I'll hate myself, but you got to make your own trade. I trade with that setup pretty much every single time and try to limit the damage. But let's go to Brendan at the desk.
Nice mover once again today. Upstart, guys, after the big move down yesterday following earnings. Doesn't look like much. We'll zoom in a sec here, but 6.3% straight upside for UPST.
2. Oh my goodness. Day 2 SSR play, man. Obviously Roblox did it. And you guys, I'm sure there's a few other names of that. Palantir, big bounce on Palantir for now. Upstart, wow. Wasn't looking at it. You guys know where we were at the open. I'm not going to complain about it because pretty much everything has looked really good this open. But that is a wick underneath. That is a classic SSR bounce play where short sell restricted. You break a key level. It cannot continue underneath that. Traps anybody that did get short and then just railroads them to the upside. So that's what I see here happening on Upstart. Roblox, good, but that 31, like we said, little bit of trouble with that 31 level. I had already taken out there, looking to see what can happen in VWAP. If it cannot hold like 30.5, get out. If it bounces here, look to continue the trend to the upside. But it's past 10 o'clock. This is where I don't just want to randomly sort of sit on the bid, looking for the dip buy. I want to see clear signs of an entry price for me. So good move already. I did forget to look at Moderna.
No.
In the afternoon, I was like, Moderna was setting up for a breakout that never happened. Let's see, let me double check. Yeah, I did exactly. It gapped above that level. Oh, you could probably rewind the tape. I was like, yeah, it's probably just going to gap above that level, and then you're going to want to play off of that long. I don't want to chase it here. If it takes out the top, I'll have eyes on a Moderna if it gets through a 104 level. But strong move so far today. It's holding the highs, but the market much, much stronger than that. So it's going to have to play a little bit of catch-up for me to get involved in it. Palantir, as I said, it's in that pullback phase. Managed to ring the register. Now I think it can come back into VWAP. We're getting it on the way up. I did add to this. I do not want this under 60 because I added in front of it and above. If it bounces off 1550, I can try to add down there on PLTR. The market does seem to want to pull back a little bit here.
Let's go
so
then.
if you like the long, you want to be patient and don't just stand in front of falling swords. You know how fast we can reverse.
All right. I mean, you guys know we're on one here with Google, so hopefully that can come back in right now. We've been taking some L's, getting out a little bit here. Well, not now. We took some earlier, getting out in the 60s because our short price was 48 or 47 or something like that, all said and done. I told you we were doubling our position if it came to 132, so that's why you have that extra little level there of protection for Google up there at 132. But we're starting to get a little bit out now, realizing that the market is so strong here that I'll play a fade in it for sure, but frustrations mount there because I feel like we should have had a better price on Google, and that's honestly my bad. So anyways, not being patient enough. We should be now 50 cents in the money if we just waited for it. And again, on this sticky note, shout out to everybody that's a member here. We did write down 132. I hope some of you waited for that and was not, oopsies, not impatient like I on that trade. But let's just, now that we have it, simmer. All right, okay. Now that I say simmer and it just tanks down there. Oh, I do have a bid already at 45, so 44. So let's see if that can happen. Carvana, what is up with that? Let's go Rocket Ship Nation here a little bit for Carvana today. I just noticed some people in the chat talking about it. Shout out to everybody there in the chat. Up 4% now, Carvana trying to take out days. Actually, scratch that. Did just take out pre-market highs right there. Let's go see. Let's do a little bit of a longer look there. Excuse me. That's what I was talking. That's what I meant to talk about. Whether or not I was talking about it or not, it's that level right there. What I thought was day high, but it's yesterday's afternoon high of 43.20 there on CVNA. So if that level comes into fill, then I feel like you're going to rip past that. That's 43.14. Let me just see what's okay. Google. Yeah. Finally, good job on that one. Thank God that didn't break too much past 132. But there's 43.50. So I'm thinking I'm going to scratch that thought right there on Carvana long at 43.15. I think this break there of 66, so 43.75, let's call it, even 43.50 probably is good enough for that level. But there's the sort of, the consolidation before the move. Came back in, tried to basically test it again. It got as high as, like we just said, 43.20. And then you look to take out that 43.70. So, hey, maybe it is time again here for Carvana to make that move. So we'll watch to see if that is a play there. People are always talking about SoFi. Is that near 10 bucks? And this is what Neil and I talk about all the time. There's over 7,000 names in the market. There's probably about 100 that I trade. Not 100, maybe 50 names that I'm sort of charting and looking back and forth at. SoFi is one of those names, but it is tough to be on all of these, and that's why we said, is it above that $10 mark? Not yet, but it did have a nice bounce off 9. I'm just looking for breakouts, not for dip buys in a lot of these names, because I do think the NASDAQ is headed to the other side. So, again, wait for a $10 break on this possibly right there to play the momentum. The reason why I don't want to dip buy is because you still have lower lows to come through there. You've seen Palantir, and I know Neil's
flying.
I was going to say, I know you've been on this, but that's
I'm going to kick myself over something, though.
Okay, it's been a good dip buy. There on Palantir. What do you want to share? What are you kicking yourself over?
No, so in the afternoon show, I was kind of,
short AMD,
at one point, I under my breath was saying something. I was mentioning Lululemon looked really good in the chart. And this morning, I kind of tweeting this one out, how good the flat top breakout looked at 386 on Lulu. There's a lot to look at, and at the open, it's not usually the stock that you want to trade. It's never going to be the front of my radar, and truth be told, it did look weak initially, right? Like it got down here, pull back $3, but that was a very, very clean flat top break at 386, and it never even tested you. It showed you weakness at the open, right at that price, right underneath it, like 96, comes down $3, takes it out there. Your risk is probably back into here, and it's at 92. If you look at the daily chart, that looks okay. That looks okay because it's doing another one on the daily. 392 up here on the daily of Lulu. This is, this gets back above $400. It could still go down to 20%. Might be a nice little, this closes above 400. It's probably not a bad swing long, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. That was a missed opportunity for me. I'll go to Palantir now. It happens, like Sean was just saying, 7,000 names are on the market. You're literally never going to be able to trade every single setup. It is impossible unless you are a robot. And if you're a robot,
I am a robot.
Then just don't take over the world, and I hope you follow all the rules and don't become our overloads. And if you do, then I'll try not to fight you. Palantir's going to get to 16. I'm a big science fiction person. I just started another Asimov, and every single one, it's like, which way do robots and AI screw humanity? So I've read so many books that end with that I'm probably a little bit paranoid about. But Palantir to 16, Brendo at the desk for the small cap recap or something. No,
just cause. ILMN, another huge. It's the day of earnings downside and then reversal back to the upside. A huge move here, 5% now positive after, even as they issued guidance that was below estimates. So full year 23 guidance downside, but huge move back up for ILMN.
The Illuminati. Well, that's not. It's not really.
So we're just talking about taking over the world. Then he brings some Illuminati stuff over to us. What exactly are we trying to do over here?
Actually.
Answer nothing. We're just trying to trade. All right, Disney. I said we'd start to look at this. It's now 10:20 for Disney. We haven't had any trades. Oh, you had one long in and out of that, and it really has done something. It went down to 88. We can maybe zoom in a little bit more. I'm only using a 1 minute chart now. I had a 3 minute up there, but I also have an E-signal layout that has a 3, a 1, a 5, a 20, the NASDAQ, a bunch of different levels as well. But here we go. I'm thinking Disney right there, 89.50. That looks like a decent top. And you also have VWAP right now of 89. So possibly a good little short here. Let's freaking go, Google. Again, man, like we ping this 132 exactly right there to the penny, which is why I'm peed off. Now we're short 75, but again, we've taken hits to get that average price. And if you were wondering about that, this is something that I've tried to talk to the powers that be, but that's unfortunately not the way Day Trade the World works. We do sort of like first in, first out, and then as you keep on getting out, it doesn't keep your average price. So it's gonna be tough to see. I'm actually was short 130, 150. So I'm really just in the money now for Google. So that's why it's not, I'm not like boom, boom, out, because then it would just be a flat trade for me. We want to make sure that we're able to take some profit on this. So having it come back down right now, that's why I told you, like, we're taking some L's here. It's our average price. They're not necessarily losses. They're just, taking some out here because if it comes back up to 132, I want to put on those shares again. And the market does have a funny way of going to prices that you think maybe were not possible at one point. So let's see if it can come back up to that side of things there for Google. I know Neil said don't look at AMD because...
I was saying look at AMD.
No, because it was the 114 I talked about. I thought you said that because I talked about 114 and didn't short it.
The second NVIDIA started turning,
Right.
I looked over and I was like, AMD, and I was like, you probably want to look at AMD.
Yeah,
I don't want to yell it because you were talking, but I'm like, yeah.
No, you did yell it enough.
I didn't yell. I just said you probably want to look at AMD. You probably want to,
it was a great call.
It's a triple top.
I give you credit for that.
No, I know. I didn't want to yell because then it's like.
No. But what I was thinking about too is that every time, like yesterday, you mentioned NVIDIA, and I went right over to AMD, and I should have. I did look at it 100%. But the thing is that at that point, I was already so dug into Google that if the market kept on going like it wanted to go, I thought, anyways. We were going to be in trouble shorting this name. So again, AMD up 2.3%. It's a little bit of a different beast than Google because Google obviously up half as much right now as AMD. So, I do think that there is some love to come back through the chip names. We just took a piece out on VWAP, so that is now we can finally celebrate a little bit now because we're getting the money fills here on Google. So hopefully it comes back in. My next fill is at 25. So if that, come on, baby. I'm going to put one more fill right now because I'd hate for this to bounce now off mid to early. There we go. Take a 32 fill off of this without getting that 25. But here it comes back in right now. Temporarily we're doing pretty good here in the driver's seat, but we're going to have to wait to see what happens on that one. Possibly shorting the market would have been a good idea, but we're back down to 15.4 right now. Hopefully we can take it, and then we'll start to head to the downside. We've been talking about short for a minute. The other name that we wanted short, before I throw it over, was Apple. But again, they all made the same move, man. They all made the same move. They ripped straight up to the upside, and now it's starting to fade down. So we were patient with the trade, not patient enough, nor did I have the conviction enough to short every single tech name out there. What we should have done is exactly what we said we were going to do yesterday, and just take something in the market off these tops, right? And so we could have done that. Then we'd be a little bit in this money here on the NASDAQ at least 40 handles or so from that top, but that's a tough trade either way around. So I don't know. I hear you huffing and puffing.
I have another.
What do you wanna do?
This one I'm going to be mad about. But I'm trailed out of Roblox. It broke VWAP. Broke that 30-50. My longs are all gone. CTG is a buyout, and Palantir is holding on, but I've taken pretty much everything out. I'm holding the last 10% of my Palantir position, but someone was asking me, like, I'm in WeWork and I'm in that AMRS, why am I not back into PTRA? That's the stock that's getting deleted. And I was like, yeah, I'm on the offer. I'm just trying to get short, but I was sitting in front of 17 and not 16. I was shorting this yesterday looking for the dump. Well, there it is. Like, that's it. Like, this... They're going under, they're done. We shorted it yesterday. It's free money for 2 days in a row to be short this name. I probably try something if it barcodes or pops, but it's already giving you 25% there. And you go 16 to 13, it's hard to want to chase it. That's a swing and a miss. I was in WeWork instead, which has not been nearly as good. It's essentially playing 17 to 15, which ain't bad, but look at the buyers. Every time it gets down to 15, there's actual buyers in this stock. If it breaks out, you know what? I don't even want it to the high of the day anymore. I'm not letting it get to 1750. I'm only letting it get to 17. I'm getting out at break even on wheat.
There's a lot of volume on that one for sure. Just before we go to Brendo, I was just going to throw it to him quickly, but I just got another piece out of Alibaba as it's just hovering around 101 bucks. So, all right, Brendo, what's up?
Traded, but just seeing X CEO on CNBC right now, Linda Yaccarino on CNBC. Yellow, guys, a bit of a quiet day overall for small caps, but Yellow, if you remember, made that move late in the day yesterday. That's VTGN, but Yellow was active early on, kind of coming back into 210. This was the last headline from Bloomberg late in the day yesterday. Remember, they said they were going to delay or request to delay tapping into the Apollo-led bankruptcy financing that came through for YELL. So back to the upside. Yeah, VTGN, recent high flyer, back in action again today on this note. There was some more shares purchased from this Commodore Capital that already owned 10% of the company. So we were higher after the close yesterday on that note. We've come all the way back in. Side note, we may or may not be having them on the show next week for VTGN, guys.
All right. I mean, there's a lot of people trading that name. I mean, that's the thing, right? We're going to get the best guests for you on the names that are hot, and we want to thank VTGN. Hopefully, they'll be able to come through and discuss their phase 3 trial there, and then give us a little tidbits. Maybe not Timbits. Tidbits.
Well, they can come with tidbits.
They can bring some Timbits as well if they did want to. I want to shout out Carl and Maggie. I think that's right?
Yeah, Carl and Maggie.
Thank you so much for the Timbits.
It's very tempting because
let's show them again. I mean,
if you haven't. Like, we haven't even touched these, and I'm telling you right now,
Boston Cream is up. I had the maple one, and that was tasty.
Well, I'll be doing like a hit workout tonight or something.
When we dip, you dip, we dip.
No, I'm gonna probably do like an hour-long workout to justify what I'm gonna be doing at this desk, eating pastries today. So, because there's 6 right here. I mean, if they're still here throughout the entirety of lunch, then they won't be here at the close show. That's kind of how I operate. NVAX, I didn't even see NVAX. Thank you very much for everyone pointing out that this is flying. I was looking at Moderna today, and Novavax is going like buck wild, apparently. In the grand scheme of things, it has a lot of room to still run. That's why it's interesting at this 8 level. You can see previous support, turning into resistance. That's what you want to look for. It's all green on the 15-minute, no signs of a curl, but if it was going to, this would be the first level. If it dips, hold 7, I don't want to draw a line. Hold 750, 760 in this range here where it broke out from. I think you look at take of the top of 8 even. I do want to double check the short float for you on Novavax because this kind of stuff matters. Novavax, where is it? 40, yeah, okay, just to make sure. I knew it was a big float, short float. 43% short float on Novavax.
43?
43%. So that's not small, that's pretty big. If it does a dip buy, I think there's a chance to go squeezing for a second time. It's obviously going once. That also happens to be 750 right around that VWAP. So if it can hold here, even higher lows into an 8 break, let's let it calm down and then work into the next possible trade. Palantir is the only long that I have anything left on.
I'm trying not to lose patience here, but the market's not doing much.
Market's not doing much. I don't see this as a great place to add necessarily, so I'm going to back off there.
Yes,
just the penny stocks that we're short on this. And Disney's now running, apparently. Is it though?
I don't know right now, but we're trying to raise up the trophy here, and it's going to be very, very possible if Google makes that move down. We just got a 27 fill there. So I just said I was losing patience, and I took a 40 bid right there at the 50 period. Then it came back into the bottom of the day again at 131.25. So we grab that fill, and we say what's up to Brendan.
Siri just popping up here, guys. Looks like Dave Portnoy just tweeted, and I quote, "Hey, at SiriusXM, let's talk."
Float.
Let's talk about what exactly?
I mean, we know, but if you went there,
hold on a second.
25% short Siri is, and it just broke $5.
Let's talk about Siri, he said? Oh, God. 5 to 510, 515 here. All right, well, let's
it's probably going to pull back, but the last time it had any kind of squeeze news, it did kind of halt a few times to the upside. It was
oopsies. All right, Davey Day Trader, we're in now, baby. All right, there's going to be a quick little dump down here for Sirius Satellite Radio. If it does break back down below that $4, we're going to get out. So let's just wait to see what happens here. We'll test it, man.
I still use them.
Yeah, okay. Neil still uses it. We'll test to see what happens here with this move. The stop is now in 510, 512. We're long in here at 4. What did I get?
I got 14.
Yeah, I got 14 too. 13 and change, a little bit there. So we'll wait to see here what happens. We got a little bit of a 13 and a 14 fill. Let's go to the upside. I'm going to hold this until we break. Brendan's bringing the news to us first. So I don't think it's probably not even out there yet. Let's hear what happens once maybe media gets a hold of this. Remember, Dave Portnoy is a pretty horrible trader. I mean, he wound up losing millions of dollars when stonks only go up, but that was just for fun. Obviously, we know that he's not a trader. Let's just see if he gets the following behind it. There was that Buzz, I believe, ETF that he was behind as well for names that were buzzing like that. So let's see what happens right now with Sirius Satellite Radio. But Sirius Satellite Radio, be damned. Your boy right now is definitely on one right now, and we'll go some diamond hands because finally it's falling back down. We have half of this. Actually, we have about 35% left as we just got a fill there. I didn't even forgot about we had saw that 25 fill. We grabbed that fill. Now let's wait to see what happens. Now a shout out to my guy Phil as well. Nice move downside here. Google, the next bid I have is nowhere. So let's get some bids out. That's 131 flat. Let's put something there. You never know if you're going to get the fill, so let's do that. Okay, good. I almost hit a keystroke error then. Let's put another fill down there at 131.07. We called this 132 top. Came in, man. Fit like a glove, to be honest with you. It's just too bad that we started at 50 cents too early. Like, really not great execution by me, but we did it, and now we have to lay in it. So we're going to watch out for this. Now 80 cents in the money.
So this looks like actually, you got to look at the bigger time frame. Like it's not even random prices above this 510 on Siri. If you look at the daily chart, this is what 514 actually looks like, and maybe even better on the 15-minute. It is a pretty clean breakout if it gets past these teens. So it's wicked it now, long in front of that. I actually want to add to it in front of 5. The local high would be about 535, 540. So you want to take profit, or I want to take profit through quarters into 530. And if it somehow breaks this, I don't know, like it goes Squeezeville if it breaks 540. That's a pretty good looking level. Maybe somewhere to add potentially on that one. Looks pretty good. So Siri, I want to give it back to 5 even, give it some time to matriculate that news. It's just rumors and a tweet, so it could come all the way back in rather quickly. Want to go back over to Roblox because, as I said, I got trailed out of it. And maybe you get trailed out. Usually it doesn't end up looking good because it runs some stops. Why is that still Siri? That ends up being close to the bottom. Not the bottom wick, but it's close to it. It could get back above VWAP. I'm not sure this is done yet. You get back above the breakout price and make a channel here from 60 to 75. I think that could be a nice entry throughout lunchtime. We got about 25 minutes till we get to 11, but I still want to be patient jumping back into any longs. The market's trying to bounce here. You want to go back to some of those plays. Pounter's the only one that held up for me. And Nikola already dropping. Ooh, that just reminded me.
Is it
Yellow.
dropping like it's hot, though?
No, that reminded me $2 on Yellow. Yellow did reject that 225. If this just goes sideways throughout lunch, it's going to set up a $2 break to the downside. So the longer we hold here, give it like 10, 15 minutes. But if we barcode underneath VWAP from 2 to 210, I'm going to set a stop to break down on Yellow because it's had a habit of having these quadunks every now and then. Obviously, it's a bad, I don't wish anything ill will to the company, but shorting it on pops or shorting it on breakdowns has been a good trade. It did this in the afternoon yesterday, which just sat there, broke down 10%, and the aftermarket speaks for itself. Let's go to Brendan for the crypto update.
A little bit of volatility coming back into not only Bitcoin, guys, but crypto in general today. Back below 30,000 right now for BTC. Coming off that inflation print this morning. The initial move, however, was actually to the upside. This APT, Aptos, there was an AI headline involving Microsoft a couple of days back. So still making big moves once again today for APT as well. There is, as I mentioned, BTC back below 30,000, downside right now once again, 2 days in a row here, to the tune of about a full percent. 29,599 just coming into play right now. Ethereum just went red, was green early on, 1859, but red mostly, guys, top to bottom.
All right, we can always look at Coinbase.
Oh yeah, Siri isn't showing.
For that as well. Siri is not showing up.
I did not. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. We are both in Siri.
There might be a block
wrong.
on Siri. No, but we had it on. We had
No,
it.
but we traded it the day it halted. And you
Yeah,
guys.
and you guys, we could see that on there.
Yeah,
That is
okay,
strange.
so
Wait a
we're
minute, what
both
else
in
am I
it.
in here? I'm in
wrong, yeah.
Roblox.
Everything else is right.
Google, yeah,
check.
Baba. Okay, so the only trade that we're not in that's showing up right now is Siri, and here goes Siri back up to the upside. I mean, Brendan's already sort of discussed this play there. It's a Dave Portnoy play. You know, what did he tweet again? I'm in it, or
He said, "Let's talk," something like that.
let's talk. Okay, so he just wants a podcast, I guess.
Well, yeah,
from
I mean,
there, right? And so hopefully he says, "Let's buy it" as well, and then we can enjoy this. So that's not as big of a headline, obviously, as I thought it was, but it's still a headline nevertheless. So we're going to be in this one, watching out to see what does happen here with Sirius Satellite Radio. My out was going to be $5 breaking, right? And so if we're long now at 13 and change, like to get something out at the high around 20, which is only 5 cents. Then we'll try to hold for that 10 cents of 5.25. And, you know, it was going absolutely crazy the last couple of days when there was some big volume on it, when people realized that it was a 20 or 30% short float. The highest we got there was 560. So right now, if you do see anything into this area here, 25 or 30, I think that's worth shorting. Either short, I'm going to take that back, worth getting out of some of your long. Just because there's a short float, I wouldn't really start to short this until you see something like an exhausted wick somewhere. And I think that was I think that was the post market when that happened anyways. So we'll see if it can come in a little bit. We are trying to be a little bit tighter with our Google trade. We did get one good out there at 19s. I'm now bidding right here at 131.05, as well as another one at 13. So hopefully that'll come in for us, and we'll be able to take a fill there on Google. But, you know, so far so good here. The trade today has been great. Alibaba, good outs for us again. I'm trying to be way more specific with what we're doing here today. So we only have right now 40 fills, which is pretty light for me. So it's been good. Much better day today than yesterday. As you know, at this time yesterday we were red. Obviously today we're green. We are not fighting the Twilios of the world or the Robloxes today, and we were just really smart with what we did. I feel like, you know, we took the right trades at the right time, and I think as long as you continue to do that and you respect some of your levels, you'll be okay. There's Twilio on a second day play, so again, nice play there for Twilio off of yesterday's bottom of $60. So we could have had that again. Should have, but Twilio, nice move up to 63.50 there.
So speaking of second day plays here, just want to answer a question from Nunchai in the chat. Is Roblox still under SSR? So the answer is yes. The way the short sell restricted rule works is if a stock is down, and this is in the US markets, if a stock is down 10% or more from the previous close, is short sell restricted that day and the following day. So all of those names that we're talking about, there was a host of names that were down 10% yesterday. They're all going to be short sell restricted today. That's what makes the bounce so appealing on something like a Roblox, because you cannot hit the bid to initiate a short position without the last print being an uptick, which makes it difficult to pile on to any shorts, unfortunately. Please check Lucid. If it hasn't broken 730 on Lucid, that's the only thing I'm looking for on Lucid today. Okay, well, it's bounced off 7 once.
Oh, there goes
Trying to hold it again, but I'm looking at 730 break on Lucid. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that. If I didn't, apologies. I think we talked about that in the afternoon show, but yeah, 730 breakout long for me on Lucid. It's 40% short, but I want breakouts. Stops need to get triggered for me to want to play a squeeze play. If it's just kind of going sideways, like I'll dip buy things that I think people want to buy for value, or there's big whales that might want to be on the bid for value and start picking them up when they go down. But for a squeeze play, I'm not really looking for anything but a breakout running stops, and that to me is going to be when it breaks 730.
So still my number one stock right now is Alibaba, but there it goes. It flushed down through through $100. We took it out. We only put 75% out, but the thing is, we took out 25% of what we had left right there. So it just kept me with a little odd lot that I didn't really care about. So we got them all out there on the 100 break right now. So we actually got a pretty good price. I feel like we didn't get a good price on the way in. On the way out, we got 99.96. So much better there. Wow. Okay. Our net right now is doing dances because there goes Google. We just took that fill down there as well. So that was a good fill for us on that Google trade. There it is again. Boom. We get 131s right there. So let's go again as we ride the bearish train. And if you guys are on the sticky note, thank you so much for doing that. It is the most looked at tweet on my page every single day. I've actually pinned it to the top right now. You can see right here what we talked about. There it is right there. Google 132 short sell. Was looking long. We talked about that, right? But the NASDAQ is giving me feels of a short. That was obviously, we wrote this before CPI, but we like to fade this one off its past high. So that's exactly what we did. It gave us that opportunity to fade. There it is right now. I'll put this in there. If Bears versus Bulls, you want to copy, I'll do it right now anyways. Post a sticky note up there. Please go ahead, find it. And if you like it, you like it. If not, you don't, that's fine. But, some good ideas there. Disney, the 186, we don't have that. We will check out the Apple, the Roblox, we have that long. That one's a banger for sure, and then we'll wait for some Amazon, and here it is, just like this. Thanks to Fabian, man. We got the branded up sticky note here as well. And so far, only 6,000, 59 likes, 6,000 views. So, a little late today, but generally about 10,000 views. So thank you so much for continuing to support that, as I do put my neck out there, pretty much every day. But here it is right here, Google. There's the play at 132. Like I said, we got a little excited with that print right there off the open, but that was not that big of a deal because it was more this averaging in. Our average price was around 50 when this happened. So it's only realistically a 40-cent winner right now. Siri dropping down, Neil. So we just got 505s there. Again, just trying to average it in. Now our average price is 11s. I don't know, Davey Day Trader. Let's see if you can start pounding the table and buying some of this, not looking for a podcast.
It started at 5, so if it breaks 5, I think that's kind of an easy out. I wanted it to be breaking out and getting to 540, as we just mentioned. So that's literally 30 cents up from here. So even if you take it out halfway, I like the risk to reward, but it probably breaks at 5. It's actually, Meta's back in the dip zone. So kind of structure my trade kind of obviously here. We had it short. When it failed that zone, we're able to get out in front of VWAP there, but what we held on to stops out the top. Now you're right back in. If it wicks this, to me, it's almost still a long. I'm not taking the long, but I don't want to be in the short if it wicks this 310 and gets back above it. But if it holds and consolidates and breaks down from here, then I want to go back into the meta short, because that's the area that I like. So if I can see that set up once again, I will take it, but it has to set up for me. That Novavax, it just tested back into to $8. So this is where it gets interesting. I said I'm only going to chase the move. Let's see what happens at 8. Broke 8, held up a couple of times. It wicks under. Now you're back above. This is looking good for round 2, 3, 4. I don't know what you want to call it because it's been going up all morning. But the local bottom here is at 76. So I like the long now back into this. Sorry, not 76, 96. So I like the long back into that 796. Underneath that, you can get out, but this is a decent consolidation. It wicked the top and then held the top, and there's a lot of room still to go. We pull up to 15-minute. 8 can get you to 40, which obviously gets you to $9. And then on the daily chart, you're now breaking back above the 50 period. Pretty bullish sign. Previous resistance at this level on Novavax at 8. I like the fact that it's held out. So risking about 10 to 15 cents depending on slippage. Want to get picked up here. You'll try to get some 6s since it's 96, I said. And then add to it at 04s, get an average price of 05, and look to hold through the high of the day.
All right, I want to give a big shout out today on the after show. We will have Miss Danielle Shea coming through today from Simpler Trading. We're going to talk all about options. I want to give a big shout out to Mr. Michael Noss, who showed up yesterday, and we talked all about a few different plays. He liked GUR. We talked about that as well. I talked about being a chartered market technician with him as well, CMT, and his journey to get to that level. I'm going to talk to Miss Danielle about options, what brought her to that, and then what her best setups are, and what she's looking for moving forward. So join me live tonight at 4:05 as we'll discuss earnings plays. We are going to get the earnings board later on here today, but there's going to be a few names on there to pay attention to. Yesterday we did discuss Disney, of course. Plug Power Win was in there as well. So a couple good names reporting yesterday. The idea behind that show for me is just to give you as much content as we possibly can find out there, and then not just hearing my voice. You hear that already for about 6 hours. We're going to try to find some more. Talk about different plays, different strategies, take questions from you guys as well, and do something that's something that I came up with, the lightning round. We're going to do some stuff like that on stocks, of course. Shout out to Jim Cramer. It's called Stock Blitz right now. And then we have Trader Talk as well coming through. All right, so the only position really right now that we're worried about is Siri, and I'm not even worried about it. We didn't take a huge position on this one. We're not going to be that guy that FOMOs this. Obviously, Dave Portnoy, he came up with some news there. Brendan brought it to us that he was tweeting out or mentioned Sirius Let's Talk. Now that he has Barstool, again, they have a bunch of podcasts, the Barstool sort of brand there. So obviously trying to get paid for that. And you know, why not, man? I mean, whether or not he gets a deal with YouTube or somewhere, who knows? But they're now back in the business as owner of Barstool Sports. So congratulations to Mr. Portnoy for getting that deal done as well. And I'm just going to sit in here in case it does go. And look, the reason why Neil and I have traded this before, and we instantly knew that there was, here it is, there it is right now. There is a short float associated with Siri, which is why it's gone in the past. And just that possibility of going again. There it is right there. 25% short float, took the shot. This rumor started at 5. It's right back down to 5. Our average price is $11.70 right now on that. So let's wait to see if there's something going down here with that name. And if there is, great, we're here. If not, kind of great, we're waiting for it. So let's see what happens. I have, get out of here, fly, get out of here. It's bothering you over there? Now shift it over here.
I've tried to get it a couple times.
We have like a policy not to wear like scented stuff around here. It gives people headaches and stuff like that. So maybe I should spray something to detract these flies.
You know what's crazy? I'm chatting with someone in the chat here. DJ Chaps actually traded with Michael Noss in the Halifax office and knows Dumalo. So I'll give you a story. So that Michael Noss did trade in the Halifax office way back in the day. And the previous owner of that trading floor used to trade on the Toronto floor and was our original partner for opening our floor. But then he decided he wanted to move to Halifax and kind of pulled out. But he's a great dude. He opened a bakery, but he traded for about a decade or so. So, yep. If you can survive in this game, fantastic. I love that little connection. Best of luck on your trading, DJ Chaps. I just want to point out my stop is not going to be at 97 or 98. If we break 5 even, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge on Siri. I will kick myself for not finding a way into Proterra, but I'm going to try to find a way into this short. I just don't know where it's going to be. Like I keep saying next available pop, and it just keeps falling, so it might not actually go up at any point today. And then I'm kind of stuck. WeWork, just to update this, I have not added to this. I've only taken out at 17. It is not halted or anything. I'm just missing some wicks on my chart. I don't know why. I'm not adding at 17 even. I am getting out at 17 even. There was one spike to 17.5. That wick is missing off of the open. That was right here. I got out, jumped right back in underneath.
Google's tanking.
If this takes out 17.5, I get out of Dodge. This could be a bit of a squeeze play.
All right, guys, right now, Google is absolutely tanking. I don't know if there's news about it. Look at the market absolutely falling down. Hell yeah, baby. This is what we're talking about. We're barbecuing up the profits as we speak right now. Huge move down for Google. That's exactly what we're talking about. Holy shnikes right now. Nice move to the downside here for Google. We are now, hey, you want to join some clubs, Google? You a member long time, Google. We love you long time, as that was a nice move to the downside right now for Google. Cashed out something right there into the day's low. There's that move down. Again, man, when will your boy trade futures? We should have done that. We talked about that high right there. I was like, should I short Apple? Should I short AMD? We're already short Google. Hey, man, short the whole boat right there. And then we would have had a little bit better luck right there. But there goes Google. See you later, Alligator. The third member today. The third member, Sharif. of the Dollar Club. So there it is right now. We had Roblox was a member, Alibaba was a member, and now there goes Google with no negative members, no refunds on the Dollar Club today. So that's always good. But let's go over to Brendo.
Hey guys, nice green board to show you here for the S&P. It is, in fact, tech leading the way right across the entire board here. You can see Amazon with a nice bounce back day after being among the weakest yesterday. 1.6 back higher, Meta 1.8. Was almost 2% at 1 point. Microsoft 1.3. There it is. Google 1.25 now. Apple a full percent. Nvidia, Broadcom as well. Both to the upside. It's AMD though 2.25 as we've seen. Leading the way as far as chips are concerned. It's been a positive week all week for healthcare stocks, continuing that way. Eli Lilly, the only one here lagging in negative territory. Everything else to the upside. Nice bounce back for Tesla as well. 3.6% as Linda Yaccarino continues her interview on X, guys, on CNBC.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, not really paying too much. It was so much more exciting when you could actually trade, I'm not calling it Twitter, because then you could have any news, was good for spikes here and there, but now it's like, what is it really doing for us? Pretty much a hell of a lot about nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, it's interesting, but until it goes back public again, kind of a non-starter. Someone asked where my stop was in Novavax, right here. Stop it out. No average in, no nothing. I wanted to break out over 8. If it holds a local high, then you can go to 840. It does not, so I jumped right out of it. Get in, get out, move on to the next, and get out of Dodge when it happens. Exactly, Quantron. I don't really care too much about it, but when we can trade, it's going to get pretty interesting. I do want to go back over to Disney. It did just fail that key 90 area again, but not by a lot. The market is coming back in pretty heavily, and it's back in the uptrend. I had that. It wasn't the breakout trade. I actually got it on the way back in when it was breaking 90. If I did get the original breakout, it did go to 91, but I cut it on the way back in, hence why I only got some 40s out. But if this gets back above 90, it is suddenly relatively strong. It's up 2.5% into a 1% market, and the market is giving back into previous resistance yesterday, breakout zone, 15.3 if that holds. And for a bounce zone, find something strong. I think Disney is it for me today. I said it a couple of times, but I'm waiting patiently for it to get back above that 90 level. If it can't be above there, I don't want the long. It's a breakout play for me on the higher time frame, so it has to break the level out, or I don't want any part of it. And Siri, we tried it on that Portnoy news, and no dice. It broke 5 even. I thought there was room to go. It's got a decent short interest, but sometimes you buy that flash news and it's no good. They sell it right back in. Always a chance there's actually something to this, and you can revisit it if there's a real headline. It was just a rumor. Don't want to sit there saying Portnoy is going to Sirius. He just happened to tweet at them. No dice here. I think if he went, obviously it's probably good for a spike, but nothing here for now on Siri.
Yeah, no, nothing to see here. We'll wait. I'm going to wait a couple more pennies lower than that, but yeah, it broke through $5. So that trade is potentially squashed out right now. Okay, Google just fell back into the 70s again, so let's put a bid out there right now. This is the cash register stock of the day right now. Number one stock P&L-wise today on the show, Alibaba, now followed by Google. Roblox has been a good one for us as well, but that's faded out. If it would have stayed up here, then it could have had that opportunity. I'm debating getting more.
Roblox back at 30.
Yeah, exactly. So I was debating getting some more long right now, but I mean we're already net short this market, so just by being in Google right now, and Roblox does look pretty enticing right now down at that level. So, but yeah, Google absolutely falling apart here, man. That's going to be honestly. It's too bad that we have all these ticks here because we really should just have these. And then we'd be, really dancing. But for right now, we're happy with it. It seems to be making a little bit of money moves here for us. So good on that move for Google. Yeah, the market just retracing back down. Shout out to Dan Emmons as well. He shorted that 15.4 like I was saying about it. So good job on that one, Dan, to get that short. I should have joined you. Stupid that I didn't. We were only talking about that level all morning, and then there it comes in. But it did squeeze you up to 15.4. But once you saw those kind of highs, you could sort of give yourself maybe 40 points of a range. And then when you broke it down, now you're in the money 80 handles. So definitely risk to reward was well timed on that one. Yeah, look, it's going to be a good day, man. I mean, it's a positive net positive day here for us. It's only 10 minutes left before we throw over to the midday madness with Max is back in the building. So I saw that. We'll go Max trading today, hopefully. hopefully. Obi will be in today as well, so it should be another banger show for you during the midday as I look over and I actually see Max now.
Max is ready to go.
Max is now ready to go. I didn't even notice him over there, but he's ready to go. There you go. You can see him in the camera there. Ready to go. So it's glad to have him back in the saddle right now. All right, so Max, be aware of Rivian if you're not looking at that one. They reported yesterday and they got killed and they're getting it again today. It is SSR here. Huge move down just when the market collapsed there. Rivian almost straight down $1 right now. Don't know what that was about, but again, we've talked about this. The only name that I support in the EV space, and we bought Tesla yesterday at 242, went $10 in the money. It's a long-term trade, obviously not getting out of it, but I like Tesla more than anything else in this space. So if there's anywhere where I'm gonna lie, it'll be with these guys, nobody else. But that's just my thought. Meta right now, 10. Have you looked at Meta today? META.
I had Meta short the first time through, not the second time, but I just tried my hand at Disney here. It got in and out once above 90, but it was actually a bad trigger. I got it early. It was a dark pool wick, but it didn't matter. Just going to get it out when it doesn't work right away. It might be better consolidating above that level. You'll see me in and out of, as I mentioned, Capri. Wait a minute, no. Okay, whatever. The Capri isn't showing up there. I do not have Palantir still. This is, yeah, I'm not in Palantir anymore. Okay. I'm also not in WeWork anymore. The position board's not working. Sorry, guys. I said I'd move my stop to 17 even. I'm going to show you guys WeWork. 17 right here. That's me getting out. I'm not holding it past. I have a stop. I adhere to it. So I'm not in WeWork. Palantir came out as well. I'll come back over to this one. We had the breakout at 50. It came back underneath VWAP. I got out. I got most of it out up here when it made the press into 1585. So I'm done with that trade like 15 minutes ago on the long. But yeah, so I'm only into Capri, and I'm still holding that penny stock to the short, AMRS. Those are the only two things I'm in. I do have that buyout CTG, but that's really just moving 1 cent at a time. Let's go to the desk with Brendo, correct? Or is it earnings? No, money.
Hey guys, quick update for you on the U.S. dollar here. Downside in a big way coming off of this morning. If you missed it, U.S. CPI on the year over year, the headline number 3.2%. Below 3.3% expected. The core, however, still the sticky one, 4.7. So as Mr. Frank Caberna, who will be joining us later on this afternoon, said on Tuesday, maybe kick it down the road for the next CPI reading to see what happens as far as the core number is concerned. This is what happened, meanwhile, when that number came out for the U.S. dollar, absolutely just plunging down to 101.84 at the bottom there. CME Fed Funds tool still pointing to a very slight chance of another uptick, but basically pricing in a hold for the next meeting. So we'll see what happens from Fed Chair Powell. That is a daily chart right now. We're back to the upside after that initial flush for the USD, guys.
Yo, big shout out.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now I've been in the same thing forever, so we'll wait on this one. I want to give a big shout out here. So you know what, man? I'm not the only one part of Dollar Club members. I mean, there are other traders in here that are part of the Dollar Club here, and I'm going to say congratulations to Pitch You Bull right now. He's got $2 on Disney, which is absolutely fantastic. Let's do a little bit of high. First of all, hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, we got to get some advertising going here. Everybody that watches our show are already subscribers, so hit the share button. Get this out there, put it on social media, and get that going. We need to get that ramped up a little bit. Right now, $2 Club, what's up to Pitch Bull? What's up to Hamster One? Anybody that's on here, what's up to Dan Emmons? Good job there. We've been going back and forth on Twitter as well. What's up to Josh? What's up to Honest Abe? It's always good to be honest. What's up to Jameson there? Don't drink too much of that. Beat Fanatic as well. Ron Williams, Mike Pena, right now, brother of Carlos Pena. Shout out to everybody out there, George P. Zion, what's up, my guy, Thorsten, everybody, Michael Pena, again, there he is. Wave Products, we've seen him. What's up, Will Evans, super chatted us before. John Riz there. Everybody that's here, man, shout out to all of you. Thank you for watching and thank you for being part of our team, right? I mean, every single day, that's what we're here for. We're here for you guys, so make sure you say what's up to your friends as well. Daniel Daniel, what's up? Everybody, Floor. I'm going to miss all big people. What's up, Joseph Riley, my dog? You know, the dogs come biting here again today as the Bulls trying to get a hold of this market right now. But I can't say shout out to everybody. Join me back at 2 o'clock. I'll do roll call again for you. And you know what? New segment alert, roll call at 4 o'clock. Let's do that. I'm going to give that to you, Fabian. Roll call. I need a new bumper for that one as we shout out our best viewers and everybody that's here. It's one of these kind of days, so we'll raise it up. Hopefully Google can keep on getting to that downside, man. And do not forget Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much, Hamster. I mean, Bears versus Bulls knows, you know, we chat privately, as we all do. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. We know that we have the best moderator in the business, so much love to
always.
Bears. BVB.
I like that, BVB, down with BVB. Just a couple of things there.
Yeah, you know me.
It's not a lot on the board, but you know, earnings have been giving you movers. Just look for the ones that move the most the last 2 days, right? Like those are the continuation plays. There's not a heck of a lot that I think is going to give us much. Savers Value Village, I think this is the first report since that spin.
Yeah, did they go crazy that one day? It was like one of those nuts trades.
And this is the first earnings since then. So that might be something, I don't really know. I haven't looked at it since that one day we looked at it.
That's their symbol, or did Brendan just write that there? I like that.
Maybe it is.
I was playing around, yeah. I know that you didn't write it there, Sharif.
It's basically just savers.
Yeah. Well, although Mammoth Energy Service is there, it's not really a mammoth board. But we'll look at that. Join me tonight, and we'll talk about some of those plays as we go. And the thing about it, too, is that not only are we going to have the ability to do everything we want to in the after show, but we're going to talk about trades of the day and things like that, and then some ideas that maybe some of you do have as well. Look, we rang the register on Disney the last couple of days, and we've been talking about buying some of that name. We come up with a good quarter, and here it is right here, Disney Long. I was just waiting for the dip buy, and unfortunately, Pinch You Bull has this one, and I do not. And there's... We talked about this yesterday. You see this little ellipse right here? I'm going to highlight this little level right there because we talked about it. What you're actually waiting for, and I thought I got better at this when earnings plays are happening, you're waiting for a dramatic move one direction, then a sort of a barcode, then you take the reversal of that move, and there it is right there on Disney. Basically, 88.50 was a great breakout level, and we should have had it, and I didn't. So I was too in love with, don't tell my wife, that Google short. Well, you can tell her, actually, because it's a winning trade. Tell her all you want. Please message her. But right now, 88.50. She hears about all my bad ones, so she could hear about the good ones too. 88.50 right there. That was probably the break. I mean, if you really gotten, you know, if you got a great price, maybe 88.30 right there on that. But it's a nice move to the upside right now. Oh, I'm not here tomorrow, so it should be a good day regardless. It's a Friday. I don't know. I'm excited. I got Little League, and it's going to be a tournament in Oakville. So hopefully that'll be fun. If anybody wants to come, you can see me there as well. But no, don't.
1 minute to go.
Teaching kids.
We only have 1 minute to go. We're going to go straight to the midday, boys. They're locked and loaded. I see, like, Max has been at the desk, like, chomping at the bit a little bit early today. So I know he's going to be excited. Hopefully you guys have some donuts because I don't need to have these sitting next to me the entire lunchtime. I've added a couple times here in Disney this entire way. We had the 90 breakout for the second time. If you were not trading this on the original break, the first break went to 91. The second pullback, it got into 90. This is a 3-minute chart, but the second pullback got to the 90-50 level, 50s, 55s, and then could not get past it. It's on the way back in. So on that consolidation breakout of 90, a seller stepped in there at 65. It kind of held a nice tight consolidation. I added when they got broken out. So I now have a 50 price. I'm going to give it back into 50. I'm long into the 91 break. I want to take one leg out in front of 91. I don't know if I want to add on a top, a high day break here right at 11 o'clock. Let's see what happens if it can hold a bid. But this is what we're looking for on Disney. It was a 90 breakout. It's a great level on the daily chart. Got a lot of room to go to the upside, and it's already looking pretty good here. So without further ado, we're back at 2. But for now, you're headed off over to the Professor and Mad Max themselves. See you back at 2 o'clock.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. The Mad One Max is back, and I'm Sharif. Yeah, so what a day it's been. CPI, and we had like all sorts of market volatility. In the morning, we were up a little bit, we were down a little bit. We're dancing right now, Max, still 1% to the good on the NQ, about 0.75% on the ES. Disney reported. Roblox had a continuation from yesterday. It's been all sorts of crazy. Why don't you take us through some of your trades, brother?
I've only got 2 names on the board today. We got Alibaba, we got Amazon, so might as well go Amazon first right out the open. It shows you that it wants to hold this key 139 level. Wicks at one time, that was before the open, so right at the open, kind of wicks down below. I get long, it never touches my price again, really. We go all the way up. A little bit of bamboozlement in front of that 140, so they get me out of that. And then I'm adding on 140 again, and trying to hold this shelf here. It doesn't end up holding, maybe overtraded a little bit on the way down. I'm going to look to get long if we get anywhere near that 139 again. So let's see what happens here. That could come very quickly. And Alibaba was just, I don't know. I tried, I failed. I wanted to get that 97.50 price, but it never really showed me anything on 97.50 to get me long. I was watching in here and wanting to punch, but it wasn't showing any size. It wasn't showing any kind of anything really. I mean, you could have just arbitrarily punched and given it a 50-cent stop, which would have paid you obviously today, but I was not willing to do that. I tried the short after trying the long twice, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I tried this VWAP hold a little too early. It looks like that could have been a good trade if I was a little more patient on that 99.50 level, but we're really giving everything up on the market since the open, at least. I mean, we started up almost 1%. Now we're back to the opening price, basically. So I think patience is the key right now. See if this market wants to turn around off of any of those levels.
Yeah, key level here we're at right now, Max. Let's talk a little bit about the NQ. Where's my NQ chart gone? There it is. Let's bring her in. It's an interesting level because we're at 15.3. Now, last time we dipped in here at 15.3 right after the CPI release. Okay, so this is the, let me put the ticker real quick here. Oops. What am I doing? Come on, Sharif, get it together. NQ. This is this wick right here. That's a CPI print. We wick up, wick down. We really have no market direction at that point. We start trending up. And then, surprise, surprise, we come back down. We dip down right into 15.3. We get bought up aggressively. We're at that exact same point again, 15.3, 15.298. Who's going to win out here? Are the buyers going to step in to defend this level? We're up 0.82. We were up much more than that. 15.442, the HOD on the NQ. Does 15.300 end up being a support level? It was earlier on. Second crack at it. Maybe second time isn't a charm. We'll have to wait and find out. I'm involved in this one now. We're going to give this one a couple of shekels, definitely to the bottom end of this 15.275. You have to, because that's where the wick is. I mean, otherwise, it's just kind of a random area at which you're placing your stop. So 15.275 is the exit plan on that bad boy. The other trade I am involved in at the moment, the 330. Sorry. Let's try that one again. The $30 defend on Roblox. It was absolute money yesterday. It was absolute money this morning. It's okay for now. I got one out. I've got a second out here waiting at 30 and a third. Looks like we're stair-stepping up into that level. No real volatility, zooming our way up. We know Morgan Stanley likes this name. Aunt Kathy's been hitting the buy program button. However, caveat, Morgan Stanley price target reduction, but from market perform to outperform. So they're liking it at these prices. Obviously, they had their earnings yesterday, and it was a mixed bag, mostly negative. And as a result, you can see here on, like, let's show the half an hour. Yeah, you needn't say more. You needn't say more. There she is from, just a couple of shekels sub 40, and now we're talking about a 30 defend, but technicals are different than fundamentals, so we'll have a look at that one. Obviously, goes without saying, the out here, the break of 30, or a decisive break of 30. I'm not going to say where, but I'm going to be a couple of shekels south of that 30 level. Eiseldur, 1 shekel equals 0.27 US dollars. That's funny. I don't know how you came up with that, but I'm going to go with it. Why not?
I'll take
it's
that.
It's the actual currency. I'm using it like more of just for everyday parlance, not the actual shekel.
But yeah, shekel.
It's an actual currency, apparently.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Israeli shekel.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Oh,
that makes sense.
Nobody's saying you're making it up. Here I probably have to get out of this futures position here as we dip down aggressively. We're gonna have to get out if this 275 breaks. Here we go. We're dancing in the 80s. Keeping my eye on that one, Max.
Yeah, I'm watching Disney actually. I had the idea to get short Disney through 90.50 today off the open. Missed that one sadly, but we just bounced off there again. So I got some orders here to get short, layer into this one. I'll hold it through a 91 break, but if it holds above 91 for more than like 5 seconds, I'll just punch out of it. And if it fails 91, then I add the actual amount that I want on this one. Amazon didn't get, it did. Amazon got close enough. So yeah, kind of missed that wick there. Could be like 20 cents in the money on Amazon, looking for that 140 test again.
Nice, Sean.
We'll see if we get back to 139. Probably missed it based on what the NASDAQ is doing right now. Looks like we kind of double bottom there. Potentially
That'd be nice.
Gonna move back
Yes,
up.
Max.
Are you,
Will it into
you're long the
existence.
market right
Will
now?
it into existence, Max.
All right. Let's see
why
what
you're
happens
here,
here
bro.
on this market. I feel like we want to probably go and test 15.4 again. This is the first up day in a while. I leave, and there's no bid on the market.
I don't know what to tell you, brother.
That crazy guy who's willing to punch anywhere is gone. And the algorithms are like, what do we do? If that guy's not going long, then this must be a sell. But I come back, the market goes up. It is what it is. And I did not go to Spain.
Vacay, by the way.
The chat was thinking I was going to Spain.
I told them you went to Spain.
No. I was just at a cottage.
Incorrect. Yeah.
I was at a couple cottages, actually. Yeah. I was just supposed to go for the weekend, and then someone invites me from Monday to Thursday, or Wednesday. I'm like, all right.
Say no to that.
Yeah, might as well.
Very nice. How was cottage country? Weather hold up? Yeah.
It was good, except Tuesday.
Very
was
nice.
Not the best.
North,
pretty
east,
rainy.
west.
North. One was Muskoka. One was Halliburton.
Fantastic.
They owned their own lake.
What? Is that even legal? I thought all waters were owned by the federal government in this country, and there must be like smaller.
Okay,
than a
well they
certain
own all the
amount.
property around the lake.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, water rights are always federal, but yeah, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, it
Very
was cool.
nice.
Very small lake, obviously.
We're hitting
Borderline pond, I would say.
You can own a pond. I don't know what. I think it's like a.
What's the
Man, I wrote on the
definition?
bar exam. I don't remember anymore, bro. That's like from 2012. So, anyway, let's talk a little bit more stockish here. 15.3 is holding up for now. For now, we get that same dip, but you're always weary because it kind of broke it with some aggression, but it's buying it up with equal amount of aggression. We got some out initially here at the 15.350, and then we had that big boy move. We added at the 15.3 dip. Profitable already on the name, but definitely looking for more, looking for that resting order hanging out at 15.6. But this one concerning because obviously it's a series of lower highs and you don't really want it coming back into the level unless you're really trying to initiate a position, not if you were already in one. So, and besides, I was far deeper. I was at 15.330 initially. So we'll have to wait and see. I've seen this setup before. The out doesn't change for me. It's a break of the bottom end of this trough, which is at 15.275. Nothing changes about this trade. It's just a matter of whether it materializes or not. It's more of a hands-off. Let's wait and see. The one that's stair-stepping up a little bit here and looking to knock on the door. It looks like I did get a door knock at $30.34. I'm sitting at 35, so 1 penny shy of the fill, but we're hanging out in the high 20s, low 30s. I'm talking about Roblox is 2.25 to the good. A couple of upgrades from some analysts today after, disappointing earnings, to say the least. A lot of people forget that this is a metaverse name too. It's not just an online gaming name.
Yeah.
It is a metaverse name. This was actually included in the metaverse ETF Meta before your friend Meta took over that name, that ticker, I should say, last year. So, so some people.
And I mean, Sean's kid has his credit card.
Well, that means
and
big
a
buying
Roblox
power.
subscription. So that's probably enough to kind of shoot this thing to the moon by itself.
There you go. How much is how much are they spending? $15 a month. Is that times two? So you got $30. Is that an allowance that you give them or do they kind of just? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Yeah, guys. All right. Well, that's what the business model is. I mean, we know kids don't generate money, most of them, so they're going to have to rely on their parents, and that's, I think, the whole point of this business model anyway. So Dancing with 15.3 again. We go back down, but buyers are stepping up. The buyers are stepping up. There's no question. Do we get continuity though? It is a CPI day. Eyes will be on the market. Big money will be positioning. No question about that. In case you're just joining us, it's a good print, but there's also some concerning elements. The core inflation is uber sticky. 4.7% was core. Believe it was 4.7. Yeah, I know. All the numbers here, a number there. You don't want to remember all of it, but yeah, 4.7 says Anil. It's not really what you want to see, guys. But anyway, price action wise, involved in 2 trades. What do you got? Anything on your purview, Mr. Max?
I got FOMO because I missed my Amazon trade. I went over to Disney to show everybody what I was doing over there. I missed this beautiful little wick here below 139.20. Could be in like 25s looking for this move. We are still in a downtrend though. We're holding the 50 period. So, we really need to get back above 140 to, really make a move on Amazon. Obviously going to hinge on the market. But I think as long as we're holding above 139, that's kind of my key price on this name. This stock is a long. So I'll wait. If we get back down there, if we continue the downtrend a little bit and then maybe wick 139, that would be very money for the trade. Disney, I was too late apparently because it does the exact trade that I want and then turns around. So I'm just going to actually cancel that order. If we get right back up to 91, I think that that's probably going to break it. So we'll see what happens here. Should be short in the 80s somewhere, maybe in the 70s, looking for the move back down to VWAP, but I am not.
All right.
And that is life. Also, Tesla looks really...
Yeah, the Katina man was pumped about that this morning because he was adding some in the private account there.
That 250 short. I know you can't take it the first time. Could you take it the first time? You could have taken it the first time and gotten like $1 out of it. You're probably looking for more, and you probably get stopped out at the high.
Guys, go to his chart if you're able to.
But this little wick high at 250.180, that's exactly how you want to get short this name.
There you go.
It gives it to you right there. You short like maybe 251.25. You got a 60-cent risk, and it is down $4 from there. That's pretty money. This trade off the open, pretty money too. But I was not. Oh no, this is off the open. That was a simple trade to execute. Dips down, can't go even to the 50s. Gets right back above 245. You're blasting off. I didn't really have any levels on Tesla because I haven't been here for a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, probably should have been paying a little more attention to that. I thought Amazon had the juice to do like a $3 or $4 move, and you can take a whole lot more shares on Amazon than you can Tesla.
Oh yeah, way more stable.
Is what it is.
Did you shut down for a little bit for the mental health? Kind of, were you watching the markets? Or did you kind of
I
take
took
it
a
easy
look
a
in like the afternoon, see what things are, but
nothing too crazy, right?
No.
Yeah, that's likewise. All right, guys, let's talk about some movers today. Let's bring in the movers charts. They're already tagged for you guys. We know BOVESPA. Shout out to Ian. BOVESPA, good report. No question about it. It's lifting Chinese ADRs single-handedly here. There are some headwinds. We'll get into those on their own, but yeah, they grew online. Their online e-commerce, they even maintain cloud, even though it was only for 4% increase year over year. That's not really what you want to see for cloud because it was such a big grower before. You had good international online e-commerce expansion, 60-something% year over year. So they're diversifying away from China. You know that this company broke up into 6 segments. We're looking for an Ant Group possibly here to launch possibly an IPO. We've been hearing a lot about that. Price action wise on our friend BABA. There you go. The 6 a.m. spike on the earnings release, it pops up, giving you an indication that, at least the algos liked what they read. A bit of a 97, I want to say, and a half defend. This is the 8 a.m. wick, so you can just ignore that. That's institutional orders coming in. All the other wicks, there is no closing print below 97.5. Every time it came back into that level, it was bought up aggressively. And then there goes, boom, the dynamite, as the Katina man says. At 9:30, we start popping up. We touch 101.80. Let me just check quickly here. The future, I have to keep my eye on that before I continue. Yeah, the future coming down. It's breaking through. Do I have my stop? I just want to make sure that I have my stop here on the future. I got to put that stop in because we're coming down aggressively. Let's go ahead and put 15. Let me actually just adjust this quickly here. There we go, 15,272. And then we shall go like that. Make sure that's in. Okay, perfect. Now that the stop is in, I can concentrate on talking about this. Yeah, pops up quite aggressively, 101.80, doesn't quite make it up to 102. You get that, I don't want to say VWAP defend because it does break it quite aggressively, 99.25. We're above 100. Are we above 100 bucks? Because this thing's messed up. I think we're above 100 bucks right now. These charts aren't working that well. Let's go to the other chart here quickly. NVIDIA, let's take off BABA. Let's take off NVIDIA and put BABA. Oh, Bob. It's BABA. Come on, baby. Yeah, we're above 100 bucks right now, trying to hold that VWAP area, which on my chart is 99.80. Bit of a top here, cresting at 104.40 cents. We break that, that's a newer high. We have a series of lower lows here and lower highs. This will be the first time we make a higher high in quite some time. I want to say around 10 o'clock. So BABA trying to go. It's up 5 2/3. We'll keep an eye on it.
I just got long Tesla, 247 looks like it's holding. A little bit of a bad price here, but that's fine. We're risking down to 74, which is where we wick to. I have 246.70 as like a key price for me. So holding 247 as the market potentially makes a higher low. It hasn't done it yet.
No.
But you know, you got to get in there if you want the price. Otherwise, Tesla's going to be at 248 before I can get in, and that's not really a trade that I want. So we'll see if we can hold this 247 area. I think this is looking pretty good for the reversal, but obviously, you know, sketchy buying into a downtrend here. I think that the market is feeling a little bit bouncy today, a little bit choppy. So if that's the case, Tesla's just done a $5 down move almost off its high. So let's see if we can get, you know, half of that back, get back into like 248.50, 249 kind of area. Maybe we test 250 again. Kind of feels like we've you know, done that enough, and we probably aren't going to test 250 again today. But I mean, the market bounces back up to like that 15.4, then I think that probably aligns with Tesla 250. So let's see if we can get this. I'm not going to take any profit until we're like at 248 realistically. I think that's how you have to manage Tesla. And Alibaba bounces off pre-market high 99.10.
Baba's going, baby.
Pretty simple trade there. Pre-market high, I mean, you got these 6 a.m. whatever, but like this pre-market level, 99.05, can't even get there. And then you are flying. Looking good on that one. Yeah, even like 99.50, because we have this shelf here. We only spend 3 minutes below there. You get back above, you hold it twice. That looks really good. I think Baba can probably get through 102 today, but, you know, we'll have to see on that one. I've found it extremely difficult to execute on Baba the last couple weeks, or it was going like last week or 2 weeks ago maybe. Really hard, really choppy. A lot of that fugaze that we talk about. The spoofy man shows up all the time.
Spoofy man.
Whatever you guys want to, however you guys want to say that. Why is this not?
Shout out to the OB.
Shout out to Obi. The spoofy man is indeed real. So Tesla did kind of turn around there. Maybe I should have taken some profit. What's the market doing? I'll wait. The stop is the stop on this one. Got to respect it, I believe, on Tesla. Alibaba already at 101 too. Damn.
It's unreal.
All right, let's see. Maybe we can add to this Tesla if we do a little double bottom there at 246.70. That'd be pretty good. But we'll have to see what happens on this one. I got my eyes on it. Yeah,
we may get stopped out of this MNQ trade here as it. Look, it's trying to dance with 315 is what I'm talking about, but we're seeing a series of lower lows. The only saving grace here is every time we kind of dip down, it's met with aggressive buying, wicking back up, but I feel like the selling is overwhelming the buying, at least for the moment. That may not hold out, but we're at a critical level with a definite stop, with a very specific stop. If we get the wrong side of this trade, we get the wrong side of this trade. That's just the way it works out. But 15.3 trying to hold. But look at Baba knocking on the door of 101. Technically, the high on the day, we talked about this one earlier, 101.80. That's this crest up here, not quite 102. Let's look at Baba in more of a longer term picture here so we can identify some key levels. Where are my Where are my other charts that I usually have over here? I don't know where they are. Okay, there it is. So let's pull up BABA on a longer term. This is a 4-hour candle on BABA. Okay, so we definitely have a local high here of 102, almost and a half, 102.45. We're not far removed away from that. That takes us all the way back to mid-May. So definitely that I'll be looking, should BABA make it up to that 102, 102 and a half, you're definitely looking for some resistance around there. We touched that level late July. Late July, July 31st was the last time we were around there, and then Huadunk as we got the bad Chinese economic data, and that was responsible for this retracement all the way back into 93, trying to bounce off that now again, off earnings. So keep an eye on that one. And there we go. I am completely out of my MNQ trade. Yeah, bad one there as it breaks through that 15,275. Yeah, what can you do? You win some, you lose some. So the NQ looking like it wants to, you know, at least making a newer low, breaking through this crest right here, this trough, pardon me. So yeah, that's the end of my trade on that one. Let's focus on Roblox. Roblox still kind of consolidating sideways above that 30. Definitely the break of 30 will be my out. A couple of nice wicks here on the 1 minute candle. If you zoom out just a little bit, you can see how it got defended earlier on. It actually, what's the actual low on Roblox? 30 on the dot is the low on Roblox. So it was good yesterday. Is it good a second time around? I don't know. Palantir was great at 16 a couple of days ago. If you tried Palantir yesterday at 16, you were not rewarded. So we'll have a look and see if we can get kind of doubles, seconds at this 30 level, Max.
Yeah, and I'm getting stopped out of that Tesla trade as we speak. Takes out that key level. We are gone out of that one. So we'll see. Maybe the market has to get down to 15,250. I mean, this downtrend has been pretty brutal the last week. So if we continue the downtrend, get down through the pre-market low on NASDAQ, I feel like, you know, there's definitely some areas that we can get to. 15,000 test potentially incoming on this crazy move down that we've had recently. Amazon just touched 139 again. I missed that again. That's pretty brutal. Do I think the market's going down though? I feel like it is. I think I'm just gonna wait.
They're stepping down. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for it to curl back. If it does, I mean, if the shorts are in, the shorts are in. I mean, we're still up two-thirds of a percent on the NQ, half a point on the ES. The other interesting level coming in on the other futures contract is 4,500, obviously, on the ES. No question about that. We're 8 points away. Low on the day is 44.92. We hit that level much earlier on the opening range drop. I believe that was that the bell? That was 7:30. No, so that was subsequent to the CPI print released. We dipped all the way down there into 44.92 3/4. Some people were playing the range. I know Sean played the range on that. He took the TQQ short today. It bounced up, it bounced down. If you were quick enough on the keys, you could definitely make money on that. So we'll keep an eye on both of these. BABA, I don't know, man. I feel it's kind of extended up here, but hey, it could go. It could go. Who knows?
BABA has that like weird kind of squeeze potential, even though I don't think it's heavily shorted.
I don't think it is either. I'll have a look.
I mean, maybe like for a large cap, we could see.
Charlie's probably punching into this. 2 1/3.
2 1/3. Yeah, that's nothing. That's like Tesla levels. So, I mean, yeah, just I don't know why it has that weird squeeze potential. I think like people just start shorting it in the middle of the day, knowing that these Chinese stocks typically fade, and then if they don't, then BABA will just keep going for the rest of the day. So if we're taking out the high and start trending, I think I would probably want to get long BABA throughout the afternoon because I've seen that kind of trend potential on that name before. Amazon's spending a little time below 139, so again, waiting on a double bottom on futures. I'm looking for 15,250 to hold maybe, and that 4,500. If Amazon's still just below this 139, that seems kind of perfect for a little bounce trade, but we'll see what happens. I think the low was 138.90 on the day, so we hold that. Looking good for the move back up to 140 potentially. Google just held 130, and that Disney is there's some FOMO there on that Disney.
There we go, baby.
Rolls right over off that 91 price again. Back into 89.70s.
101.
This
BABA.
looks like it wants to break down and get to VWAP. Baba 101?
Yeah,
All right,
size on Baba at
interesting.
101. I went long 85s. There we go. Break through 101. That's, oh, goodness. Break through 101 into 115s. Let's see if we can get continuity here. A higher low. I mean, sorry, a higher high. No question about that. Breaking through that critical level. Are the sellers going to step up here? We know that there's a 101.80. No question about that. We know that 102.50. That's going to be the top. That goes back to late July. Do we get there? There we go. Right back into that 101 teens again. Nice higher high, breaking through this consolidation range that we made earlier. Look at this. Dance around sub 101. 101 definitely was the top after this break. Tried to get back. Couldn't really. We'll see if this one holds up. A couple shekels above the entry. This one's slowing down a little bit now. It's not as aggressive in its movement, so it makes it a bit, I don't want to say safer to trade. That's not the word, but not as quick and having to make as many quick decisions. So we'll see if 101 can hang out as a level here. Keeping an eye on the future though, seeing if we're going to get that bounce. That bounce we've been looking for all morning has not materialized quite yet, especially right after that 10-10 period. We've been all red candles. Obviously not all, but they're stepping down. Yeah, we'll see if this holds.
Yeah, I'm watching. It looks like the future's kind of bouncing off that level. Didn't quite get there, so looking for like a bit above 247 on Tesla. I'm just not seeing anything. Because if we hold this level, I mean, the same trade is still valid. Basically, wicked it. Didn't get to 246 even, so you know the same idea is still valid. If people are shorting through this price, then you know getting stopped out back above. But I'm not seeing any indications of people getting stopped out just yet. So we'll see. Maybe we hold this 246.50 area. If not, just wait. Amazon, I don't know. The bounces kind of suck right now. I mean, the market is bouncing slightly off the bottom, but you know, nothing great yet. So I think just wait and see on this. I like that Alibaba. Just trying to find a way into that one, you know, like.
I waited for the top to break up. There we go. Moving into the high teens here, Max. Trying to knock on the door of the $0.25. I'm sitting at the $0.25 there for the fill. We'll see if we get it. I also got the fill on Roblox. So did touch 35. Then we had an immediate retracement. That does take out, well, it doesn't actually take out because we got up there at around 11.08. We touched the same level again, retrace right back down into 30s. We're looking for continuation, obviously. I'm seeing a likely area of resistance here around the $0.50. We danced with that $0.50 a little bit during the earlier part of the morning, 10:15 to about 10:40 or so. It was tough breaking through there, and then the Huadunk came in and the 30 defense. So we'll have an eye on that. There it is on Mr. Baba. We get continuation through the $0.25. We touch 30s there. Let's see if we can get continuation further into the high 101.80. The high on the day, but where are we going to take some outs, Mr. Max? I think we really need to be incremental here in how we get it so we don't take too much off the table too quickly, my friend.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm long Tesla again, risking that bottom. Looking to add actually here in the 50s if I do like that. And then, yeah, we'll give it down to the wick. Haven't got like a real position yet, so just looking to see if we can get this one to hold. Market looks like it wants to hold, so Tesla should bounce if the market wants to hold here. We'll see. Back over 247 with a bid would be an ad, and you know, we wick that bottom again. That would also be an ad stopping out if 246 does break here. Yeah, looking for. I feel like this. I feel like we're bouncing. No.
I don't know.
I mean, we need to get up a lot higher if we are going to bounce. Maybe I should just be in Baba, which is independently strong, and going for the high.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Look at Roblox
All right.
here, Max. Here comes the $0.50 on Mr. Roblox as we pump up 30, holds again, bang. Let's continue to go, but we know that there's going to be a level of resistance here. We talked just like 10 seconds ago about this level. We got right back up there. The squeeze coming in now, 3 1/3 to the good on Mr. Roblox. VWAP on my chart. I think it's 53. Let me double check on my other chart here. No, the other one says 50. So you have a bit of confluence here between the $0.50 and VWAP. As such, I will be taking some out right there in front of the $0.50. So Just looking quickly at Baba to make sure that was all square and all good. Yeah, so anyway, looking to take some out here in front of the half dollar, 30.5. I'm weary of this area of resistance, Max.
Looking good there on that Roblox. I added to Tesla. It looks like it wants to hold. So let's see if we can get back above 247 and hold this area here. I think we're looking good for the bounce, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
No, I will not stop banging on the table. I like banging on the table. I get excitable, and that's just my disposition. So you're gonna have to deal with it. So let's go here back. Sorry to interrupt you, Max. But yeah, looking to reject off that 30.5 still on Mr. Roblox.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And yeah, bounce coming in on the market. Looks like we want to take out the high of the last candle. Tesla just chopping around. This is what it does. So we'll wait and see on this. Let it break 246, and if it holds below, then we get out. If it bounces right away, we hold and potentially add through 247 for that move back towards VWAP. I think we've gotten away from VWAP enough on this name that it's time for that reversal trade. Potentially, obviously, Tesla been mega weak recently, so can't be crazy stubborn with this name.
Brother Musk.
Disney kind of bouncing a bit, but not enough to get short, unfortunately. Yeah, what else we got on watch?
Did you hear about my friend Li Auto?
No.
Blew away earnings,
Oh,
Max.
I did see that this morning. Yeah. What?
Well, today it was just like a couple upgrades. It wasn't really the meat of the move. It actually sold off on the day that it reported, which was fantastic. It was kind of sell the news event. But yeah, it was really good, Max. It was really good. It showed up on my scanner
we were
today.
talking about that 35 level not so long ago. Now we're trading at 45. That's pretty ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, that swing would have been.
Well, I'm in it now.
You are in it now?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I got in a couple of long-term positions because I'm officially broke after having gotten that condo, and so I'm trying to make some money on the long term here, Max. Wish me luck. 4 positions: Nat Gas, Caterpillar, Apple. Got on the pullback after the earnings miss, and my friend Lee. So we'll see how those materialize over the next couple of weeks and months, guys. All right, our friend Baba here, Max, is pumping through the half dollar. Oh, baby.
Sharif.
Oh, baby. Here comes 60, Max. Oh, my goodness. Baba doing well. We talked about the report. I won't repeat that. Again, 101.80, the HOD, but the daily chart, well, not the daily, the 4 hour shows me a 102.5 likely resistance. That goes back to July 31st. Be looking to de-risk most of that in front of that level, no question about it. James Barna, Sharif, what are your price ranges on those longs? Which longs? Are you talking about the current longs or the ones that I just mentioned for the swings? Let me know. Tag me again. Yeah, thanks, Don. That's nice of you to say. See, I get some nice comments. Sharif is so genuinely nice. Oh, you haven't seen me when I'm mad. But I'm kidding, of course. No, I usually try to be nice. Sean, would you say I'm a nice person? Awesome. Fail. Oh, I thought he was going to hit the fail button. I was just waiting for that. Come on. All right, guys. The swings, brother. Okay, that's a good question. I'm going to have to get back to you on that because it's more of just like a riding the trend type thing. Caterpillar, I don't really have technical levels on all of them, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. I really should have outs on them. I was looking just to ride and then, see where kind of the wind took me sort of thing. But I will get back to you on that. I will sit and chart tonight, no question, because that is the prudent thing to do. And thank you for calling me out on that.
We are getting the bounce, it seems, on the market. So kind of Tesla does exactly what I figured it would. Wick 246. We're chilling. I really should have added down there. I wasn't paying enough attention, obviously. But back into the money, looking for this 247 to break, and then we'll see if we can get back into the 50s there. And then I think that 248 level seems like it's basically imminent. That 50 period will likely come into play on Tesla. It does like to revert to the mean, so that's kind of the target now. If we break that, maybe we get VWAP. Little reversion play here. Disney still hasn't gotten there, so I got to wait on that one. Where's Amazon? Yeah.
Oh, wow, Baba.
I forgot about Amazon. That's a better trade than what I'm in right now. Right below 139, can't take out that day low, gives you the fills. That's a pretty nice trade there on Amazon. Right back to VWAP there. looking good for that potential 140 test. I think if it gets back above 140, I would try to take that long again on this name. Try to catch it on a dip or something back into, I don't know, maybe back into 140. It goes up here to the 40s, comes back to 140, you catch a dip, and then continue that trend as, all right, Tesla's in the money now. Let's go. Come on, push it. Tesla's got to get through that, get through the teal there. But I don't think that'll be a problem. Get through the teal, get through that 247, and see where we can go. This feels like the right trade to have.
Yeah, it looks real good here when I'm looking at the future. Look at that dip buy, man. I got bamboozled. I got strong-armed out of this trade. No question about it on the MNQ. No question about it. Look at the futures pumping back up. I mean, I had to draw the line somewhere though. Where do you draw the line? It dipped down into 15,262. I mean, like, I didn't want to get out of the trade. It looked like the buyers were buying it up at 15.3, and there you go. We're looking to trace into VWAP here on the MNQ at 15.337. So I got strong-armed out of it. Too bad. It sucks to be me, but we're going to try to make it up on this BABA trade. But Max, we're finding a bit of resistance here at that 101.5. We're dipping back closer to 101 now in the 101 teens. De-risked a little bit, but still holding. I don't know if this one... We'll see. We'll see how it acts around 101. We definitely know that there is an area of resistance around here. This is the area that we dealt with from around 10 to about 10:30 or so. So half an hour of resistance. We also had trouble with it on our ascent up from like 11:15 into 11:25 or so. Right back into 101 here. So lots of bamboozlement. Possible double top here on our friend Baba. We'll have to watch and see what this one does. But the market definitely curling up.
Oh yeah, market definitely curling. I took a little bit of profit on Tesla because it did kind of fail break this 247.10 a little bit. So we'll see if this can hold. Basically break even stop at this point. Stop out at 60 if this move doesn't want to continue. Yeah, Disney's actually going back for that 90.50 price. So I may just take an attempt on this Disney at 90.50 if we can kind of wick back above and not break this level. We'll see how that one goes. All right, Tesla, come on, pump through that level, get through the 20s. I think if Tesla takes out 25 here, then we can quite easily get that move to 50. But definitely encountering some resistance at the moment as the market did just kind of wick off the 50 here. So we'll see if Tesla wants to get to its own 50 period. Oh, I guess that's the 50 on the 5-minute. What is that, like the 250? I don't think that's a thing. But ES hit VWAP, so that makes sense. ES hit VWAP, kind of turned around. So we'll see. We'll see if this market has any juice in it. This is the first day of buying after a whole lot of selling. Yeah. So
it's been nice. I got to tell you the truth. The selling, just because you're always, oh my God, I missed the boat. Oh my God. So a nice healthy pullback to kind of just get in if you're, long-term minded, of course. But
I saw some breakdowns on some of these tech names that looked like that Meta 310.
You saw that, eh?
I saw that. I checked
Everybody
yesterday afternoon.
It, yeah.
That was nuts. $7, pretty much, what was that, 15 minutes? You get a $7 move out of Meta on the key support level that it's been supporting off of for how long now. That would have been a great trade, but can't have them all. Got to take a break.
No, you can't.
For the mental.
I'd like them all, but such is the case. All right, Baba, it worried me for a bit. We had a fantastic 101 defend. We're not out of the water yet. We're not in the clear. What I really want to see is that higher high, and the higher high has got to come through an HOD break. That's a 101.80 break. We're pumping back up though on Mr. Baba as we move up here into 101.60. We were just touching 101s. There it is, 101.65. Do we get the fill? I do believe we're hanging out at 165. We're going to have to hang tight though for that continuation and to cross, but some good buying coming into Baba here. 7%, almost 7.1% to the good. It was a little higher just a second ago, but a nice move on Baba looking for that. Let's just call a spade a spade. We need that high a day break. Otherwise, the trade is going to be in jeopardy. I mean, technical analysis says we need the direction of the trend, and the trend is to the high side, and if we need that, we need higher highs. So here we go, some definite selling coming in at that local high. 101.65-ish is that local high, I would opine. Going back to RBLX quickly, the other trade that we have on, This one stagnating a little bit, sideways consolidation, just sub that $0.50. I'm sitting 1 penny in front of that $0.50 at 30.49 to get filled. We're dancing in the high 30s. We were dancing in the mid 40s just a second ago. So we'll see if this one can kind of get going. Now, to be look at this from a support resistance perspective. Clearly, this 30 1/3 seemed to be a bit of an issue earlier on. We had several rejections off that 30 1/3. We break through it. Now 30 1/3 maybe looks like here it's acting as a level of support. We'll see. We'll see. Former area of resistance acting as area of support. Nothing we haven't heard of before. So looking for continuation on that name. VWAP on Roblox just now, I think almost half a penny just south of 30.50. So that $0.50 and VWAP, likely a bit of a resistance level on Roblox, so we'll continue to watch there. Back to BABA as we knock on the door of the local high again. There it is, baby. We break through that top at 65. Oh, baby. Looking for that 101.80 break.
Crushing that one, Sharif. That 102 was the recent high, I believe. Oh, 102.50. All right. So definitely 102.50 going to be on watch on BABA. Tesla looks like it's going to stop me out, so whatever, go ahead and stop me out. Don't care. Not even going to look at it. BABA, yeah, so high of day, 101.80. We got some sellers in front of that 80. I wonder, stopped out on Tesla there. That's too bad. Lost 5 cents on the remainder. So, I mean, losing 5 cents on Tesla is pretty great. 101.80 into 102 kind of makes sense as a trade. I'm just worried. Take that. I don't know. Oh, market kind of flushing back down off that VWAP.
So much bamboozlement. So much
What's good for you is
bro.
that this BABA is going by itself.
Secular a bit, yeah.
Totally by itself.
Yeah.
The market goes down, BABA don't care. We've been in a downtrend for how long now? BABA's just been going up. So I think you're safe on that one. That Disney probably should have gotten in the high 40s. Let's see if we can get that actually. I'm watching Disney right now. How can we get up here? What's the volume like? 23. That's pretty good.
That's not bad for
That's
Disney.
good enough. That's actually quite a lot for Disney. So, yeah, let's see if this Disney can get above 50 and then slam back down. You can see that there's some size there. I mean, it's not much. That's whatever, 8,500 shares. And then that 91 has a ton of size on it. But yeah,
sir.
looking for like 90, 60 kind of area. See if that holds. If it does, short it back into, see if we can get into this 89.80. Someone was saying that there's a weird bid on 89.80 in the chat. I didn't actually get to see that, but you know, if we get back down there, we'll take a look at that one. What else are people trading? NVIDIA? What's going on with NVIDIA? I know that we did a crazy move on the open on NVIDIA.
BABA, Dollar Club.
Oh, we're through the high on BABA.
Yeah. The Katina man hit that. There you go. I love that animation.
Wow, NVIDIA is all the way back down to 425? That's crazy. What a move off the open on this one. Fail breaks 420, blasts off $15. Like,
I traded this one yesterday, and it kicked my rear end, and then I got it back, though.
Yeah.
This one was really huadunky, and people in the chat were like, what are you doing longing this? And we had a $5 winner on this one yesterday. So
nice.
It was decent play. But yeah, it was a very, very counter-trend type of move yesterday on our friend NVIDIA. But yeah, taking the tops out there, or testing the top, I shouldn't say, on our friend BABA. The wick of that high, 101.84. So new high of day on Alibaba, as it now huadunks 40 cents. Oh my God, the profit taking the sell. Look at that. Look how quickly that came in. Look how quickly that came in. It took forever to get up there and almost no time for it to come right back down. Do the buyers step up? Are the buyers going to step up? That 101 defend, we're definitely looking for that. We know that's going to be an area of resistance. That was an area of resistance earlier at 2 different points in the morning. Does it act as support? We got support here on our friend BABA at 1137, 1136, where it bounced off and then made a new high. Looking for that kind of same bounce to come in. The other trouble that I'm having is now we are at the support level on RBLX. I think this is an interesting support level, and that's because we had trouble breaking through this 30 and a third top. We're right back down there now, though, 30 and a quarter, dancing with 30 and 30-30. Here we go. So RBLX trending right back down. Yeah, didn't get any at the $0.50, sadly, on that name, Max. So we'll have to wait and see how this one materializes. Long 15s, now only 10 pennies in the money on this name. We're going to have to be careful not to allow this one to go against us. What I don't want to see necessarily is a lower low. And so the lower low comes through the break of this trough over here. Does it change the trade, though? Just because I make a newer lower low here, does it invalidate the $30 level? And that's the question I have to ask myself. So just because we make a lower low over here, the 30 level is still valid.
The 30 is the 30, man.
Exactly.
I think you got to just respect the 30.
I think you're right. And I just have to get out of BABA here soon, as it is now breaking 101. Look, I'm not going to let this one go against me. But if it holds 101, fantastic. But if it comes into 85, I will flatten my position out. If it breaks 85, it's at 87s right now, 91s. It's holding. Do we get that move back up through 101? But Baba, the Huadunk came in fast and oh so furious at that HOD break. We didn't quite get to make it up to that 102.5 that we talked about. That was a level in July. And now we are like 10 pennies in the money after being $1 in the money. This is the kind of bamboozlement you can get on these big tech names that are like $100+. They move oh so quickly. So keeping my eye on Baba here, looking for that 101 hold. It's back above 101 now. If it holds above, obviously we'll hang out, maybe try to break that high a day again. But yeah, lots of volatility, definitely intraday.
Oh yeah. I just tried Amazon off that level again. Looks like this one wants to go down. I think the market, I mean, we are testing that 15,250, but we're not at 4,500 yet. So let's see here. Not looking pretty on the market, making new lows at noon. You don't typically see that. So maybe, I mean, we were almost at 2% today on NASDAQ. Now we're back down to 0.5%. This could get kind of nasty. Where's the?
Welcome to CPI.
I mean, you look on the daily chart here. We have got some room on NASDAQ to fall down. I'm thinking like this 14,750 into 14,500 is where we could end up going if this NASDAQ move wants to continue going down. I feel like that 50 period is not right, but I'll have to check on that one. Or maybe it's the 200. There's something that's down at 14.5 on my other platform that I'll have to figure out what that was, because I swear it was the 50, but this does appear to be the 50 at 15.4. So I will figure that one out as we are screaming down into that 4,500 on NASDAQ right now.
All right, well, we're getting right back down into 101. Look, I'm not going to stop out until it breaks my entry. So I've got my finger on the flatten key here. I don't want to give back any of the move, but let's just see if we get that 101 hold. We're not holding 101 to the T, but our buyer is going to step in at this level. We've earmarked it as a possible area of earlier resistance, looking for it to act as support. We haven't really decidedly broke 101. We're below it, 2 pennies, 3 pennies. But no real vigor to the downside quite yet. So I guess I'm observing. That's what I should say. I'm not hoping. I hate to use the word hope. But I'm observing to see whether or not we hold this level. So keeping my eye really fixated here on the book, on the level 2, to see if we break through and to see where any size coming in. You really, ideally, you want to see like a big order come in on the bid there, maybe south of your south of 101, but above your position. You can rely on it just a bit, but that hasn't happened. On the other side of the coin, I don't really see any big size showing up on the book with respect on the ask. No real sellers here that I can see, just a lot of price action at that 101 level. So keeping my eye on that quickly. Let me go to Roblox. Yeah, it's holding 30 and a quarter, so I'll let that one be. I'm going to have to punch out of this position as we get back into 85s again. That's the end of the trade for me right there. On Baba, I had to draw the line somewhere. Now watch it bounce back up and me complain for the rest of the show. But we were able to lock in some profits there.
From the other side of that trade, I mean, you do get like 4 cents above the prior high.
Yeah.
Wicket, and then you get $1 out of that down move. I mean, that's a pretty great trade, but you you have to figure that this thing is going to 102 when it does break that high. So looking for the short up there. I mean, it makes sense to look for the short at highs sometimes, but on BABA, on a strong move like that, I feel like, you're looking for that continuation long into 102, and I mean, it could still happen today. Definitely keep this one on watch.
Yeah.
See if it wants to hold VWAP again. VWAP's right at $100, which always a key level, those round, even $100 levels. So maybe we hold 100 today, and then we get that move back into 102. That'd be pretty nice. I mean, everything's just kind of tanking. I feel like we missed the short, except on Disney. Why is Disney so strong?
Yeah, Disney looks good, man. It's bouncing off.
Yeah, it's still not wanting to get through that 90-50, so it's not giving me the trade that I want, but this is holding up when the market is going down. And you always have to ask yourself, is this a laggard or is this just strong? And if the market bounces, is Disney just going right through 91? I am not particularly bullish on this name, so I really do want the short above 90.50, but it has to get there. I don't want to pay these prices and then stop out 80 cents higher on 91. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't know. I feel like if we get back up here, maybe we're breaking 91. Maybe I have to wait for 91 to fail. Since Disney is so strong, it probably wants that level if we do bounce on the ES here, which did just crack that that 4,500.
No,
so see if this holds. 4,500, always key level. I mean, next stop is yesterday's low of 44.80-ish. We get down there. Look out below. Find some shorts.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of my Roblox position here, and if it comes back into 30 on the dot, I'll be waiting. So here we go. We're going to put in an order just north of 30. We'll hang out maybe at 03s, 02s. And if it comes back to defend that level, we'll get it, and then we'll put like a couple of penny stops here. But I don't want to. I was still holding a bit more size than I wanted to. There weren't enough exits out here. So if this really flushes against me, I don't want to get back to profit. So I'd rather just get out of it and then either wait for it to curl back up, show me that it has intentions of curling back up, or get it off that key level, because I had it at 15s, and that's 15 pennies removed, and we're really not getting the notional range in the move. Like, it's been almost $1 worth of range, right? So you're really restricted in how much you're able to make here unless you really size up. So I'm going to get in back at closer to 30. I'm out for now on Roblox. We'll see if we can reinstitute this trade again closer to that 30 level. Looking back at BABA here, I'm happy that I got out where I did, as it now curls back into that 150 level. That short off the double top was absolute money. You could tell that this one obviously was being traded by some big money here. BABA is not a small stock. It can't be thrown around in that way. What is BABA's market cap? I know this one was a monster before.
Pretty big.
256 billion. It was a lot bigger, quite frankly, when it was at $300.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, BABA, big stock. It can't really be manipulated, so there's a lot of big money thrown around here to bring that double top down. 101.84, technically the high day. I want to get some chat messages here. Dan Emmons. The NQ and the ES, both of them, have a European opening range overlapping the RTH opening range. When we have overlapping opening ranges, the moves away from them can be very powerful. Jay Lee, Sharif, be sure to get Upstart if it bounces off that 32.75 resistance. I'm thinking to go long if it does. I had Upstart actually on my chart this morning. Let's have a look at UPSD. We know that it was an earnings loser. There's no question about that. And we talked about that earlier in the week. Yeah, go back to the 4-hour here. This is what Max was talking about. Look at this, 72.5 top. As quickly as we got there, Max, and I don't want to say it was quick, because look at the incremental move up and then the huadunk. Always the huadunk.
It's the stairs up, window down, man.
Bro, unreal. Anyway.
The fear is much quicker than the greed, typically.
No question.
Typically on
so Jay
that
Lee,
one. But that one was like a fear trade on the way up too, because it was short stopping out, highly shorted name.
Absolutely.
I don't know where we bounce from though. Like there is not a single. Well, I guess there's some shorts
you got to go all the way
still
back
sweating,
here.
but like that's.
Upstart. I mean, look, I don't really
That's
believe in
something.
the name too much, brother. I mean, the reason is the macro environment's not really good for this type of stock.
No.
This is a goods type stock. I mean, it's not a services type stock. You have to buy things here for them to loan you money. And in fact, here's a little tidbit. Of the amount of people that applied for these microloans, these buy now, pay later loans, only 13% of those who applied actually converted into loans. So what does that show you? Number one, the conversion rate's not that good based on what they were doing before. Number two, the consumer doesn't really want to spend right now on goods. I mean, they want a vacation. You heard this guy. He's going to Barcelona. He just came back from the cottage. I just came back from vacay as well. I haven't been buying anything. Right? I mean, like, really haven't been buying anything big. Not computers, not iPads, anything like that. It's more experiences. So I fit within that boat. Now let's talk about Jay Lee's level here at 32.75. That is the low of day. Jay, I'm hesitant to say I'm going to punch in at Upstart at that level, only because we've only had one bounce off that level. Like, why are you so enthralled with this 32.75? Sure, it's the low on the day, but we're creating here lower highs. It's kind of looking for a flat bottom break, that 33.25. We danced with it all morning. The wicks below 33.25 got bought up. We're right there right now. So I don't know. Maybe you see something I don't, but I'm not very confident taking that 32.75. But just because you are a good friend of the show's, I will put an alert at that level, Max, and I will be alerted if it comes back into that level, and we'll talk about what we'll do then.
I was just looking at my levels on NASDAQ on my phone there, and I'm thinking I'm going to look for a bounce if we get to 15,150, not this 15.2 right now. I think, we got to go test these levels, and if we're going to bounce and I want to play a bounce trade, it's going to be from there. I think that we're just too low to short right now, unless there's something that's sitting at highs like Disney. I don't really see anything else. I mean, everything is kind of looking the exact same, just huge downtrend since that nice morning push that we had. So I think just wait for that bounce off 15,150. If that doesn't come and I miss the bounce, it is what it is. I just don't think that the edge is there for the bounce play just yet. Maybe look to small caps. I don't see a lot. CLSK. I used to trade this one on my own account back in the day. I don't know if you remember this ticker.
Yeah.
This one went nuts once, I believe. I'll pull it up. Pull up the daily, see if it actually did. NASDAQ. Come on, load. There we go.
Yeah, it's me with my platform yesterday, bro. It was just not working out for me.
Come on.
Yeah.
Get back to 2020 for me, and then we'll see if this
those
thing
were
really
good
went.
times.
But yeah, definitely a potential squeeze candidate. The problem is that this one kind of goes all the time. So, we have all these kind of up days over here where it puts in big moves. We have this one where this one continued on day 2, so that's good, but then reverses off of that 750 level. So you're looking at the chart, and really there's nothing there. Maybe you could say that 650 is a level. I would say that that's a level at 650, but I just feel like, this most recent downtrend, nobody's really feeling the squeeze until we get above that $8 or at least $7.50, which is where people are probably sitting short somewhere between $7 and $7.50 if they're trying to swing this one back down. Nice bounce off the 50 period though. I imagine there's news. Oh, they reported earnings today. Okay. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with this one. If it can keep trending, I'm not going to take like day high on this thing, but we'll see. Maybe we get a little extra squeeze action out of this one. Market is bouncing. We're back above that 4,500. I feel like any pops are to be shorted at this point, but
Yeah, the way that it's been acting.
We'll see. I'd like to get back into here. I want to see it actually establish a trend because, we're not really touching any trend lines yet. Unless, you pull out the 1 minute. I guess you could wait for us to get to 45.10 area, which is where the 50 is. I don't think that, trying to play the teal on the market makes a lot of sense because it's not like a high volume, moving stock. But we'll see. Maybe we just reverse off the teal after like a 3-handle pullback to the upside. What about LUMN? This one reported earnings the other day and got smoked, right? Now we're back above $2. Probably announcing some kind of partnership, network, I don't know, some kind of deal on this one. Intensifies network edge data protection. So they launched a product. All right, let's see what LUMN is doing on the. This one I believe is one of those kind of liquid ones. Is it New York? Yeah, super liquid, moving up 15% today. Unload the chart above that $2 level, but not doing any volume over $2, which is what you'd expect to happen on something like this. You know, it breaks $2, then it does the volume and starts to go. This is broken $2, which is always key on a stock like this, and has done absolutely nothing. So I think probably stay away from that one too. So finding ideas is not going that well at the moment, but Disney has done what I wanted it to do. So I'm starting off the short here, looking for this to get down into 90 bucks and then continue. I think I could add through 90, give that like an over-under level, and then see if we can get to VWAP on this one. You know, I wanted to see it wick 90.50, exactly what it did. And now, you know, immediately in the money, joining the trend on the way down instead of trying to predict what's going to happen on the way up. That's how I like to trade. And we'll see if this market holds 4,500. I think if the market just holds 4,500 right now, I'll probably punch out of Disney. But I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'll get some profit out in front of 90, I guess, like 90.10 maybe. And then, but that'll only be like 20%. And then the remainder we hold for that 89.80 test. And then potential VWAP at 89.50. If we want to give up this uptrend, I think that we can get back down into 88.50. But I mean, I don't think I'll have that much left on if we do get there. I'm feeling like this trend up on Disney is pretty strong today. So see what happens there.
All right. Jameson, ODFL, short looking good with all the Yell news. This is the next company to take a hit with manufacturing down in China. Let's have a look at ODFL. Don't know much about them. But before I get there, I got into BABA, got out real quick here. It looks like, you know, didn't really get down to 100 or VWAP, but it looked like it was going to be a bit of a bounce, maybe a fake double top. I'm still keeping my eye on this one. If it makes a newer high here through 101 and it really reclaims 101, this might be an interesting long. I feel like I got out of this too quickly on, yeah, just not exactly sure about this. But anyway, we'll have a look at ODFL. I don't know anything about this stock. Let's pull it up. ODFL. Old Dominion Freight Line. Okay, well, that makes sense because you were referencing Yell. So let's look at the daily first and foremost, figure out what this stock's all about. It looks a lot better than Yell, I'll tell you that. This is the daily on ODFL. And so the year we started 280 bucks was the price January 1st. You know, we've been stair-stepping up, a series of higher highs and higher lows. A lot of bamboozling moves, though, no question, but the trend is intact. We get up to the local high here of 430. Is that all-time high? It looks like it might be all-time high. Let me go to the weekly. Yes, sir, it is. Okay, so this is all-time highs here on Old Dominion Freight Line. And it's been, I guess, a good few weeks for the name. Let's look at the daily back again. All right, I don't know when Yell reported their bankruptcy, but this looks like it might be it here, as it, you know, this hammer candle is usually quite bullish. And then look at the next day. You move up from 370 bucks. You get all the way within 2 days up to 400 and a quarter. It's not a bad look at all. Retracing now, though, into 400 on the daily. What does the intraday look? This is the 15 on ODFL, kind of range bound here. You're seeing a series of lower highs, though, on the 15 with an interesting bottom here, again, at 400. To be expected, the whole dollar level. I mean, the idea here is with China slowing down. ODFL is obviously probably shipping a lot of the products that come in from the West Coast around the country. I guess that's the idea that you have here. I don't know too much about the macro environment, but the chart, when I look at the daily chart, or the 4-hour chart, does not suggest a short. Okay. Now I get what you're saying is a fundamental point. I haven't looked into it thoroughly enough to kind of see what their business climate is. But the chart is not yelling shorts. You just got off all-time highs, and sure, if you want to take the risk on that, maybe with a stop through all-time highs, that's a good look for you. But I probably won't participate in that. But intraday, you get up almost to 410, 409 and 2/3, and now we're knocking on the door again of, we just held 402.15, right back up into 403. Definitely far removed off the highs. So nothing for me on the intraday side of things, but yeah, if you're looking for a short, that's not my cup of tea, Max.
Yeah, I don't know. Trading those low liquidity names above a couple $100, not really for me. I'm watching Disney to try to add to this below 90.50 again. Looking like it does not want to get above that 90.60 price. Again, like the stop out is probably 91, and you're adding in front of that, given that is where the prior high was. We'll see if we can get that add. If not, I'm willing to add back through 90.50 and then kind of stop out right away and then try it again. But yeah, we'll see here on this Disney position if it wants to hold. Market not really doing much, but there is a slight bounce off of 4,500. So going to be keeping that in mind, but we're only 3 handles above that. So I would not classify this as a bounce on the market yet. We got to be back up to here. We'll see if we can get back below. If not, we're probably stopped out of this position, and the market's retracing the VWAP. I don't know if I believe in that one yet. So we'll see. Just watching the tape on Disney, looking for a spot to add to it, and yeah, stop at high of day, $91. Maybe we can get a nice add in front of there. What else is going on? 4,500,
man. We got to talk about this level, Max, because we're bouncing off it right now. It's not the best look, especially with what happened on the Qs earlier on. But here is the ES. The dips below 4,500 have been bought up. All right, but I would suggest you not with any real vigor. It's a risk. I don't know, man. We're up 1/3%, but it was a big move down. 4,500 hasn't been really respected on the intraday basis. We know yesterday was the first time we closed sub 4,500 in quite some time. We fought valiantly to get back up there, but it was a sell into the afternoon yesterday. I guess maybe in anticipation of CPI. But in any event, I'm not as confident taking this long here at 4,500. I definitely want to watch it for a little bit longer. When Arun was here, he was talking about how he hasn't been trading this summer. He has really been hands off. Suggested to me that, the way that you trade now is not the same way that you trade during the regular time of the year. And so what I'm looking for here on the future may be completely invalid. What I look for is key levels to come in and to see if buyers are going to keep stepping up and overwhelming sellers at those key levels. And sometimes you see it, and then sometimes it deceives you completely. So what you saw and what worked in the more liquid time of the year, sell in May, before the sell in May and go away thing, it may not work in the summer. So I always feel maybe I'm looking for the wrong thing. So maybe I'll stay away from that 4,500. Already got burned on 15.3, no question about that. So we'll have to wait and see here what we get. Dancing with 4,500 right now, though. A lot of interactions between at that price level, I should say. So keeping my eye on that.
Yeah, definitely watching what happens on that 4,500. Testing it again right now. Kind of looking like a reversal candle on the 5-minute, but we take this to the 15. It just looks like consolidation. So we shall see on this one. Disney kind of hanging out. I did get the ad there on 55, so now the average price is 50. I think that's a pretty good average price. I got an aggressive couple profit takers here to see if we can get some on the way down into the 50 period, and then the remainder we'll be holding for that 90 break and see if we can get into VWAP today. Market looks like it's taking out 4,500 now, but we will see if it can continue, as this short is looking pretty decent on Disney. But, pretty muted. It's not like there's any aggressive selling going on, nor is there any particular buying at all. So just going to pick a direction, I guess, and yeah, see what happens on this one. What else? That's CLSK doing nothing, surprisingly. I guess small caps kind of took a bit of a break this week.
And you know what I heard,
going nuts
too? A lot of people talking about how small caps will perform better in these lower rate environments. because they become more speculative, right? And the more speculative names obviously seem to flourish in lower rate environments. And so as we get the yields dropping down on some of these treasuries, it seems to be some correlation between the drop in yields and the spike in small caps. And there was like data being done on one of the podcasts I listened to. They actually presented data to support that. So it's not just anecdotal or observational, but we'll wait for small caps because the yields have been pulling back. So I want to talk about Roblox here real quick. You know, I got shaken out of this trade. Sadly, I should have definitely had my out at 30, bounced back up into 30 in the third again, and I'm not participating in it. I still have my resting order here, no question about it, right in front of 30. If it fills, great, we'll defend it, and it'll give me like an opportunity to have a 5-penny risk trade. But it looks like it's going without me here as it's breaking through the 335 level. We'll see if it gets continuation. I want to see what this BABA does at this level too. I'm going to give it to the break of this trough right here. 115 will be my out. It's going to be like a 15-penny risk. Just made a bit of a higher low. Yeah, a higher low. So I'm looking for maybe a BABA bounce as we dance right there, just in front of VWAP. VWAP and that 100 level are basically one and the same right now. So let's see if we get continuation. If not, it'll be a quick in and out for me. I made money on it, so I can afford to take some risk. But yeah, there we go, right back down. So it looks like this trade might be a short one. Let me put in my stop on this bad boy as it comes right back down into that level max. Oh, baby.
It feels like the market is starting to give it up here, at least on ES. Like, looks like we're taking out 4,500. So we'll see that low of day test, 44.95. If that shows up, maybe we bounce from there, just double bottom 44.95. I feel like we could end up getting to yesterday's lows of that 44.80, but let's see what happens there. As this Disney's starting to roll over. All right. Yeah. Looking good now. Let's see if we can get this first profit taker in on Disney at 26 there. Maybe if we hold 40, I'll take a little bit more out, but we'll see. I mean, this is moving pretty slow, but it is moving in my direction finally. So not going to be quick to take profit out on that one. Tesla is kind of holding, holding that 245 area. So if we are looking for a bounce, that could be an interesting candidate. Somebody in the chat said that there's some kind of investigation on Tesla that got announced midday. So yeah, that's probably somewhere in here when we kind of flush down. But I guess the market was flushing down too. So who knows on that one? But yeah, I mean, if there's any bad news while the market's going down, you know, that's not it's not a great look for Tesla for that long potential, as we do put in a bit of a bounce at the moment. So let's see what happens on this. I don't know. Oh, look at Carvana at. There
we go. Oh my God.
Carvana held 40 and just bounced 50 cents. Is this not SSR yet? I guess not.
Do that
yeah, that's a nice 40 bounce on Carvana. I haven't been paying attention to this one at all recently due to it getting smoked. But, you know, holding that 40 level, I think this is right around where we held last time on the move up, but I could be wrong on that. Yeah, it is. That 39.60 is what held last time before we went back into 50s. So, you know, that does make sense. Basically, that's our range right now, 40 to 50. So if you're looking for that like swing position on Carvana, this is exactly where you're trying to get long. That makes sense that is where we bounced today. That's a great little trade. You know, you're risking 20 cents. You end up getting 60, and you're probably looking for 41 and a half on that one. So solid position there.
Yeah. See if Baba can hold 100 here. All right, we're looking at this one. Let's see what else is going on. Wow, Roblox just got up to 3. You've got to be kidding me, bro. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe I've been bamboozled twice out of this trade. 2 paper-handed trades. Oh, man. Okay, Roblox just touched VWAP at that 350. Good move up. Sadly, I didn't participate in it, so We'll see how that one does. Trying to make some more money on this BABA trade as we get that 100 bounce off VWAP. I'm sitting at the $0.25 here to get filled. Long 06s. Nice move up in BABA. We're looking for continuation, though. We'll see if we get that VWAP bounce. Dan was saying something here. Dan, NQES bounce at Globex opening range. All right. Keep an eye on that. Definitely finding a bit of support, maybe at that 15,225 area. We have a 15,203 low that on the NQ. I don't know though. It looks like it's selling off here. We'll see. We shall see. It's been a tough trade trying to get these futures in order today. But yeah, 4,500's come and gone. Now we're 44.96 and a half, 15,226, 15,224 now on the NQ. Bit of a tough trade here on the future. We'll see if BABA can help pay the bills a little bit. I can't believe this Roblox is still going, bro. It's still at that $30 and a half. What a miss.
Yeah, that's a nice trade today, that Roblox.
Yeah, that was a nice $30 level.
Tough to step in front of the 30 level, though. You wanted to get kind of all the way there, but yeah. As we were saying, like if this market wants to continue the trend at this time of day, that's pretty bearish. So not looking great as the ES is at the lows right now. 44.95 is, I mean, I don't know that you call that a bounce one handle, but is bouncing off of the bottom at the moment. So maybe we just get a clean double bottom at a random price like that. I don't think so. I feel like we got some space to go down at this point. But if we do kind of just wick this and get support at this 7 a.m. low here, or 8 a.m. low, whatever that was, maybe that's the bounce trade that everybody has been looking for. We'll see on that. This Disney, I'm just waiting on it, waiting for that for this one to come down below this 90.40. Didn't actually notice that it bounced that aggressively when I was looking at, I think it was Tesla that I was looking at, but still has not hit my stop. So we wait on this one, try to get it down into this level. I think adding through this makes, I think adding through 90 is what makes sense on this one. And what are people in the chat trading? Rivian? What's Rivian up to? Wow, still going down. I was watching this bounce off of this 2180 kind of level here, wondering if that was going to be that double bottom support, kind of SSR bounce play, but not at all. This one just keeps going down. 2156, the high, or the low, sorry. I don't know. I mean, Rivian had a big move up and clearly a terrible earnings miss, so not looking great on this one. Do we get back down to 1650? I don't think so, but the market ain't helping some of these names. And yeah, this is looking pretty terrible. Maybe you're looking for that support around $20, which is right where the 50 period is on the daily. That's probably where I would be looking to try along in the next couple of days. I think anything other than that, I mean, when you get a move up that's this strong and you give up the shelf, I mean, there's not a whole lot of support. We went up from 13 bucks into 25 in like 7 or 8 trading days here. So there was never any like real trading. There's no resistance. There's no support between like this, 16 and 23. So definitely could keep falling. Great short if you have it this morning. That kind of pre-market high failure there, that looks pretty awesome. Get that one, then you can probably add on this lower high there. Not bad, as the market is bouncing off the low at the moment. So see what this ES wants to do. If we want to do a bounce back over 4,500, that could be something, but I don't know, still not there yet. We'll see how that one goes. What else you guys got going on? Palantir? I haven't been around, so I don't even know where these names are right now. I don't know what the levels are. Come on, load Palantir. 1550. I feel like this is where we were trading at last week, but let's take a look.
Man, there was a fantastic
it was
16
19. It was 19 that we were trading at, not 15. Oh my God. Wow.
We basically everybody on this like linear desk here had Palantir at 16 bucks. It was
short?
No, long.
Oh.
It was a money long defend off 16.
Nice.
That was 2 days ago. If you tried that again yesterday, you got.
Oh yeah.
I don't have that animation over here, but you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. You got slapped in the face. a whole bunch of times. So it was interesting. I believe somebody in the chat was upset that I wasn't looking at Palantir. I mean, look, it's okay. It hasn't done anything too crazy today. I know Max was talking about Palantir. We'll have a look. Sub VWAP 1555 is an interesting area. We definitely danced with that area most of the morning here on Palantir. Let me put the ticker in. PLTR. I'm going to show you what I was talking about, Max, about that 16 defend. It was this one. So yesterday, look at this move. So you break down below, break down above. This is 16 right here, right? Right here.
Yeah.
Everybody and their mother's cousin picked it up. You got that 16 defend, then you got some money out of it. $1 on Palantir is not chump change. If you tried that again yesterday, look what happened.
I mean, you take the short back through that 16.
Exactly. You got to switch.
That's pretty easy.
Switch mindsets there.
That's an easy trade, though. Everybody who was buying the dip yesterday is done.
It's done. Exactly.
You know, you get all the way back into that $15 level, basically. That's pretty money. And now kind of, I don't know. Palantir in the middle. Looks pretty bad on the daily. Next level of support, probably that like 1350 into 14 kind of area. Obviously 15 being that kind of key even dollar level. That could provide support. Maybe we chop around a little bit, but that's pretty bearish. I feel like this market has more downside into it in the coming days and weeks. I feel like honestly we don't go up until September.
I'm good with that, bro. Look, I want Apple 175. You could call Bogdanov, call whoever you need to call. I want Apple 175. I'm sitting at $40 and change on Lee. I'd like a better price on Lee. Did you see my Nat Gas trade, bro? Did you see my Nat Gas?
No, I did not.
Oh, baby. Let me show you Nat Gas. Now it's pulling back a little bit today. We'll go to the Nat Gas futures contract. It's called the Henry Hub Natural Gas contract. Did you know that, Mas? Who is this Henry Hub individual? I have to Google that. But yeah, Nat Gas taking on the chin today. Oh my goodness. I was celebrating this $3 break. Yesterday we had a nice breakout of that $3. We hadn't had that break of 3 going back into late March. So we got that break of 3. We closed actually above 3 for the first time in a long time, but look where we are now. Retracing all those gains. The bamboozlement on Nat Gas is real. But I got into UNG, and the UNG is just so beat down. Look at this beat down name.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I'll get in down here, and this is my out. Simple as that on this name. So we'll see what Nat Gas does. We're definitely
And
looking.
where did you get it on this one?
Like right here.
Nice.
Around like $7. So,
$7, already $1 in the money. That's
yeah,
like
and it's
15%
it's a
or
dollar
something.
risk. It's a 6 break 6, I'm out.
Nice.
So we'll see how this one runs. But yeah, the whole idea is I really want a cold winter. If you could, we'll talk about that after.
Yeah, get
Cold
some of those
winter.
Glaciers melting or whatever. And
Exactly.
you're good to go.
Exactly.
Hot summer, cold winter.
No, definitely don't want that, obviously. But, if a cold winter would be good.
Yeah, a little extreme weather, maybe kill us all.
Baba right back at that $100. Here we go. It's going to break. It looks like a flat bottom break waiting to happen here. But do we have buyers at Baba at $100? Are we going to have some positioning here now that they've released their earnings? Anybody got the buy program on at $100? Well, we're going to find out. 100 defend for now. Possible. It's also VWAP. So 100 and VWAP, one in the same, at least on my chart for now. So we'll see if we get that defend to move up. I was just talking to Wainers back there. He was telling me that $100 trade earlier was absolute money. It was 10 cents above, 10 cents below, right back at that level. So keep an eye on Baba. Baba. What else? Lolo. I like that name. Lolo. Inverse seahorse pattern. Do you know what he's talking about? The seahorse pattern?
I heard about the seahorse pattern. I'm not
seahorse
quite sure
pattern.
what that pattern looks like.
Neither do I, but we're going to go with the inverse seahorse pattern on the ES. 50 EMA, not EMA, daily in play now, short 251 Tesla, double top on NVIDIA 433, waterline short. See you, Valhalla. Ree! All right, brother. It's a whole lot of words there, but yeah, I'll keep my eye definitely on both. I've got the ES on the side chart. What I haven't looked too much at was NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is down a quarter point on the day. Bit of a head scratcher this morning. So we know that there are certain chips that are not allowed to be exported. GPUs I'm talking about to China. by some of these American microchip, let's call them designers, because they don't make them, right? So I just saw this morning that there were all sorts of orders by Chinese firms for the NVIDIA A800 chip. And I was under the impression that that was one of the banned chips for export. And so it was like $1 billion worth of orders from different Chinese names. Brendo actually put that on the watch list this morning. So in addition to the new restrictions that are coming out on semis and microchips that just got put in yesterday, the new executive order, there was already a ban. So I didn't really get that. We know that these microchip makers have actually been designing specific chips only for export so they can get around, circumvent that whole export ban. And so I didn't really get that. If the chat knows more about that, I'd like, tag me please, explain a little bit about that. But yeah, back to the price action here on BABA 100 coming in to existence again. Wow. This one looks like it's going to flat bottom break, Max.
Yeah, that BABA 100 is looking like actually possibly a good trade to the south side. That's interesting. Disney is just kind of bidding up, not doing much for me, so I'm still just waiting on that one. But the ES just gave up the low, now 44.92. So this is that 8 a.m. low and low of day. You got to wait, I think, for this like kind of 44.80 area to try the bounce, but we'll see what happens on that. I mean, yeah, this is looking pretty nasty on the market actually. NQ heading for that 15.2. That's probably the last kind of line in the sand if we want to bounce in this region. Yeah, we'll see. Everything really pulling back now. Amazon just gave up the low. So when I bailed out of that Amazon 139 defend, maybe I should have just considered going short. Yeah, that's pretty nice here. It was pretty clear that Amazon was going to give it up as soon as that low of day was given up. And now we're just trending down. Gives you that 139 wick again, too. So that key level, giving it to you on both sides today. Just have to get in that right headspace on these levels. And, you know, this market was providing a ton of opportunity today as we are really starting to accelerate on the ES
Baba,
now.
You punk.
Yeah, let's.
The Katina man is short Tesla, and he's $3 in the money on Tesla. Short 247. Yes, 247 on our friend Tesla. Shout out to Brother Musk. Here we go.
Brother Musk.
Getting that 100 bounce, man. There is definitely a buyer at that 100 level on my friend Baba, but for how long? How long is that buy program going to stay on for, or how much can it sustain the continued selling that we saw? 101.84 rejection, but here we go, 130. Oh baby, let's go. Let's pump into the high side here. Okay, so nice move up on my friend Baba. We'll wet our
really
beak.
Defended that 100, eh?
Yeah, it did. Well, the beautiful thing is I thought I got it 06s. The thing says 07s here, which is fine.
How
But
did we miss that?
7 penny risk. I was like sitting a couple of pennies below the hundo. Obviously, there'd probably be some slippage with this name, but yeah.
I'm kind of amazed that I missed that. That's like a quintuple bottom there. It was clearly reserving or something, because 100 even for 5 1-minute candles, that's a banger right there. I think that you could really size up on something like that and get that, even if you're just looking for this bounce move for 40 cents.
Yes,
I mean, this looks like it wants to go back to the high at this point as the market's, you know, trending down. Baba just holding that key level. We'll see what NASDAQ wants to do here. Holding 15.2 for now, but you know, not a crazy bounce yet. It is actually looking pretty decent on the bounce there, but I'm looking at these large caps. I'm not seeing anything bouncing other than, you know, Apple wicked the low, I guess, which is good, but like Tesla's still looking really bearish. Amazon looking crazy bearish actually, and
The ES is about to go red, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
we were a point above going red. Okay, so yesterday's close, Max, 4486. First time we closed below 4,500 in a while. Low a day, 4488. 2 points off being red on the ES. Yen Q, not far either, man. It's a third of a point to the good, but 15,196. Oh, we're going to defend 15.2. I didn't even notice this. We've been defending 15.2 here for the past What time is it? Okay, so the past 40 minutes or so, there have been dips into 15.2 that have all been getting bought up. I don't know if I feel the same way about the ES. We'll keep an eye on it. Anyway, yeah, that 15.2 is definitely interesting, man. But the bamboozlement at 15.3 makes me worry. So I've got another out here on our friend Baba at 49s. Let's see if we get that $0.5 break. I want to front run the $0.5 level. We're stair-stepping up now. Definitely made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, and there's a lot of orange on my tape. Orange on my tape means over the ask. Oh, baby. There it goes through the $0.5 max. We're pumping up again on my friend Baba. 6% north again. And we're going to wet our beak. Going to wet our beak again, as my friend Neil likes to say. He took it from me, by the way.
Yeah.
It's all good. But there we go. We get a partial fill. We'll see if this one can continue. It was 100 defend, which was also VWAP. So kind of nice when those two conflate. What else we got here, Max? What else we got on board?
I don't know.
Looking on the side charts here for anything unusually strong.
We definitely got a good bounce on the market.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, we're talking about that 15.
But I mean, we're holding the low on ES. That's the thing. That
Sure.
you know, the ES is holding the low. NQ looks like it wants to go up, actually. So we'll see what happens on this one. This is looking like a wick bottom on NQ. Should probably be long something as some of these large caps get away from those levels. That's too bad. That NQ just gave you the opportunity to buy some serious dips. Like Tesla's a full $1 off the bottom now. Amazon goes and wicks that 138 level, doesn't even get through it, and then we're bouncing. So, you know, maybe this is a fake bottom and we go right back down, but looking kind of strong here on both markets now as we trend up. I'll probably get stopped out of that Disney short if we get through that 91 and don't fail right away.
See how they want to sell ABC? They're like, we're not making any advertising off regular television anymore. They're trying to funnel everything into Disney ads. You know, they have the ad-supported tier that's cheaper.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, nobody wants
Just
to
put
advertise.
everything on that.
That's what they want. They're literally trying to
like
take
that.
all the ads off TV and put them on direct-to-consumer platforms, which I think is interesting, right? You get way more of the money there anyway. And it's much more targeted.
Yeah.
You know what people like because you're snooping. you're looking at what they
you
watch.
can see, because that's the thing with normal TV providers. They
You don't
rely
know.
on those
You have
like
no idea.
Nielsen box things.
Exactly.
Like,
It
how
works.
does that? How
Doesn't
does that
work. It's
work?
that's like ancient.
So antiquated.
Yeah,
That's
it is,
crazy.
right? I found anyway. I thought they were going to sell ESPN. Now they made this deal with Penn. ESPN and Penn made a deal for gambling.
For gambling.
That's why they dropped Portnoy, because he's a bit of a hot potato. Right? And so Portnoy's all happy that he's got his company back, but what they're the whole point
And he
is
got the company back for free, basically.
he did,
right?
but he can't monetize it. And if he
Once he
monetizes,
sells it, they get 50%, is what I read.
Yeah.
I mean,
And if
that's
they
fine.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure he's good with that. As long
Yeah.
as he's king, you know what? That's what he likes, right? That's his modus
He's never
operandi.
going to sell it anyway. Why would he? Why would he sell it again? He already got his money. He got his payout. And
Should
now
have
he
seen the
gets to do
video
it
this
again.
morning. He goes in after buying the company and nobody's at work because it was 9:45 and there was nobody at work. He starts cussing. He's like, "Hey, everybody's gonna get fired," right? He's like, "These guys are idiots. They don't know that I'm coming. I buy the company and then they don't show up the next day." I thought it was hilarious. He's a character, no question about that. Guys, we got a partial fill there at 74s as a dance with that $0.75 on my friend Baba. Hopefully we get that continuation, maybe another 101 touch if we get that. David Bell, PLTR. I see Palantir, 15 1/3. Nice move up on PLTR after, I don't want to say it's been quiet all morning, but it really hasn't been the dynamo that it was the last few days. Here's a look on PLTR. Made a high of 15.87. You curl back down, you break the $0.5, but you don't go negative on the day. And now we are curling back, possibly into this consolidation area here at 15 3/4. Yeah, it's a good look, but I just haven't positioned. I mean, the position was obviously to get it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, when it's curling and it's showing you, okay, here comes a retracement north. You get in it somewhere around here. I missed it, so not time for me to get in. I'll just keep my eyes here posted on Baba as we dance with that 3rd and a quarter area, looking definitely for that 101 touch.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Disney here too. Really starting to bid up, but still so lazy, and it keeps selling. I am wondering if that's just people getting short ahead of this.
We have an alarm, guys. Sorry about that. Looks like we have.
What is that, a fire alarm? Is that a test?
Probably. It just went quiet, so yeah, it's probably a test.
If it's a real one, we do actually have to run out of here.
Yeah.
And leave you
The
guys.
door's not that far, though, to be fair.
The door is not that far. Oh, yeah.
There we go. They're
it is a
announcing
test.
it now.
Anyway, look at this. It seems like there's lots of selling, but the problem is on this Disney is that like people could be trying to get short in front, and then when it does break, that makes the break more explosive. So I'm going to be having my eyes on this one. The idea is to get short into that 91 break. If we do fail break, I'll probably add to this to try to get us back down into that 90 level. I mean, that's what happened twice already today. 91. We couldn't even get there, and then we're selling back down into it. Branko's saying that Sean's trades are too hot, and that's why the fire alarm's going off.
That was from Branko.
That is facts. That is facts. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, we got this move twice already. If we give up the trend on another fail break, I think that does give us probably the explosiveness to get down into like 89.50 and maybe even 88.50. But yeah, I mean, someone in the chat was saying that CNBC is talking this name up. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe the CNBC buyers are showing up at the moment. And the market, though. So we bounce, but then we, kind of hold this consolidation area still. We got to take out 15,250 for the real bounce to come, and that 4,500, which still hasn't hit yet. 4,500 being probably the more key level, and our bounce is only, eight or nine handles here. So yeah, we'll see what happens on this market move. Maybe this is the wick bottom. If it is, then we're taking out 4,500. We're taking out 15,250, and then we're going to head higher on some of these NASDAQ names, and we will have to find a way to get long one of them. But for now, I don't know. I'm not believing the bounce quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the dip trade into 15.2. I mean, if you took that, you've been rewarded because we're at 15,237, 239, 240. So you got that bounce. But it was quick. It was quite transient. I mean, you had a couple of opportunities to get into it here. Let's look at it. Look at this. You dip into 15.2 here, gets bought up. Look at all these wicks. That's what you want to see. Closing prints above the level. No doubt about it. There we go. Looking to curl into 15,250. I don't know if this is a sustained bounce, though, right? Well, we'll see. We'll see 15,250 coming in. We're at 245. VWAP's far removed here above 300. 318 is VWAP. And you obviously have the 300 level with which to contend. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm involved in BABA. We're at 2/3. I'm looking for continuation here on my friend BABA as we definitely move up again on BABA. It's been a good move on this name, 6 and almost a quarter to the good here. There it is. We're at the 3/4. Could we see 80s, baby? Pumping up on BABA. The one I want to complain about is Roblox. I mean, I just feel like an absolute moron because you have that 30 level. Why am I adjusting my stop to my entry? The market does not care about my entry. How many times do I need to tell myself that? Right? It should have been the 30. I should have risked 16 pennies. Look how much it went up. I mean, anyway, very frustrating when you know what to do and you don't do it. Anyway, make a long story short, Roblox looking fantastic. It was 4.25 to the good. Now back to 4 as it knocked on the door of that 30.75 area. Good look on Roblox. We're pumping up here though, Max, on BABA. There it is into the 85s again. Are we going to knock on the door of 101? There's a beautiful bounce off 100. 100 got defended. Shout out to Wainers. I was just talking to him in the back. He brought to my attention the hundo, and the hundo coming back into play, no question about it. It was also real nice because it was VWAP as well. So anybody VWAP trading, any mechanical systems punching in, all, that was that whole dollar level and VWAP. There we go, Max, into the 90s. We go 6 1/3 again on BABA. liking this. Squanchy, I love your name, bro. That is hilarious. I'm still guilty of moving my stop to prevent losses on remaining shares. Feels good, but costs money. Yeah, it's not a good look because it doesn't make sense, right? Think about it logically. The market doesn't give you know what about your stop. I may even stop hunt you too, right? And that's what somebody was saying in the chat, that I got stop hunted, and they couldn't be more accurate. Fact of the matter is, they were going to move down before the big move up. Anyway, it bothers me to talk about it. We'll just, yeah, it's because it's so stupid. I'm stupid, not calling anybody stupid. The adjustment to do that was stupid. It's not founded in logic, Max.
I'm watching this Disney at 91 at the moment. It hasn't been able to really put in any buying above 91, but yeah, I'm going to have to get out if we make a new high, basically. So we'll see what happens if we can kind of sell off right now. If not, I need the fail break to happen on this one, or just bail out. It looks like it's kind of a fail break, pretty weak break, but the trend is still intact. So we need to kind of take out 80s pretty quickly and then start to get down. Otherwise, probably a stop out situation here on this Disney position. But I did want to see a 91 fail break, and that is what we are seeing. So we'll see if we can get this kind of move where it kind of aggressively comes back down off of 91. It's happened twice already today. Sometimes, the third time ain't the charm, and that's when it actually breaks. But I mean, for now, we're still getting that selling up in these higher levels. So looking all right there. The market bounce isn't helping. We are above 4,500, but not really going anywhere off 4,500 yet. So I'm still not all that scared about the market bouncing. I mean, yeah, the only thing is if we can hold this 91, which I think I'm just going to stop out of this. This is not looking like flush territory. Probably just bail out on this Disney. Not getting the flush that I want. We'll see. Maybe we get it right now. But yeah, basically, if we touch 05s again, or if we don't flush in the next 20 seconds, then I'll probably just punch out of this short. But
all right,
we'll see.
I'm looking at the scanner here to see if there's any small cap gappers du jour. There are none that really interest me. I shouldn't say there are none. There's obviously a couple, but they're really not of the type of elk that we trade around here, mainly because they're not doing enough volume, quite frankly, and nor are they up. Like I see Capri, Neil brought this one to my attention earlier. That was a buyout. That's not anything we're going to trade. Tom's TOMZ, it's sub $1 now. It was looking for that $1 break earlier. We got it. We got 123, and then it was, just stair-stepping down on TOMZ, sub $1, VWAP at $1 on Tom's, likely an area of resistance. We'll keep an eye on that one if it really gets going, but it really hasn't been their day, these small cap gappers. So we'll leave them. We'll leave them for now. Let's look at the big tech chart and have a look at what's relatively strong and what's not. So here's what I see. I see Meta curling through that 308. Somebody had a 309 trade on Meta yesterday, which was also VWAP, and it absolutely ended up being money because I think it ran to 312 or something. So that kind of looks like what may be doing here, coming back into 309. 309 clearly a top earlier on around 9 o'clock. We danced with 309 a little bit at that 309.5. We'll see what happens on Meta. AMD getting off that 110 bottom. It's now 111.16 on AMD. So a nice V-shaped recovery, much in the same way that the market's recovering a little bit. So a bit of confluence between these two. We'll see what AMD does, but still, it's positive on the day. It's up 0.2%. Not bad look, but definitely off highs. Highs just a couple of shekels below 114, 113.89 on AMD. Apple curling, and I couldn't be more annoyed. I really want Apple to come down into 175. It's holding 178.25. It's a level that we danced with. Oh, this is interesting. I missed this. Okay, so look at the aftermarket yesterday on Apple. That 178.25 was a great hold. We come right back into that 178.25 today, and it's another hold on that level. So interesting to see if this becomes a running thing where 178.25, there's a buy program going on. Who knows? Well, 178.75 is where we're at now, up 1/3% on Apple.
I like that bottom on Apple, which I did miss. It's like
Likewise.
if that setup on Palantir where you're taking out 16 was the low of the day before,
Right.
and you're expecting that continuation move down, it doesn't happen. It only goes 5 cents or whatever, and now you are up 60 already, which is a good move on Apple, I think. Yeah, I think you're only looking for like 70 cents to $1 when you're trading Apple. It doesn't quite do that kind of Tesla scenario. I did stop out at Disney at 91. It wasn't holding, so had to just, or it was holding, sorry, so had to just get out. I got out right at that 91 price. Thankfully, I did, because now we're 30 cents higher. Yeah, bad idea to short it, I guess. Third time is the charm on this one, and it takes out that 91 level. Yeah, I guess they're buying up this report on Disney.
Yeah, they increased price. So they did a whole bunch of stuff. What's up?
Yeah, but like, people are canceling their subscriptions.
Yeah, they definitely had
So you
way less
increase
users.
the price,
But here's
you're going to lose more users.
there was a bit of a caveat there. So they had the Indian Premier League for cricket, and they lost that, right? So obviously you lose a lot of users that way. But I mean, that's still a balance sheet problem. No question about that. Just because it's isolated to one thing doesn't mean it's not paying the rights for
you're
that.
not paying for those rights, which I imagine would be expensive given how many people
they did
watch
lose
cricket.
them out,
Yeah. Someone in the chat said Tesla long now. About
I mean, it's curling,
2 minutes
bro.
ago.
The market's
Hopefully
curling
you are
here.
long now on Tesla, because that's looking like a pretty good long at the moment. If you're long anywhere near 245, looking pretty good. Probably 247 would be the target on anything like that. Maybe we go higher. I mean, Tesla has the ability to go all the way back to the top. We've seen that a number of times, but I don't think that you should necessarily hang on for that. Where's Palantir?
At 15 3/4, Palantir's pumping. It's looking to take days highs. 1587 was a high on Palantir. I don't have one green candle on my 5-minute chart since around 12 o'clock. So it's been 45 minutes of straight green on the 5. So Palantir is super strong, taking VWAP. Really looking to take that. The Katina Man's pumped about that. Here we go. Let's look at Palantir. This was the move up. You kind of get that rejection off 15 3/4, Max. You touch 15.87. I didn't hit that. Yeah. Where he's calling Kathy Wood. Maybe we should have a one with Aunt Kathy there too. Oh, okay. So Fabian's already on that. Production team stays undefeated in this place. There we go. Yeah, it's a good look here on Palantir, Max. Good move up, but I think we may see, if we see 16, I think we definitely get some resistance around there.
I think that's probably a short at 16 on Palantir for sure. Amazon also kind of at that level again where, maybe we break this, and if you're bullish on the market right now, you think we're going to retrace back into like 15.3, 15.4 kind of area, then you take maybe a breakout on Amazon at 139, risking this kind of 138 and a half and trying to get into 140. That's a 2-to-1. That's okay. But I think if you're bearish at the moment and you think these markets are going to just kind of bounce off their moving averages and trend back down, 139 has been, 140 was a great short until it wasn't, and then it was a great short again. 139, great long until it wasn't great short. So maybe we get that same move again. Fail break 139, trend back down into the lows. If you're bearish, I don't have enough of an opinion on this level to actually take this short. I just feel like anything above 137 on Amazon is a dip buy until we get through that, which is like where we started getting resistance on the earnings move up. I think, below that is a short. Anything above that is a long. So I'm more long biased, and I'm not necessarily a long biased on the market today. So I feel like can't really take that one. Disney keeps making new highs. Wow. Thankfully got out of that. There was some weird action in that, right where I was short, in this 90.55 area. It didn't want to break at all. It was like reserving in there for a bit. I thought it was nothing, but clearly there has been a buyer on this tape since we did this kind of dip down here. And I guess this wick bottom here at 90 could have given you a spot to get long. You get $1.50 out of that. That's pretty good From a risk reward standpoint, you're probably risking 10 cents to get $1.50 on that one. Yeah, we like those.
Yeah.
We like those. Yeah, I'm just not seeing anything else that I can get into right now. Like there's good moves happening on the market, but there's nothing that's like giving me a potential trade here.
Yeah, a bit of a consolidation area here on BABA as we hang out below that 101. I'm seeing some prints in the low 90s, mostly in the high to mid 80s. Look, I delevered a little bit here because of the chance that this could reject 101, and I didn't want to really leave a lot of money on the table because if you don't take it out here, well, there goes your paper profits, right? So I'm still holding a good amount, but definitely took some out here. Obviously, it goes without saying you're looking for a decisive break of that 101, and you want to see a good closing print on the 5, at least intraday. For me, that's what I'm looking for. I don't want to see these quick wicks and then sellers stepping in, overwhelming buyers at that 101. 101, I mean, it's a random level at which to say, hey, we're going to have resistance here. But quite frankly, we had a double top. No question about that. They were all sub 102. You get that VWAP balance, that 100 hold that we talked about. Fantastic, but it doesn't make a newer high, right? But here's the look. Get a bit of a compression pattern. Now, there's only 2 touches here on this so-called compression pattern. Let's look. So you get this lower high, but then you get a higher low. Right now, usually this resolves in the direction of the trend. So I think maybe we definitely see some prints here above 101 again. Higher low, higher low. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. No point speculating, really. Just let's have the resting orders there and the stops in place, and whichever way it resolves, it resolves. But yeah, being cognizant of the levels, I guess, is the most important thing. We'll see how this one does. Where are we at? We're still at $0.75. Not really able to take anything with any vigor here. We're not even touching 101, to be quite frank. We're kind of hovering below it. So the reason my price went up there is because I added accidentally. It was $100.07. That's where initially I got in. Then I added this level over here, not intentionally, and therefore I have a 125 out. Now, that doesn't matter because the level here at which my stop is going to be placed is sub 100. Doesn't matter where my stop is. I'm not making the same mistake that I made on Roblox, saying I don't want to get money back. Right? We're gonna put the stop south of 100. If we have to lose 24 pennies on that, we lose 24 pennies, and that's just cost doing business. So we'll see how this one resolves. Let's see what else is going on. Roblox just had an ugly reversal candle there, rejecting off, what was that level? 85, 83, something like that, 30, 83. Look how many 1 minute candles here in a row. Do we find some support here at that $0.50 mark? We had trouble breaking through the $0.50 right there. We're right there now. I'm seeing 50s come in on the bid, and I am not seeing anything below that on the tape though. So we'll see if this $0.50 level holds, whether buyers step up here or not. We'll keep an eye on Roblox. It's been an interesting look, 3.5%, so up about 4.25 earlier. With respect to the market, some weakness coming here, Max, off that 15,275. We're retracing back into the 15,250s on the future. I'm talking about the NQ, by the way. Yeah, and Baba's still at 103rd. So we'll keep an eye on all of these. What else is going on here? Anything else that we need to be aware of? I'm going to look at my side chart here, my watch list to see what's popping off. Nothing really getting my attention. DWAC. What's it? DWAC's up 10 1/3.
What?
But on light volume, 616,000 shares. That's Bupkis. What happened, Neil? Okay, I thought it was DWAC or something. All right, let's look here.
DWAC coming into like overnight.
What's the deal with DWAC?
Was there news on this one?
I don't know. Well, I mean, there's a whole indictment, so there's going to be that whole thing. Okay, I'm getting a 15-minute, at 11:15 there was a headline. Reported August 9th. That's yesterday, so that doesn't matter. Digital Word Acquisition Corp and Trump Media Technology Group reaffirm commitment to merger. Okay, I guess that's what it was. SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company, Digital World Acquisitions, and Trump Media and Technology Group Corp which operates the Truth Social platform, are pleased to announce that they have agreed on an amendment to their previously announced agreement and plan of the merger. The merger agreement, okay, this is like all legal crap, which I don't care about. The whole point is, I guess they're going through the whole thing, Max. 16 2/3 the high a day. We're at 16.5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I figure once that goes through, this thing's a penny stock, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, I don't know. Nobody uses that platform, right?
I downloaded it. We couldn't download it in Canada for like a long time, which kind of lessened the excitement because when it came out, you know, like when Threads came out, everybody started downloading it. You had a high user count. Couldn't take advantage of that in Canada. I've never been on it since that time because he started posting on other social media platforms anyway.
He's using like Rumble
and he's using Instagram again. He's all over Instagram. He's posting videos.
Didn't they give him his Twitter back?
They gave him Twitter back. They gave him his Instagram back. They gave him his Facebook back. So he's got it all. But he wasn't supposed to be posting on it because they were supposed to be really trying to pump this Truth Social thing up. Right?
So he's obviously not committed. And
seems like he isn't.
You know, nobody else wants to use it. Maybe just a backup in case he gets banned again or something.
That's probably what I'm thinking, right?
Everything's just trending back into the low. So we get that bounce, kind of touch the 100.
Wow, what a rejection.
105 period on the 1 minute on the ES, and we're trending right back down to the lows. So that Amazon got 3 cents away from that 139. That short was pretty money there. You know, support becomes resistance. Pretty simple strategy there. We'll see if we can get through that 44.90 again. I mean, you know, NASDAQ is still above that kind of wick price, but everything's looking pretty bad right now. If we take out the low again, that'd be pretty bearish, pretty brutal for this market. No question about it. If we get to zero on both the markets after a huge move down in the last week and a good CPI print, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Maybe I should just get short the market right now. Probably not. That's not my specialty. But we'll see. Disney is holding that 91 price, so I couldn't have been more wrong about the short on that one. Everything else going down. Disney still holding 91. So great long if you've got it. I don't know. Maybe that 88 double bottom defend there looks pretty nice. You could have gotten long, even like through this 88.30 and kind of been risking the low there, and you get, I don't know, almost $3 out of that. I guess, at the high, you do get $3 out of that. So that would have been nice. I was never looking for the long on that one. Tesla just gave up 245 again. So another 5-minute candle making a new low on the market. We'll see if we can make that ultimate low before or below 88s. You just have the bobble long, so we're not seeing a whole lot of edge in this market at the moment.
Not at the moment, no.
Are we, Sharif? When things turn bearish, it becomes kind of challenging, especially when like the dip buyers on the way up were so relentless.
Very
Even
strong.
The last 2 days, I noticed the NASDAQ bid back up. It made crazy lows, and then bid back up, and then, you know, kind of did a little dance. So, you know, I guess you can be expecting the dip buyers to come in, but eventually they run out of capital, and then, you know, who knows?
At least on the day.
Yeah.
Here we go, back into 15.2-ish area, Max. We're dancing with the 15 mid-teens here, 15.2 mid-teens. Do we get another 15.2 touch? The last time we did, we bounced off, but that happened with 15.3. We kept bouncing off 15.3 initially, and you know the story after that. 15.2 got broken, so that should tell you all you need to know. But we're right back at those levels. A lot of selling coming in. The NQ as well. I'm sorry, the ES, pardon me, going down 4492. We have a 4488 low at the moment. Whether or not we get support at this level, we'll have to wait and see. Keep your eyes plastered to see if we do get support here. Here we go. 15.206, right back into those levels, guys. Let's look at the big tech names to see which one is responsible for the full state of Huadunk that we find ourselves in here. 306.38. A lot of these charts are just not working, guys. What is going on with these charts today? Oh my goodness. Okay, so we can't use these charts today. They're not updating. They're stagnant. So we're gonna have to use P-Pro 8 charts. We're gonna see if we get 15.2 hold here. I'm definitely not jumping in front of this one. Get it on the curl up if it does hold. So 15.2 coming in Here we go, 15,200, 15,201, some buying stepping in at this level to be expected, at least for a little bit. There we go. I saw it prints at 98, bought up immediately. No question about it. There's a lot of volatility, a lot more volume at the perimeters, at the extremes. We'll see if we get this buy up here. Let's go back to BABA because we're right back at my entry, but it doesn't really matter. I've delevered, I've taken the majority out at the top, so we're waiting for, I'm waiting for that 100 break. If it breaks 100, I'm like a couple of pennies below it, and it'll stop me out for 25 penny loss on the remaining balance, which isn't all that much. Oh, by the way, thanks, Dan, for that bond auction in 1 minute. Here we go. What's the time? I have this atomic clock here. 3 seconds to 1. I don't know how quickly we get the results. Last time it took me a minute to get them. I think Ponzi Fonzie ended up getting them before me, or somebody. Maybe it was Reliable Rudy. I'm not really too sure. But somebody gave, we had the 10-year auction, I believe, yesterday. And it was way above what the estimate was. I think we were looking for a negative print. We ended up getting something very positive on the auction. Let me look here on my app to see whether or not we got the print quite yet. Let's go into, where is that trusty app that I always use? There she is. Okay, so let's load her up here and find out what the, okay, so not, pardon me, the 4-week, no, we're looking for the 30-year bond. I still don't have it. So we have a 30-year bond auction. The previous was 3.9. I don't see a consensus estimate this time around. We'll wait for that one to come out. And anybody knows it, make sure to tag me so that we can announce it. All right, let's see what else is popping off here. Roblox getting a bit of a bounce here at the $0.50. So the $0.50 ends up being a bit of a support area for Roblox, but nothing for me to jump into at the moment. 15.2 still holding on the NQ. For now, we get another round of buying at the 200-point level. I was about to say $200 level. I always say that on the future. But yeah, still some weakness, no question about it. Nothing that I really want to step in front of until we get that curl back up. But you don't want to miss these levels if they end up being legitimate. Like this initial dip into 15.2 was quite profitable. You could have rode it for like 75 points or so. Obviously, you're not going to get top and bottom wick every time, but there's a good amount of pointage that you could have got there. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think like you can get long. I mean, I don't trade futures, so, but I feel like you can get long 15.220 when this kind of breakdown fails, or even right back above 15.2. That's a little sketchy though. And then you could have gotten, you know, like 50 points probably if you're just looking for a little retracement trade. That would have been pretty nice, you know, risking, what is that, 30 to make 50? I don't know. I don't know if that's how you trade futures. Someone can tell me. I feel like you're looking for the bigger move, but that's a whole lot harder to get. Disney just bounced off the 50 period, so remaining strong here on Disney. I didn't have any levels other than that kind of 90, 50 into 91 area. I think above that, let me check my other chart here. Probably, yeah, kind of clean sailing on Disney up to 92. So could be a bit of a trend trade this afternoon. I typically won't get long after I get out of a short because I just find that that never pays off. But, you know, looking good there. Apple making new lows. Amazon bounced off 138 again. And BABA's back down to 100. So if BABA holds that 100 again, the same way it did,
right back into 100.
That's probably worth a long, even into this weak market. The way that it held that 100, that gives you such a clean risk-to-reward structure. You probably could have gotten long with okay size at like 02s or 03s, and you're risking probably 90s on the breakdown. Maybe it goes down to 85s. Probably goes down to 85s. BABA's a little bit nasty, but you know, 15 cents, you get almost $1 out of that. Out of that bounce play.
Yeah, we're bouncing right now. Let's see. I've got my stop a little bit below it. If it definitely holds that level in the same way that it did last time, there shouldn't be a reason why I can't reload. David Bell, U.S. 30-year bond auction, actual 4.189, forecast 39.10. I was looking on my app. I still haven't gotten it on my app. Here we go. He's accurate. 4.189. Previous was 3.190. So above estimate. Now, if you're listening to Some of these podcasts that I listen to, they talk a lot about treasuries, especially in light of the Ackman trade and the Moody's downgrade and how that may affect yields going forward. And what they were looking at was foreign ownership of the U.S. debt, which is treasuries. And they're saying that foreign ownership and foreign interest is declining. And in general, there has been a decline in interest going. I'm not sure at what point they started collecting the data, but essentially is that yields will have to be higher to re-attract the interest. So it's going to be a tricky game with these yields. And initially, we're talking on the top of the show how when yields go down, usually it's better for the small cap gappers. Pardon me. So that affects one part of the market. You remove one part of the market, you increase another part. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out. BSAQ. What is this? Black Spade acquisition trading on the Amex. BSAQ halted at $15.57. Big move up there from the $10.50 level. That came out of nowhere.
Press release.
What, you got anything on that?
Intention to voluntarily delist.
Oh, wow. What do I have here? One second here. Vietnamese automaker VinFast. No, that's not it.
They're getting out of the deal that they had with
VinFast
Auto and then delisting. So maybe people are short because this VinFast Auto company sucks.
Well, they have a thing at Yorkdale. Have you seen them at Yorkdale?
I have no idea what that is.
Yorkdale Mall?
No, VinFast.
Well, yeah. They have it's like a Vietnamese EV company. They had bought like a huge store, at Yorkdale Mall, one of the better malls we have in the city. And
That's expensive real estate there.
I haven't been to Sherway in a while. It's open, guys, and it's pumping up 17 2/3. This one's moving. Here is BSAQ on the Amex exchange. BSAQ halted initially at 15.56, pumped up to 17.64, dancing with 17.64 again. BSAQ, finally a small capper we can get excited about on the day, even though I'm not going to trade it, but here we go. At least some excitement. Up 62%. Looking to hold that 17. Whoa. 1839, man. This one is way too crazy for my liking. The spread is wild, Daniil says, so we'll keep an eye on that. What is the spread right now? 1768. Okay, yeah, not trading that.
Okay. They are doing the deal.
They are doing the deal.
They're doing the deal. The symbol's going to be okay. Yeah,
I was about to say. I mean, like, wouldn't it go back to 10 and everybody get their money back?
I misread the headline. I misread the headline.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. There
you
go.
But, you know, people were getting short these SPACs, and then, based on the deal closing, because it always fades once the deal closes.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know, so if they were potentially, maybe someone's mega short because this VinFast company sucks. And then, wait a second.
I don't like their cars.
Everybody's getting their $10 back, and I was trying to get one, and now I'm getting squeezed out. But,
I mean, if you Google the cars, personally, I don't want to disrespect them unless somebody has one in the chat. I don't want to say anything that might step on some toes, but I don't like them.
I've never heard of this company before.
No, they're okay. They're okay.
I'm gonna have to look.
It's not my cup of tea. I gotta tell you the truth.
What do these VinFast cars look like?
Yeah, pull it up.
I need to know. I need to know.
I need to know. Tell me, baby girl, 'cause I need to know. All right, we'll keep going over here. What do we get on BABA? We're still holding that 10 and a quarter area.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Go to Max's screen.
I mean, it just looks like a cheap kind of,
It looks like a regular car.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right?
How much are they? Reserve now.
Oh, yeah. What do we got? For a measly $250, Max.
Did they actually just copy Tesla's website here?
I know. Well, bro, yeah. A lot of people will.
They're
their stencil right now. Can you blame them? I was showing Brendo the video that I found on my favorite social media platform, TikTok.
Yeah.
And
in between the gym girls.
That was an ad. Why can I not live that moment down? No, but in all seriousness, you should have seen like the autonomous driving where it detects everything, like motorcycles, passengers, cars. It can know the difference between truck and Anyway, it looked identical to the one on Tesla. You could tell there's some IP bamboozlement there.
Didn't Tesla like open source some of their stuff?
Did they? I didn't know that.
I think they might have actually.
The full self-drive? Really? I don't know about that, man. They sell it for $20K here. The $20,000 option in Canada.
I mean, someone in the chat will,
I'm sure they
will
will.
let us know for sure. So I'll be watching out. I thought that they open sourced everything on Tesla, but who knows? Maybe not. That does seem like kind of killing your advantage, doesn't it?
A little bit, right? Guys, BSAQ, we just topped out at that 18.5, but oh, wow, look
not
at
stopping.
this, bro. Here we go, 75%. This is one of those ones. We had one that ran 3,000% last week. You weren't here for it.
3,000?
It ran, which one was that,
Vintage.
Neil? Yeah, I forget the ticker either, too, because they come fast and furious here, but it flew. It flew in the pre-market. It was like 3,500%, something like what? Yeah, we're restricted from trading BSAQ, by the way. It is blocked on our system, so no go for us. We can comment on it, though. But yeah, definitely rejecting off that top. It was a couple of shekels south of 19. 1880 max the high, now breaking below 17, though.
People saying VTGN was
that the one that was
the
running?
ticker.
I think that's the one.
VistaGen? Let me check this one
was
out on Trade Ideas Daily. Okay, yeah. Quick $1.50 into $24. Is that three? That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
AAOI. Was it that one?
They sold this one all the way back down, though.
I think it was this one. I think Nicole
that
Harris is right. No, it wasn't AAOI.
Was it $1.60 into $25?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. VTGN. That's correct. Yeah, look at that. That's
What a
nuts.
short.
Yeah. Look how we both see it differently, eh? You see the mean reversion, I see the move up. I mean, it doesn't make a difference. You make money either way.
I'm going to have to check out the 30, but like, did it actually trade up during market hours, or was this just pre-market?
Yeah, it was mostly pre-market.
Pre-market went to 60.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
No,
okay.
that was not
That's 3,000%.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was nuts.
So you could have shorted off of 60, gotten down into $11 that day.
And retired. Yeah, I'd go to Hawaii after that. Back.
The market really knew that I was gone.
The market. Hey, man. All right, let's see what else is going on. Baba still holding that 10.25, not doing much, kind of bottoming out at that level. See what happens. We were looking for that 100 hold. So far, we're getting it. Do we get a curl up? I mean, look, we're getting a series of lower highs here, but we're getting, you could say, a flat bottom, obviously, because of the 100 level. Now, it's a descending wedge, usually resolves in the direction of the trend. We'll see if it goes counter this time, but Baba still valid as a trade, I would say, until that 100 level is no longer. So we'll keep our position on Baba and see what's up. Sharif has a corn star vibe. I don't know what that means.
I think they tried to maybe slip one in there on the Sharif.
I'm not. And I don't have an OnlyFans either, so that's funny.
I don't have an OnlyFans.
No,
wink,
man, you
wink.
see so many people in the chat. You guys are jokers. Let's see what else is going on here, Max.
Disney made a new high again, so I look like an idiot here on this.
Max,
on this
15.2 bounce again. Another buyer's really stepping in here at 15.2. There's no doubt about that.
Maybe setting up for that, breakdown at 2 o'clock kind of action that we've seen previously.
Yeah.
Or maybe we're just bouncing off of 15.2. I really didn't think that 15.2 was a big level. I didn't have it. I had like 15.250 and then 15.150 is kind of the bounce levels, but we'll see.
Max for CEO of OnlyFans.
I'm good.
The chat stays undefeated, man. Undefeated. Nobody can defeat the chat.
Nobody can ever defeat
All
the
right,
chat.
let's bring in the watch list and have a look at what's what here, okay? Because we'll find what's moving. All right, big tech, it's all green, but since the open. So first column is basically since 4 a.m. Second column is after 9:30. Netflix is positive since the bell, and that's it. Everything else here, negative since the bell. Going down to semiconductors, everything negative since the bell, except NVIDIA and SMCI. And SMCI, I would submit to you, is probably a relief bounce given how much it dropped yesterday. We saw the earnings was not well received by the market. SMCI, super micro computer, probably not really getting much help from the new Biden export restrictions. We know that they are looking at limiting microchip sales and quantum computing technology to China for obvious reasons as they compete. Going down to crypto here, crypto mostly red. Now, I got to shout out to Aunt Kathy and ARK for putting in that spot Bitcoin ETF. We are slated to hear back on Sunday. Weird day to hear back, but August 13th is the date. The SEC must respond. Now, they can kick the can down the road. They can say we'll respond later, but they do have to actually tell you we're kicking the can down the road. So we're going to hear sometime Sunday, I believe, or maybe prior to that about Bitcoin, and it's been sub 30,000, I guess, waiting on that news. Nikola and EVs. Here, a bit of a mixed bag. You have Fisker down, Rivian down, Lucid down, but Nikola, for some reason here, up 2%, but sub $2, having done 52.5 million shares on the day. Chinese ADRs, a mixed bag here. Baba had them pumping up earlier. Now, since the bell, a lot of them have gone red. Shout out to Li Auto. I'm waiting there at $40.75. Please make your way down there now. DWAC, we talked about that. The meme stocks are not doing much. DWAC almost up 11%, 10.9. We moved down into cloud computing and IT security. It's mostly green for these names. Not much really standing out for me, though. FinTech and decentralized finance, much in the same thing as well. Bit of a dead day. Grow Generations, what is this thing doing? Did this thing report? It's up 6.8% on the day. Grow Generations. Do we have a news catalyst for GWRG? One moment. GRWG. Thank you. GRWG. Do we have a news catalyst? Grow Generation Corp. Stifle cuts target to 3.5 from 4. No, that's not the one we're looking for. Maintained. Stifle maintained. Okay, but cut target. Nothing today on Grow Generations. Maybe the Stifle maintaining of a hold. Not really sure. Social media, these ones are not that important. EV charging, Blink, down again after reporting earnings. Another 10 1/3 down for Blink charging again today. We saw what this one's been doing lately. Let's go to the 15. Guys, come to my screen because I'm showing the watch list over here. Yeah, it was a big move up for Blink charging. Got up to 720, and you're giving back the whole move. Actually, we're right back into those breakout levels. So not much of a look here for, at least on the multi-day, for EV charging. What else we got here? 5G, streaming. These ones are not important to me. Let's go into energy plays. Energy, oil is down 1.5% on the day. It's been very strong lately. Some of the oil names, following that trend, they're mostly red on the day. Airlines have been very red lately, man. I've been looking at airlines lately, and they really haven't been what we've expecting them to be, which is consumers are spending more on traveling than they are on goods. You really haven't been seeing that lately. So most of the airlines down. Cruise lines much in the same way. What do you got, Max? WeWork?
WeWork.
Pumping?
25 cents on WeWork.
Take it over, baby.
I have not looked at this name at all today, so not sure what it has traded like, but another one of those penny stocks that's coming into a key level. 25 break makes sense to me to try to get it into 26 and then see if you can keep adding on the way up. We're obviously at the high of a very big move, and I don't have the, let me put that percentage change on there. So this looks better. Oh, wow, okay. A mere 97% today on WeWork. Obviously down yesterday, I guess it was, on earnings, but now we're back up and above those levels. People loving to trade these penny stocks. This looks like a stop out scenario to me. Above this 25, actually. If I did a little bit more work on WeWork today, might have seen this 25 level. That's looking really strong for a potential move into that 30 cents. I feel like people might be talking about this one all day. Done 350 million shares of volume almost. Now heading into that next level, I kind of missed the trade on this one, so there's not much that I can do at this point. Through 26, did it take that out? I don't know if it took that out. It says 26 was the high, so maybe not. But yeah, this one is getting strong. Is this what everybody's just trading today? How did I not know that this was really flying yet? Where could you have gotten in? 22? That doesn't really make sense. Pre-market high? I guess that like 18-cent level you could have taken the break on. You get up to 20. Probably get stopped out though, and then maybe you're getting back in. I don't know. That's kind of tough. It's a tough trade on this WeWork, but through the new high of day on WeWork now above 100%. Yeah, I mean, the next stop here is like 30 cents realistically. And then I saw 32 on the daily. So we'll see if this one wants to squeeze all afternoon. Holding this 26 break for now. We'll see if we can keep going. There is liquidity here. It's not amazing, but it's not bad either. Like this would be, I think this is okay. This is safe enough for me to trade. But I would have wanted that 25-cent break. I don't have it. So I ain't paying an extra cent on a penny stock. But we do have a bid here now on 25. So let's see if that can hold and keep going. Kind of getting far off of the teal line here. But those key level breaks, especially on something that people were obviously getting short yesterday, probably looking for 10 cents or lower. And now we take out yesterday's high, and everybody's getting squeezed out. Volume, is it increasing? Kind of just steady across the day. But we'll see. If we start getting like volume candles like this, that's the kind of stop out action. If we start accelerating on volume into the highs, that's when you know that people are getting stopped out. And, it's probably going to go pretty far, but, you got to be weary that it's probably ending soon if that volume starts to pick up to kind of opening levels.
This company's an unmitigated disaster.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Have you seen what this company was doing? They had like 3 jets or something like that.
Yeah, the
during
founder
their
was
IPO.
definitely a bit eccentric or something.
Oh yeah, you can say that again. Oh my good.
He was, he was doing the Amazon thing, right? Just keep going and don't make money and just keep trying to take over the world. But
The business model is a little flawed. You pay more for the actual space and then you rent it out for less on the hopes that you can actually have more people using the same space. And that was really the hopes. Obviously, COVID disrupted them, no question.
yeah,
about that,
COVID
right?
didn't help that. But yeah, I don't know.
Fabian was saying to me,
I don't love the
isn't he,
model.
wasn't he being accused of some fraud there? We're not really trying to libel ourselves, but the idea here is why are you buying jets? Like, let the company mature a little bit before we start buying yachts and jets. But
They were exceptionally well funded off of that.
That initial IPO, yeah.
Yeah, the IPO, but also their kind of funding rounds.
Yeah.
Because they were better than I think it IPO'd at a much lower valuation than the like Silicon Valley kind of funding.
Yeah, wasn't it
Early
$40
funding
billion
rounds.
valuation? I believe on the IPO was about $40 billion was valued. Maybe subsequent to the IPO, but anyway.
Makes sense.
Max, let's talk about BABA here because we're coming back into that $100 level again. Man, this looks like it's setting up for a flat bottom break, guys. Look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, all with that flat bottom. Is this the end of the BABA trade, right? Are we going to see lows? Lows like the ones that we saw earlier on in the opening range drop. We dipped about to 97, guys. We definitely found buyers because it wicked. Okay, Upstart is at 32.75 again. Jay Lee, you notified me about Upstart at 32.75. It is now back there again. So, and Baba is knocking on the door of that 100. Let's look at Upstart real quick here.
This market is getting smoked.
It's getting smoked, and Baba is probably taking it on the chin too. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. 32.75 has come and gone here, Jay Lee, because now we are down at 32 1/3. This one, Upstart, down 4% on the day. We saw what happened to it earlier, but this could be an interesting level. Let's see if we find buyers at this level. There was no question that 33 was a bit of a bottom there, and it really got taken. There was a lot of defending at 33 here, but I'm not sure that's going to be valid for now. There it is. Baba goes, and I'm out of my position on that flat bottom break incoming, question mark. Here we go. 99, 91. This one's continuing to go to the south side.
To be fair on that one, I kind of thought we'd be trading in the 80s by now on that Baba break. So you bid back up above 100. I mean, how many times is it going to hold the same level?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
And you had descending highs.
Yeah.
Right? Every time you weren't able to make a newer high,
Yeah.
meaning that, like you said, buyers are running out of money here, right? Especially whatever on the day. And
Yeah.
here we go. Either we're going to have a lot of profit taking or short selling. Is this a short now? Is this a short? Should we be punching short here? This is the question. I'm going to go ahead and say yes, Max. So we're going to go short here. We're going to take a nice little, small, very small. We're going to try to run this one south and try to get the other side of this trade as it now headed down. Where do we find support? Let's zoom out here.
99.50 was a little weird the first time on the way down, so it might stop there. But I feel like you're looking for that 99 break on this one, right?
Yeah, we'll see what we get. We're short 83s, right? Let's sit here at the half dollar, near the half dollar for a cover. We'll see what this one does. But yeah, it's definitely headed south. I think that 100 was valid. I mean, we got multiple touches off the 100. So if we're really, this is not going to be a flat bottom break, then really what is? We lose some money, here, man. We already made money on it. We'll give some back if we have to, but let's see if we can ride this one short. Yeah, the market. Let's look at the market because we're back to 15.2 again. Baba broke 100, by the way. Let's go. The Katina man is long Apple at the moment.
Interesting.
177.90. Quickly here on the future, right back down below 15.2. Do we find buying again at this level? Or is this going to be the last time we talk about 15.2? Because maybe we'll end up at 15.1 by the end of the day. We're almost negative on the day now on the NQ, pardon me. The ES is hanging on for dear life. It is flat, 44.86.
Yeah.
It's trying to stay green. Likewise with the NQ.
Not looking good.
No.
Not looking good at all. But, I mean, you double bottom. I mean, it's not even a double bottom now. Now it's just a wick. That 15.2 seems to be holding on to the upside right now and pushing back down. I don't know. WeWork, though, breaks 25, holds 25 exactly twice, and now we're back up to the high. So 25, probably now the inflection on the day. If this thing can hold this 25 level this afternoon and keep going, I mean, next stop, this 30 level, then 32, and then we're talking about, 35, 40 cents. Who knows? If it really gets going, we've seen these so many times. Hopefully it hangs out here, and then tomorrow we gap up a little bit, and then we can play it from that opening move. There's a decent bid there on 266 randomly. Interesting.
Wow, look at the
I don't know. Let's see. It's not a lot of notional dollars though. Even 1 million shares on this is only 260 grand. So
yeah, well,
anybody with any kind of account can take
that out. Yeah, exactly.
that bid. So
yeah, stake hands. That's a joke name. Stake hands. So our platform here, if I get into say 100 share position on Baba, I might pay 5 cents in commissions. Okay, so that just gives you an idea, and I know you can't do that on your platform at home. On IBKR, I pay $1 basically to get into that same position. So I know that scalping in the same way that we do on the floor is not feasible for some retail traders at home who have to deal with real commissions. But obviously, because this is a huge company, Day Trade the World I'm talking about, they're able to negotiate, obviously, discounted commissions. So keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind when you're doing these scalping type trades, that it's a bit of a different beast on the floor here. Lone, shout out to Lone, good friend and always a viewer of the show. Lone, look at the ES on the 1 day. Good Lord, disgusting. Yeah, I couldn't agree. It can change though, he says. Couldn't agree more, man. I mean, what we've seen lately is there's market's been headed down. Let's look at some big tech names here, because I'm really wanting Apple to get down into that. Yes, 177 breaking. I really want 175, Max. We need a better cost basis on my friend Apple over here. The Katina man is telling me to be patient, though. He's like, look, you're going to see 175. It's coming in, right? The Katina man is at a half of that position at the moment. He's talking about his day trading. I'm talking about...
If we see 175 today, you might not want that 175 anymore.
I want 175, Max, because I believe in this company, man. It's just a bad bet. It's like betting against Elon.
Yeah,
I don't like betting against Apple.
Yeah, you don't bet against Apple. We'll see 200 before long.
There we go. We're dipping here nicely. We're 30 pennies in the money on my friend Baba, as we definitely have broken that 100 level. We won't overstay our welcome, though. We're still 5% to the good on this name. So we just took some there as a broke 55s. Let's sit down on the other side of 50s now, though. We'll see if we can get some continuation to the downside. Baba, maybe some exhaustion selling here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's been a big day for it. A lot of positioning into the name, and you know, some profit taking here, no question. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's see what the chat is up to. We going against a Sos. He's a Tottenham fan, by the way. Oh, Sos, I didn't get to ask you. Harry Kane, Bayern Munich, 100 million euros. I would pay 100 million euros for that guy. But yeah, man, how do you feel about that? There goes your striker. He's gone. Harry Kane was kind of like the face of Tottenham. Going how long? I don't know how long now. I remember him from 2013. Wasn't it 2013? He really came on, like he really came into his own. JD David to Spurs to replace Kane. J. David. Who's that? I don't know who that is. No, I'm not trying to disrespect him, but who is that? For real, educate me, because sometimes I don't know who these main guys outside the Prem are. So, how about shout out to you?
Sharif, 30 cents on WeWork. I have major FOMO right now. That 25 break. What's 5 cents on a 25? That's a 20% move.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's 20%. It's
125% on the day, baby.
Oh my God, this is crazy. I don't think that the 30 break makes sense for me. I could see why someone might take that. I don't know. I just feel like that 25 is that level. It was the high of the day before the earnings move. 25 makes a whole lot of sense for the breakout. 30. I mean, am I going to pay up another 20% for this? For this breakout? I don't think so. 32 key price. 32 we might turn around at. So if you are long, definitely be watching at that 32 cent price for the potential turn. This is crazy. This is.
I brought an olive with me, and I don't know where it went.
You brought an olive?
Yeah.
A single olive?
I did, from the salad. I'm disappointed, Max. Keeping it light on the show here. Half an hour left on the show before we send you to the Big Kahunas. Do not forget, after the closing show, there the close, there is the after show. The Katina Man is now hosting the after show. Katina Man, do you have any guests on today? The one and only Miss Danielle Shea, options trader extraordinaire. So make sure to check out the after party show with the Katina Man, Miss Danielle Shea on there, and she's gonna have, as she always does, very strong opinions about different stocks and the state of the market. Max, I don't know if you follow. I follow on the gram. She bought herself a Tesla truck, my friend.
Oh yeah.
She's got the Cybertruck.
And she took delivery already? No.
Did she take delivery of the Cybertruck?
Have they delivered any yet?
Not yet. There's no deliveries. And there we go, Mr. Max, through 99.50 on my friend Baba.
Great trade
Headed
there.
to the south side. We take it both ways, baby.
I can't get my eyes off this WeWork, man.
It's pumping. Well, 150% is not a joke.
It's a 50,
we just jumped up 25%. WeWork, Neil. I don't know who else needs to hear it. Everything's pumping up here.
I don't know what to do on this. I did say that that 32 could be the turnaround. I am definitely not going to short this thing.
Up, man.
But
what is this?
That's definitely a level. We'll
is
see the way that it held 25 that way. See if it holds 30 that way. But this is kind of screaming into 30. So yeah, not going to hold it there. Maybe that was the top, that 32 cents. We'll see. I mean, there's lots of time left in the day for this. These small cap, these penny stocks do tend to trend, but that's a good clean reversal off that 32 kind of failed breakout.
Just dropped 25% in one candle. Lovely.
Did it just try to halt there?
I don't know.
Because that's 25%.
I mean, I don't know, bro. The halt parameters, are they the same, sub $1?
I don't even know if it does halt below $1. Neil probably knows, but he's busy over there.
Yeah, Neil's focused. We'll leave him.
Neil's probably slamming this short at the moment.
Yeah.
If we take out the high right now, take out that 33 cents, That's probably a short squeeze, but yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens on this one.
Doors.
Kind of reserving
She
30.
better not. I ordered one. I was one of the first 5,000 orders of the Tesla truck, the
Okay,
Cybertruck.
so she's just waiting on it. She's waiting.
Yeah,
on
she's
it.
waiting on it. But yeah.
They said they were going to start delivering them though.
Yeah,
the first one
people
came
already
off the assembly line.
people are already getting them. People
Yeah,
are putting
yeah,
pictures
yeah.
online and stuff
That's
like that,
pretty cool.
videos online.
Maybe, you know, she
Would you get
slammed
one of those?
I'm not a
Price-
pickup truck guy, but
Yeah.
how much do they cost?
Bro, they're like, I don't know. What's the cost? We'll find out. Let's
I
go.
mean, yeah, let's look it up.
Yeah,
But,
where are we at here? There we go. Cybertruck MSRP. Cybertruck MSRP. I need to be able to type, Max, for that to come up. Here we go. What do we got here? How much are Cybertruck? What? That's US, obviously. 50K. Something tells me this is going to be a lot more
No,
once
come
you
on.
start optioning that bad boy up. It's going to be a lot more than that.
60K for a 2-motor or
50K.
70 for a 3-motor.
Ooh, okay, there we go. That's probably why.
3-motor? That's
Well, yeah.
new.
Well, the Model Y is dual motor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the 3-motor for this bad boy, especially if you want to be hauling stuff, boats, whatever.
I mean, that honestly sounds like a pretty good price. I don't know how
this thing,
big it is
bro. I mean,
relative
it's
to like
so
an F-150.
Dude,
Because like,
what is this? It's a
it's
it's a
pretty-
moon car.
I don't love
Bro.
it personally, but I enjoy that this exists.
Yeah, I can appreciate it. Elon he's out there, bro. My God, look at this thing.
That is,
We're
that's,
gonna see these things on the road, Max.
that's pretty
the
cool.
thing.
I mean, like an F-150 doesn't look very cool,
I like it.
and no pickup trucks look particularly cool.
You're not a pickup truck fan, I'm assuming,
So
huh?
that or a pickup truck, if I needed a pickup truck, probably that.
I mean, who can look? It's
That's
nice.
pretty cool,
It is
man.
nice. It is. It's crazy though,
The more
man.
I look at it, the more I kind of want it.
And I love how they can. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Are they actually coming
It's-
out with the
I feel
trailer?
like I'm in 2050, bro. This is like I'm in 2060.
I love how they're putting it in
The
like a
ramp.
moon landing kind of scenario there.
Yeah, it is. It's
It
nice. Yeah, well,
definitely
that's what
looks
it feels like. It belongs there.
Yeah, maybe they'll send one to the moon with SpaceX and then actually take the picture.
Remember he did that with the Roadster? He
yeah.
put it on the Falcon Heavy and he launched it into space. That thing's flying around in space. We don't even know where it is. And he put a dude, Rocket Man, he called him.
yeah.
He put the dude in the. Oh, that was awesome. That was back in 2018. Man, how time flies. All right, Baba here, Max, retracing back a bit after breaking the $50 level. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. We don't really want it to go against us. What's WeWork up
Yeah,
to?
you got to be careful of a higher low there for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
On Baba because you know we are trending up.
It's
Higher
a-
low above 99. Yeah, I mean I don't know. We'll see on.
We'll see.
on
Yeah,
Baba.
I've got my eyes.
This market looks like trash though, so the longs not looking like the play at the moment.
No.
I don't like we haven't gotten down far enough for the longs to make sense. That 44.80 and 15.150 make more sense to me. But we'll see if we crack those levels. I mean, look out below. And WeWork absolutely giving it up off of that 32 failure. It was reserving 30s for a solid 2 minutes there on the bid, and then cracks it. And now we are heading down. I don't know if
Again.
this is a halt state or if this is just.
How much?
I don't know. I don't know if these can halt, but maybe.
Yeah,
they
Neil
can
says
halt. They can halt.
it's the same thing, but the bands are different.
It's
That's what
20%,
Neil said.
right?
Yeah. Is it
So-
20%, Neil? We'll have to double check. He's gonna double
I'm pretty
check.
sure it's 20% on
Yeah.
on these sub-dollar things.
Let's go,
That
Baba.
looked like a halt state to me at 283, where it was kind of only printing 284, but I'm not totally sure if that was actually a halt state. Bouncing off the teal for now. I think back through 30 looks kind of strong, but you want to be taking out that high pretty rapidly. And definitely, if this breaks 25, I would say that it's probably a short on the day. As yeah, I mean everything's at
Wow,
lows.
look at Baba, bro. I just got another fill at 35. Isildur, Tesla Starman Roadster has current location of 72.5 million miles from Earth. Wow. Okay.
All right.
Well, that's far.
Oh, what's going on here?
New animations. This is how it works around here, man. We are constantly pumping out new content. Shout out to Renata. And Renata, are you short Baba with me, or what are you doing? Like, because we're printing on this one here. Headed to the south side. We just got prints at 35s, my friend, and we are short 83s. 53 pennies in the money. Bears versus Bulls just sent me a picture. Let me just have a look real quick here. I love it. Look at this. The DeLorean and the Tesla truck. Guys, come to the screen for a second. All right, there is some similarities. I mean, the DeLorean is like the pride of the 1980s, and this is the pride of the 2020s, we'll say that. But a bit of a different look there, Max. You ever sit in a DeLorean before?
I have not. If I had a car collection, I'd probably have one of those.
Yeah, they're epic. They're iconic, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Renata, she's like, yes, I am short. Good on you, Shatra. Right? She knows what that means. Here we go, baby. If we can head to the south side, we still got more shares on, baby. So we can hold this one for a little bit longer. 2 more outs on this one, though, guys. For me, not too much. We didn't want to give too much money back.
Sharif, I think.
What?
I don't think you showed a DeLorean.
Was that the Datsun? I thought that was a DeLorean.
They're saying it's a Lotus.
Oh my God. Okay. Well,
I was thinking that didn't really quite look like.
Okay,
a DeLorean.
let's go back.
I don't know. Go back.
Bears
to that.
versus Bulls. Elon bought the car from the James Bond movie.
Yeah, that's not a DeLorean.
Lotus Esprit from James Bond. I'm so sorry. I thought that was a DeLorean. Oh wow. Well, I just made myself look a little
looks kind of
foolish.
close too, doesn't it?
A little bit. I don't know. We'll have to pull up a picture of the DeLorean.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a Lotus, eh? Wow. I haven't seen too many of those on the road lately.
Someone's remaking the DeLorean.
That would be pretty cool.
I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, well, come on, Max. It's not far
this
off.
looks
Bring
very,
the picture
very
down
similar.
so they can see.
This,
yeah, it's a little similar. Not bad. I'm not that out to lunch.
Load. Oh my God. All right. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah, give me a break, man. It looked pretty close,
pretty close,
there.
pretty
The
close.
Lotus Esprit and the DeLorean.
This is the new one.
That is nice, bro. Click that.
Yeah, these are really cool.
What? Wow, that's
Yeah.
going to be EV, obviously. No
You would
question about
imagine.
it. No question about it.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll make 10 of them a year, probably, given the current state of production in EV world.
I would buy that.
That's
That's
nice.
probably the only EV. Maybe I do like the Porsche one, the Taycan.
Yeah,
or
the
whatever.
Taycan is
They're a bit of a
super
rip-off,
nice. Have
though.
you seen the amount of screens in the Taycan?
Yeah.
Everybody and their mother has a screen in that car. The passenger has a screen.
Yeah.
The door has a screen.
The passenger screen is like a $5,000 option or something crazy.
Is it? Okay, makes sense. Well, yeah, you never. All right, we're going to take another little bit of an out here because Baba is headed south, baby.
Market flush.
Yeah, market be flushing. The NQ is about to go red. We are 0.01% now after being well up on the day. The ES is now technically red, 2 3/4 points south. I'm going to sit here at the 99 1/4 on my friend Baba. Whether or not we make it down there, we shall see. But it has been everywhere. We've been up, we've been down, and you've had to really just be flexible and roll with the punches, baby, because today it's been, I don't know, it's just been kind of hard to gauge the direction of the trend. Now, you could completely disagree with me and say, Sharif, look, we touched 15,450 on the NQ, and it has been one big boy huadunk. We are now red on the NQ, almost 0.1%. South, breaking that 15,175. I mean, if you got short at 15.4 1/4, wow, you are laughing. You're several hundred points in the money, and you are very happy, and so are we, Max, here, as we definitely get that 99 1/4 fill. Baba is headed southward, no question about it.
Yeah, the one name that I shorted today, Sharif, is still holding up its trend, despite the market absolutely tanking right now.
Earnings winner, yeah.
Potentially, no, Disney's not a short anymore. I don't think. I think that's done. Maybe if you crack that 90-90 where it supported before, but I don't know. It seems like this is a bit of a short squeeze on Disney today. Tesla finally gave up that spot that it was bouncing from, so the bounce looked really, really good on Tesla for quite a while, and now this one's finally giving it up. So everything flushing at this point, everything on my chart is just down and to the right.
Everything. Yes, Max. I get excited when people say that. Neil doesn't like that, but it's okay.
You're getting through that 99 almost on Bob.
Yeah, we're close. We're close. there seems to be buying every time around, which is normal, right? A lot of covering here, short covering. We got 99.25. We dipped down, guys, sub 10s. We got to 99.06 on that last little dip there on my friend Baba as it heads southward. Where do we end the trade? Look, I'm only holding one more out, so there's really no point of getting anything out now. Let's try to hold a piece for the dream, as Brankles likes to say. We'll see how this one ends up, but it's been a good day for Baba, but obviously the market is what it is, and it's trending down. Profit taking coming in. You know, these Chinese names tend to, they mean revert during the midday. They have big moves in the pre-market because of the time difference. A lot of people trading these Chinese ADRs on the Hang Seng and other places where they're listed. And then when the North American markets open up, you get that kind of continuation move into North American markets. So, sometimes they just start giving up the ghost a little bit during midday. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what else materializes. Let's see what Nat Gas is doing here. Yeah, Nat Gas is down. Ugh. As good as of a day that Nat Gas had yesterday, as bad of a day as it's having today. 7% down on Nat Gas. You suck, bro. Yeah, Nat Gas. Crap.
WeWork is catching a bid again. Bounce off of a random price, 26.5, but now getting back up towards that 30. I feel like, given that there was a reserve on the bid on 30, on the way down, probably breaking 30 makes sense for like kind of a stop out long. But I don't know. It just seems crazy. I feel like you can flush in like 10 or 20% on one of these candles, and I don't like the idea of potentially getting halted down on and not being able to get out on something like this, because I mean, a halt down on WeWork could realistically open at, I don't know, 17, 15 cents, something like that. So I don't want to go long this one. Not up here. Not unless I was taking that 25 break, which was incredible. But yeah, let's see if we can take out the high here again. Maybe, I mean, you could call this like a wick bottom and kind of a hold of 27 cents. I just don't think 27 cents is any kind of level, so it doesn't really make sense for me there. As we do get some buying in the market.
Yeah.
So we got to where we had to go, in my opinion. That 15,150 on NASDAQ, we're bouncing off of there. We got to that 44.80, did a little wick there. I'm just not really, I don't know. I'm not looking to go long at the moment, but this is a good bounce actually on ES off of the attempt to go through yesterday's lows. You wonder if people were shorting through that and are now getting stopped out of it. I don't know. This is kind of the biggest green candle in quite some time on this market.
What's the person's name here? Let me just answer their question. NARI, they want me to have a look. Aura Alpha, NARI. Inari medical devices company, operates through development and commercialization of invasive mechanical, thrombectomy devices to treat Jeez, these words. I don't know how to say these words. That's fine. The float. Let's talk about the float. 51 million shares. Let's look what the short float is. NARI. I'll put the ticker on the chart in 1 second, guys. Yeah, decent, not great. Short float 7.84% according to Trade Ideas and ARI. Look, intraday, obviously, you can just look at the chart and know that it's lightly traded. When you see a lot of room in between candles and minutes where there's absolutely no action, as evidenced by these little ticks here, that means it's not a good intraday trade. So we'll have a look at what the hourly brings. Well, clearly they had some sort of event here, August 2nd and August 3rd. When did this company report? Have a look here. They reported August 2nd. So they did report, and that makes sense because the move came in August 2nd, continued into August 3rd. Technically, let's look at the daily. See if we're nearing important levels. Wow, that's a tight range. Okay, so clearly the trend is down. Long-term trend, no doubt about it. If you're starting from November 20, it's a series of lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, all rejecting off a very obvious trend line here. Look for a break of the trend line before going long. No question about it. From the beginning of the year, it's range bound. And what, quickly here. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at what the 52-week high is. It's not showing me for some reason. The point is, I mean, this downward trend line seems to be pretty intact, and that takes us all the way back into November, January 2021, breached maybe one time here in March 2021. This isn't a long for me unless it really closes above this trend line and shows you that it is going to start curling up. Now, saving grace is you really have this $53 low that we made in Feb, and the last little trough here was at 54. So you have a higher low. I'm assuming you have good earnings. Let's look at what the second brought. Inari Medical price target maintained with $83 by Morgan Stanley. All right, that's all the upgrades. Let's see what the earnings result. Here we go. Inari Medical reported quarterly adjusted earnings of 4 cents per share for the quarter ended in June. The mean expected was a loss of 13, so that's a revenue surprise. Revenue rose 28.3% to 119 million from a year ago. The expectation was 116. They beat on there. We already saw the mean earnings was 7.9%. In the last 30 days have been no earnings estimate revisions. We know that they came subsequent to that because there's a whole bunch of price target revisions. Morgan Stanley on one of them here. Who else? Yeah, that's really it. Morgan Stanley. That's the only one that I see here. Look, it's a good report, but it's just a one-off event. If you're asking me from a technical perspective, it's got to break above and hold above this trend line for it to be interesting, Max.
And from an intraday perspective,
It's
day
zero.
trading this, 342K volume on the day, it's just not something I think. I mean, I don't know. People probably have strategies on things like this. I imagine the liquidity was
for me.
pretty terrible. As expected on WeWork, 30 holds. So
Dang.
bit of a definitely like a compression pattern kind of happening here, as Sharif might say, and that 30-cent level looking like a bit of a breakout on WeWork. So see if that shows up. I wanted breaking fresh levels to go long, but I like the consolidation, and as I said earlier, you see this volume starting to ramp up. You've got to be expecting that maybe the high of day is coming in pretty soon when you're doing high of day volume like this and getting this big volume spike. Maybe we can consolidate and keep going, but this does look kind of like a volume top to me, and it's definitely a wick top off of that key daily level at 32 cents. I mean, it's right there for you, 32 cents on the daily. Goes right off of there, and you get the wick, or you get the high of day volume. Typically that's the top. I don't know.
All right, Max, we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks at Search Trader. And by the way, did you know that they have 50+ trading resources that you can download for free? So give Search Trader a look there. If you missed out, they had Christmas in July before. That's over now. So give them a look there. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. All right, guys. Baba made a bit of a retracement back up into that 99.5, but it was quickly met with more selling as we look to curl back down. Now we got a perfunctory touch into the 99s.
Perfunctory.
And there we go. Oh my goodness.
What is this?
What are all these? Are these Sean's animations? I like it. So I'm assuming all these animations are for the after party show?
It's like a macro.
It's a macro thing he's gonna have. I see. Oh, I see. So you hit that and then it goes straight. Makes sense. Trader Talk is when they're going to have Danielle Shea on. By the way, if you're just joining us, Danielle Shea on the closing show, the after close show today, or as we call it, the after party show, which is very important during earnings season because a lot of these after the market plays, we don't get to cover during the regular show. So make sure to tune in. I know the earnings board was a little light today, Max. We can have a quick look at the earnings board. It was not what we typically expect, but
Yeah.
where's my thing over? I don't even know where my browser is, bro. I'm hurting right now. All right, let's go. Quote board right here. And this is the look today for earnings, guys. Not much. News Corp, Credit Corp, Savers, IonQ, Wheaton, Precious Metals. Yeah, it's light. It's light. It's a Thursday, you know. Spectrum Brands. We have AirSculpt, Mammoth, and Soho House tomorrow before the bell. Not really much of a lineup there. About 7 minutes left on the show. Keeping my eye here on Baba Max as we definitely hang out that 99.25. Not going to cut this trade quite yet. Waiting maybe for that 99 single digits touch if we can get that again. I think we got down to 08s, but old man hands can't hang. Wasn't able to get that one out quickly. So we'll have a look there. Nomo says, I love the energy of that office, man. So fun. Trust me, you don't even know what goes back on the floor here. It's a whole scene. It's a lot of fun working here. There's no question about that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Renato was saying Tesla looking bullish on the 5-minute.
Okay.
I don't think that you need a chart to suggest that Tesla looks bullish right now. We were consolidating above 244. Spend about 5 minutes below it, and then blast back up into 245. So yeah, Tesla looks like it's kind of rejecting that dip as the market kind of bouncing off of the exact levels that I figured it might bounce off of, and not executing any trades around that. So is what it is on that one. That bounce happened like really quick off the bottom there, off of at 15,150.
Yeah.
But we're still not able to get through 15.2. So I'm still not particularly bullish on this market, short or medium term. But we'll see. Maybe we get a bounce. Maybe we get a double bottom or something like that. But no, Tesla definitely looking really strong. Still up 1%, and bouncing off that 244 into 243. I feel like this is exactly what I like to see on this name. You break down from 244. Go all the way down, can't break 243, and then you just take it back through 244, risking 243, trying to get into like 247 there or whatever, which has been resistance a couple times now while I have been long. But yeah, market right back into the low again.
Yes, sir. All right, here we go. We're like 1 penny away from getting filled on Baba as we come back into the 99 single digits again. I'm hanging out at 6s. I just saw 7s here on the bid, but looks like the buyers are going to step in front of lucky number 99. Shout out to Wayne Gretzky. But right now, we're like a penny or two away from getting filled. We'll let that one go. Dan put an interesting comment in the chat first, and it's all about contrarian views, baby, and whether people are willing to hear it or not. He said, I was in a Discord room this morning, said, don't go long below the IB low. I was booted, and now they are down bad. Good game. I like that. Good for you, Dan. You're not vendative at all. Yeah, no kidding. Tongue in cheek with that, of course. But we're waiting for this 99 and a little a 99.06 fill. If we get it, great. We're hanging out. Still very counter trend on Baba because we are 4.5 to the good. It was a mixed earnings bag, depending on what side of the the fence you fell on. Cloud grew slowly. But, e-commerce sales in China through Taobao, I hope I'm saying that right, was good. They grew international e-commerce sales. What's up, Max?
BSAQ halted up, opened up, now at $22. NASDAQ? What was this one?
AM, yeah.
All right. Yeah, topping out at 23 there. Wow. Yeah, you just take out the high, get a halt up. That's actually kind of easy to execute. We can't execute on this one, right?
No, we're blocked. Yeah, okay. I just got the fill on Baba, and that's the end of the trade, and there goes the money.
Money short there.
Yeah, that was a good short off 100.
Good mental flexibility there, Sharif.
Yeah, it was okay, man. I mean, because, look, it was a repeat. If the 100 was going to hold, the buyer should have been stepping up there, and they clearly weren't because the red candles were coming in fast and furious as they are now, Max. Look at that break of the 99. Oh, my goodness. This one's holding on to the short. Renata, I hope you're still holding on to your shorts, not like me, because it is a print factory right now on the Baba short. 99.86 showing up on my bid here. What a nice short to the downside. Now losing, we're not the majority of the gains, obviously, because we're still up 4.25, but definitely far removed from those highs. She is still short Baba. Good for you, Renata. You get a bang. Good job.
Great trade there. And that 30. Broke on broke on WeWork, but reversed right away. So that was not the breakout. You got to take out that high of 33 cents, I guess, on WeWork to get that move.
Still 130 points of that good.
Yeah,
My goodness.
Yeah, this is.
You think it's all short covering?
It has to be.
Who's buying this?
Well, I mean, people love buying the penny stocks.
Yeah.
But Mullen, like, there's no
Yeah.
fundamental reason to buy
Well, at least
Mullen.
they can possibly make some cars here. You know what I mean? But this, this business model is just proven to be defunct. I mean, I don't know, man.
Fair enough. Also, I don't know if this is correct, but 19 billion in debt with a 650 million market cap. That's not the best.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
I don't know if that's right. This is.
That's
I could
nuts.
probably look into that.
Bro, look at Baba. Oh my goodness. Baba
Wow,
is
what a
the
flush.
gift that keeps on giving. 99 3/4 just blew. I think we got into the 99 2/3 there. 98, pardon me, and 2/3. Yes, we did. We had a 65 low. Baba really flushing now. About to go less than 4% on the day. What's the volume on this? Let's go quickly here and look at the volume on Mr. Baba. It has done 43 1/3 million shares on the day. That I'm going to suggest to you that is probably quite high for its average. Yes, let's find out what the 5-year average is on Baba. The 5-year average is 19.2. We've doubled it, so we're 2 times our vol on the 5-year. So, you've had volume in spades today on Baba, and I'm just sad that I took it out too early. You're always mad as a trader, whether you're anyway. Producer price index tomorrow, says Kevin Mendoza. Yes, PPI coming out same time as CPI did today. But as I look at my watch, Max, it is 2 o'clock now.
Oh.
So it is time for us to say goodbye and send it over to the Big Kahuna. So Max and I will be. Oh, hold on. You're not here tomorrow. Is Max covering for you, or what? OB is covering? Okay. So Max and I will be on same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon that's turning into a pretty exciting one here as we head to the downside in a big way. Just seeing oil actually flushing through 83 right